Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Aloha.
Aloha to you, my friend.
I know talking about how hot it is doesn't matter to somebody that lives in Texas, so
Nope.
I guess I won't even cry about it, but it's fucking hot. How are the pups doing?
They're they're so local. Um, I got the six of them surrounding me. We got a new round of beds in the office, so the six of them are surrounding me, and they're like whooped. It doesn't take too much activity in the sunlight before they're back in the air conditioning.
Well, they ain't stupid. I mean, once once you figure out that inside means nice and cool and outside is goddamn.
The two hardcore swimmers they'll be out in the pool all day. Whatever they'll just go outside and go swimming whenever they want. Um, the other four is really when I go out and play with them, and if I come back inside, actually they usually beat me back inside. Like I had enough of this. You get the frisbee.
Right? Go catch it. You go fetch it yourself, partner.
So I take it it's a bit on the hot and sticky side there.
A little bit. I mean, it's not disgusting, but let's see. Let's see what we got. Okay. 83 feels like 86, 61% humidity. Okay, so now inside, I'm going to say it's at least 90. Easy. And I'm not saying feeling like 90. I'm saying it is 90. So I don't even know. So again, not, it ain't 100 degrees. I know. I mean, it's almost nothing to crow about. And here's the other thing. It's the fucking 5th of July, bro. It's the middle of summer. It's gonna be hot.
Exactly.
I'm just glad we have power and like the fans are working and whatnot. The refrigerator is keeping the water cold, which is
Honestly, I don't care. I love it. I like moved here because I can't stand the cold.
that's kind of why I moved here too. And I mean, I haven't moved away yet, so I guess there must be something to it.
Well, if you think about it, it's relatively similar. Okay, beautiful, clantily scad, dark-skinned women. Um, Basically the best pork available. Uh, Beautiful climate. Um, you have sand. And volcano. I have gravel and limestone.
Yeah, that's some hard earth and shallow. Yeah, but you have basements, right?
No,
No,
No basements in Texas? Now, is that because you're
ground's too
tech,
hard.
I was gonna say ground's too hard or below sea level, one of the two.
well, no, I don't know about the rest of Texas, but I know here, you can't dig down like 6 inches without hitting solid rock. Granted, I also live on the side of a mountain, so that don't help any.
Yeah, that makes that shit obvious.
I do
Oh
not live on the side of the mountain, but
shit!
up here, same reason. Ground's too hard. Too many fucking rocks.
I wonder if I'm gonna die now. I just swallowed a cherry seed, a cherry pit, cherry seed.
I
Fucking
think that
If
cherry tree will grow in your tummy.
Yeah, if you're gonna die from that, I'm not gonna be too far behind you because cherries are in season and I've been eating them by the pound.
man, they're on sale here, so they're actually I'm gonna call it affordable. I ain't gonna call it cheap, but I'm gonna call it affordable. And yeah, I ate half of the box the other day. I am now finishing off the other half right now because they've been in the fridge. They're cold. They taste delicious.
We're talking about
But
Little
that
Debbie's.
Ah,
no
cherries.
cherries.
Little Debbie's are delicious in the fridge.
I seem to remember that being the case.
Yeah.
Zebra cakes, bro, in the fridge. Come on now, doesn't get much better than that.
Eat the box. Tastes
Mmm.
better and it's better for you.
What?
Kinda. There's more fiber in it, that's for sure.
Make you do some?
Nah, dude, zebra cakes are delicious.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
Star
think let's
Crunch.
see. Well, we're talking Little Debbie's, right?
Yep.
What were the ones that were the like? There were the wafers, with
Nutter
the
bars.
peanut butter, and
Nutter bars.
fucking chocolate and shit.
Yeah, Nutter bars.
Those are okay. The little ones that were ho-hos, but they were Little Debbie, so they weren't called ho-hos.
Star Crunch, bro. Star Crunch, zebra cakes. Money.
I don't know what the zebra cakes are. Are they like?
They're like white cake with like white cake with white frosting and chocolate swirl, and then like cream frosting in the inside.
Hey Sean, is that a request? You wanna hop in the chat and you can tell me how I need to drink the Kool-Aid and put my faith in Comey?
Wow.
Now. Just because we're right doesn't
Shit's
mean.
about to get real.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? And I saw somebody concede earlier. I think it was Robbie. He was. This is way earlier today. This is like hours ago now. Was right about the fact that she wasn't going to get indicted. Now I hope that Guru wasn't right about the other part of that statement that when we were having a discussion the other day, and that she's already won. I don't want to believe that she has won. I want to believe that there is a chance that she will not win. I
don't
want to
think
believe
she's gonna
that.
win.
I want to believe that there's a better than a slim chance. I want to believe that there's actually a good chance. Now, am I just wanting to believe that? There's a very good possibility of that too.
I think Trump has way more support than the media is telling us.
I think it don't matter.
That's a possibility.
If you were shocked or surprised or butthurt by this FBI thing, forget it.
Shocked, surprised, butthurt, no. Disappointed,
No,
definitely.
I was gonna say, Doctor, no, you know what it is. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Because I mean, yeah, disappointed for sure.
I'm not disappointed.
I mean, I'm disappointed. I've been so happy to we're indicting this cunt.
Now here's the real deal. I at no point actually thought that she was going to be in fucking an orange jumpsuit for any particular reason, or wearing the silver jewelry. I did, however, think that there was a possibility that the indictment would at least lead to, even if it was a kangaroo court or whatever, of just trumped up charges, that at least it would
I see
somehow.
what you did there.
I'd like, I wanted to believe that at least it would somehow trip her up enough where she couldn't actually ascend to the presidency.
But here's the thing, and this is okay. So this is my disappointment. Why would you even think that it matters? Look at what she's gotten away with so far. How can you place any reasonable faith in the fact that there is this certain line that if she crosses, people are going to wake up? It's like one line after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. So to me, just it's like that Bugs Bunny cartoon where he draws the line and leads Yosemite Sam off the edge of the cliff. At what point in time do you just stop and plant your feet?
Well, like I was saying in the gun chat earlier today, now that whatever, it's come out, the statement's been made, there's no fucking charges, yada, yada, yada. You can be mad all you want, or you can fucking stop carrying that baggage, put it down, and fucking see what needs to be done because here's the deal. This is what we know going forward, so we need to be working on more of that and trying to see it coming as opposed to fucking, be a step behind or 2 steps behind. We need to be in front of shit, and we're still a little bit behind, and all the incensed outrage. Sure, be mad, but does that do any good? You have to do something productive with it. If it inspires you to get up off your ass, well then great. mission fucking accomplished. But
A motion with no action means nothing.
And here's the other thing too. This FBI thing to me is the perfect opportunity for everybody to assess something. We all like to point out how the opposition is an emotionally fueled, nonsensical point of view that we have a problem combating. Well, if this FBI thing once again threw you for a loop, then you need to realize that you're approaching it from that same perspective, emotionally charged, okay? And like you just said, inaction or the wrong actions, you sit and whine, sit and complain, it's not fair, whatever. So like you said, at what point in time does it not only spur you to action, but at what point in time now do you actually apply critical thinking to what you just got bitch slapped with and say it's time to change the strategy?
funny how that works out, isn't it?
Somebody a very, very long time ago told me, ask yourself this question: would you rather be right or president?
That's actually a tough one. Yo, Smokey, mute that shit.
Hold on. Can't find my remote. In the middle of fucking killing Nazis.
Well, sometimes that's an important job.
It is.
Okay, so at this point in time now, since I get shit for it anyway, and we had talked about this earlier in the lobby. I don't know who was around, but here's my thing. Everybody gives me shit because I don't vote. I am not willfully and consciously giving up a shred of who I am for anyone else to control me. And the fact of the matter is, you got proven to today that no matter which side you pick, they are not on your side. So a vote for anyone is a vote for the other side. Okay, and I will say it again, that is the thing that terrifies them the most. Okay, because as long as you vote for someone, they know they have you under some sort of control and can get you to go along. Okay, a vote for no one is saying, I ain't buying your shit no more.
That is the truth of it, because no action is still an action.
Okay.
So
if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
yeah, thanks, Getty.
I believe it was, and it pains me to have to attribute that to Canadians.
You don't have to. You can just say Getty Lee. You don't actually have to say Canadian. You can say Rush. You don't have to.
They don't love it when you stay home, G. They want you to think that they do.
I just like the thought that there's a they.
Oh,
as far as I know, there's only a me.
Go back. I mean, George Carlin was a they. Ezra Pound. You can go back to the 50s and the 40s and hear, people talking about the they versus us.
Well, now is that a David Gilmour, or no? It's us versus them. Us and them, excuse me. Or Roger Waters, one of the two. Great song.
And there's a difference between apathy and inaction.
Hey,
Right, because basically apathy would be not paying any kind of attention, whereas no action doesn't mean that you've stopped paying attention on any level.
That would be correct.
well, doesn't apathy mean you don't have the ability to care about it?
No, not the ability to. It just means that you don't.
I thought apathetic means you just don't feel empathy.
Yes,
Yeah.
Wayne, you can be the Secretary of State as long as you dress up in one of them hot secretary outfits. How's that?
For it.
Hey, and you got to compete. The hottest Secretary of State recently was Condi Rice, so you got a lot to live up to, bro.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I'm still just not. I'm not getting that vibe, dude. I'd like to agree with you on staying home and just not doing it, but yeah, that's kind of like if your car's broke and you've got shitty ass mechanics to choose from, and you decide just not to go with any of them.
Okay, but here's the difference. I'm not telling you not to drive. I'm not telling you to be apathetic. If you want to go vote and write in none of the above, if you can do that, or whatever, there's a difference. I'm not telling you to ignore it, and I'm not telling you to put up with it. I'm telling you to make non-participation participation.
Yeah, that part I understand, but yeah, just staying home to me is kind of like shit's
Okay,
broke.
and so the other side of that coin is, to me, anytime I'm given a polar choice, A or B, I'm given no choice at all. Okay, so other than to choose to give up my personal power for somebody else to rule me. Okay, given the circumstance, and we're not talking about good rule here. We're talking about given the current context of what leadership is.
So
70% of the population don't vote.
What?
So you're saying that just the two choices, or all the choices that you have, like say Green Party or Libertarian, blah blah blah, whatever, you just don't want to. You consider that a vote for they?
Gee, I'm not saying to not pick a side. I'm picking my side. Okay? G's comment was never. And G, why aren't you in here chatting? You're always in the chat rooms. Come on in. You need the link? Hold on a second.
I have the links. I've been posting like every 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, I know Pink set up a late lobby, and I know there's an early one going too, so I don't know who's got
Oh,
what
this
link.
is the only lobby up now. Swing
okay.
dropped his.
Again, I'm not telling you not to pick a side. What I'm saying is realize the side isn't, donkeys or elephants. The side isn't red or blue. The side isn't, whatever. The side is the politicians versus the people. Okay? Because if you buy into the whole political thing, supposedly they work for us, they represent us, and nothing at this moment could be really further from the truth as far as that dynamic goes.
True, very true.
Now, if I may, bring up some of the statements maybe made in the past. Now, you are mostly referring to national politics. I have definitely heard you state in the past that local politics are also of the utmost importance to you. So you're trying to affect it locally to build it up from the ground up as opposed to start at the top, if I'm understanding correctly.
That is correct. Like the thing, like growing up in the Bronx, okay? Typical, stereotypical neighborhood, immigrants, whatever, Irish, Italian neighborhood. And the thing was, I take care of my backyard, and that is the impetus for the person next to me to take care of their backyard, and the person next to them is their impotence, and everybody takes care of their own backyard, and it's not like, you just go out and put a fence around the whole area and you say this is ours type of deal. So it's like the example I made is trickle down morality or legislation doesn't work any better than trickle down economics does. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, these people in my town here, population 819, I know them. Okay, there's a face-to-face thing. They're personally accountable to me. Okay, that doesn't mean it's gonna work. Okay, but it means I ain't sending an email. I'm not, whatever, in a chat room bleeding about it. Okay, I'm seeing this guy, at least a couple times a week, if not more. Okay, so in that context, yes, I'm a firm believer in that. Obviously, it's not applicable on a federal level for most of us, but to me, yeah, I honestly believe that that's how the effect starts.
And I do like that because and that's the base thing that maybe some people are or are not understanding. It's not you're not saying that the fucking system doesn't work. You're just saying that the system is fucked up enough right now that you really have to start it at the bottom and work your way up for it to actually have any lasting effect. Am I relatively accurate on that?
Sure, and I think, at least if I try to put it in words, I think the thing of that is, once again, that face-to-face, eye-to-eye contact accountability. Right now, the system is a financial system. Period. End of discussion. Okay, these people are bought and paid for, and they serve financial interests, and they do it relative impunity. Okay, just look at the business dealings of crazy lady from California there and her husband, the real estate developer. What's her name? Mrs. We won't know what's in this bill until we read it.
Oh yeah. Pelosi or the other
Yeah,
one?
Pelosi. Pelosi's husband has made billions, if not pushing $1 trillion, in the liquidation of the post office material possessions. Okay, when they restructured the post office. Okay, it's legal for Congress to insider trade. Okay, it's legal, it's allowed. The same thing that would put any of us in jail is legal for them. That's why these guys go into office without two nickels rubbed together and come out with 7, 8-digit balance sheets. Okay, if I sat down and did that, the only thing I'd come out with was a number tattooed on my back.
Right, some
Okay,
cuffs.
right. But once again, if the guy who's on the take lives next door to me and I see the Porsche hidden in the garage, Z, you should get that reference. Okay.
See the Porsche hidden in the garage?
Do you want to
Yeah.
shoot or do you want to drive?
Oh, I want to drive. Shakedown.
Yep. But when that person is accountable to me and everybody else he just screwed while he's in HEB, while he's at the post office, while he's at the restaurant in town, he's going to think a lot harder about where he wants his political path to lead. And
I would
again,
definitely agree with that.
Again, I'm not saying that you can apply this physically on a federal level, but intellectually and philosophically, this to me is what I think is the foundation and the fundamental part of it. And you know what? I'm perfectly comfortable with my world being that small. Okay? I have no need to participate in this federal charade. Okay, I will spend my energy like I just described because those 819 people are a part of my everyday life.
Well, and let's be real. You might be a nation unto yourself before you know it, living where you live. I mean, now, again, this is a little, I don't even want to call it tinfoil hat. I'm just going to go with the unlikely event that Texas secedes. And I think that's a fair statement, the unlikely event. I'm not going to call it impossible. I ain't going to say no way. Especially after some shit like this. You've probably got a few ornery Texans talking to each other right about now.
Well, you know that comes up every 2 years. Every 2 years it has to be put through the House and renewed. We're either going to stay or we're going to go. So a lot of that's just political theater and hype. But I'll tell you the 2 words or 3 words why Texas will never succeed. Clinton, Bush, and Cheney.
Okay. Now, because they got a hold of something?
They are Texas.
Uh,
Again, the politics are the politics, and that's at a certain level. You know, the Clintons and the Bushes together are down here are known as the family. Like the same way I grew up in the Bronx with the family.
Yeah. You can't see me right now, but I actually have my index finger on the side of my nose.
Hmm. But yeah, they're all intertwined. And so yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing for the politics. It's a nice thing for the image. You know, it's a nice thing for a lot of things to put that image out there. But the fact remains that comes and goes. You know, every 2 years.
So in other words, you don't. No, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. All right. There's a joke there, but I'm gonna leave that alone too. So for whatever reason, November she gets elected. Inauguration day, day 2 of the presidency. She decides, fuck it. I won my half of Congress. I'm fucking going for it. Now, would it be? It would already be too late for Texas to decide to secede at that time if she just literally say she. I don't think that she could have enough votes to shred uh, the amendment, but I definitely think that she could put through some bullshit. Now, this is again all hypothetical and everything like that. How mad is people in Texas going to get?
Okay, so here's my personal thoughts. And again, this is based on my own critical thinking, and I'm not being fear-mongering. I'm putting together the pieces as I see them. My fear is this. There's not going to be any successful political secession. If you look at the ways in which violence is being provoked and violence is being condoned, my biggest fear is that she will do that. She will come in cracking whips. There will be little subtlety to it. And I think that this current escalation of acceptable social violence will be the excuse for them to use violence to secure the safety of the population. So at this point in time, I don't believe that there would be able to be a successful political secession. And at that point in time, it's not just Texas, but I believe a lot of people are going to be triggered by it, and it's going to be pretty freaking ugly. Because let's face it is logistically impossible to go door to door and disarm the population of this country. Okay, so there's going to have to be some other mass means employed. Okay, and you know that to me is the path we're on. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but it means that it's glaring enough to me to see that they are orchestrating a powder keg. And if they can get one of the sides to explode, they'll have all the justification that they need, and they won't need any political finesse. Because let's be honest, finesse is flown out the window at this point. You got bitch slapped today. And I'm referring specifically to Comey. And so that's just my read on it. And I think the best thing that you can do, or I shouldn't say that, the best thing for me to do was your line of questioning about my things on living local and the politicking there. You know, we all hear the shit all the time in these chats. They can have it when they pry it from my cold, dead fingers. All right. Okay, don't matter to me whether your fingers are cold, dead, or Cheeto stained. Where's your line, and where have you drawn it? And at what point in time do you stop? And to me, your best shot at that is when that line is close to you and local. Okay, so going out and buying a box of AR lowers and putting them together on the cheap, okay, that to me doesn't serve the same purpose as changing your strategy to, I got two hands, I got X number of guns, and at this point in time, I'm going to use them. And I'm using guns as a metaphor here. It doesn't mean actually firearms and blasting away. Okay? It means at what point in time do you draw your final line? You know, what road do they have to cross? How far into your town do they need to come?
I think for most of us, though, well, except for those in California and such, I mean, we've been fighting them back far enough that that line is still pretty far in the distance, state and local wise, but federal wise, that line could go in a not distant future pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. And are we prepared for that? Or, you know, as an individual, are you prepared for that? Are you prepared? Like right now, the philosophy has been attrition. Okay, let's not worry about the old farts like me. Let's worry about the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. Well, look at the millennials and tell me what a raging success that has been for them. Attrition has been a huge success for them. Okay, however, are you now prepared for attrition being replaced with acceleration if, like Z said, she comes in all guns a-blazing? Which, like we said, you know, is very possible. We don't know.
Her pantsuit will be on fire if she gets elected.
Yeah, 'cause she'll be walking fast. Dude, I am so sorry, man. I got a phone call. So I guess I'm going to need you to say everything you said in the last 5 minutes. No, just fucking kidding with you.
I don't know. I
But-
just make it up on the fly.
Okay. And plus, I figured that I have a somewhat of an idea of what you were talking about anyway. But I'm back.
Well, what was the last thing you heard?
Oh, man. It literally was after I asked my question, I muted myself and because the phone was ringing. So
So
I can't even tell you what I can't even. Oh, I did ask about the Hillary thing. I think you just
secession.
I think you just right. Well, no. Well, there was that, but I was also asking about the Hillary comes in, say she wins, say she's inaugurated, day 2 she gets busy, and I think you literally just circled right back around to that very thing because
Right.
that was what
So-
I just caught you saying was that.
Right. So Cliff Notes version is my read is they're fomenting violence everywhere. They're making it to look like the gun owners are out of control. They're using PR to make us look like we're out of control. The people that are on the other side are actually literally physically out of control, like the Bernie supporters and all this stuff. They're fomenting violence, and my fear along the lines of what you said is that I don't think it's going to be the attrition model anymore, that she will come in, pun intended, all guns a-blazing, and at that point in time, where do you actually stand firm and draw your personal line? And to me, living local and acting local gives me the best shot at that.
I would agree with that because then, dare I say, that would be potentially a larger. I'm going to choose my words carefully here. That would be a larger pocket of support. See how what I did there? I didn't use the other word because technically, you know, sedition is still illegal and all that kind of stuff. So yes, I'm going to use the term support network.
Okay. Support sedition, civil disobedience. You know, we've heard before local sheriffs and local governments say that they're going to defy any attempts at what they consider to be unconstitutional federal control. Some of them actually do it, and I give them tons of credit. Other ones try, and they always seem to fall short of the mark. And then we have Maryland, who actually fired the sheriff that said that. And not only did they fire him, but the governor actually signed a bill that completely redid the powers that these sheriffs have. So they neutered the elected law enforcement position's authority to basically nothing.
Yep.
To make sure it never happens again.
And I hate to say it, that's almost the way it happens here in Hawaii because the chief of police for each county's police force is actually the head law enforcement officer. The sheriff is just literally the sheriff. And I mean, maybe we vote him in, maybe we don't. I don't ever remember the sheriff being on a ballot. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's
Mhm.
the sheriff's department, but usually what I see them doing for the most part is their prisoner transport.
Right.
That's
And again, when it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. But you have to be prepared for it to not work. Okay? So you know what? If defiance of an unconstitutional law needs to happen because it's an unconstitutional law, then yeah, what is your support staff?
and that will pretty much mean everything.
Mhm.
That will mean everything.
And the other thing too, and people tell me that this is where I'm a dick, and so be it. This is where I'm a dick. Okay? My town, my gate, whatever my local area is, you guys aren't here. Okay? What you do, your participation in this game, does not alter my life on a daily basis. Okay? I do what I do. I live how I live. Okay? And I see what I see, and that works for me, and I'm not saying it works for anybody else. Okay? And the reason why I say this isn't to be a dick. The reason why I say this is how much effort do we all apply spinning our wheels to try to affect things that actually don't affect us. Okay, we talk about the distractions. Okay, and this to me is one great big distraction. Okay, that we look up at such a large level. Okay, and freak out and feel powerless and feel helpless or feel pissed or feel this or feel that. Okay, we're an emotionally charged, crazy, rampant, I don't even want to call it a movement because it's not a movement, okay? But we suffer from all the same afflictions that we say the other side suffers from. And while we're doing that, what's happening in your own backyard? What's happening in your own house? What's happening in your own town?
Well, that's when you're looking so far ahead at like step X or whatever, or that you're not getting past A, B, and C. You know what I'm saying? Like you can look and maybe see that as a goal or on the way to the goal of Z or what have you, but you have to do every step and see every step through before you get that far. So you don't jump from A, B to Y. You
Right.
know what I mean? You still have to do each step along the way.
And there's, yes, you need to keep your eye on X and you need to keep your eye on Y, but you also need to be cognizant with the fact that when you open your front door and leave your house, you're stepping from A to B. Okay, so where I'm actually planting my feet to me is way more important than where my feet might end up under certain conditions that I am so far removed from any influence of or any control of. I'm not saying, again, this is the thing, is I'm not saying to be apathetic. I'm not saying to ignore it by any stretch of the imagination. All I'm saying is that, in my opinion, it is completely unrealistic to think that you can affect the changes long distance at X, Y, and Z that you can't affect yourself at A, B, and C. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, if you're not able to commit locally, then doing it just federally isn't really.
And again, too, the success in my experience, and a lot of I say opinion, but also this is like my life, and this is experience, and this is a lot of crap. When you do that A, B, and C thing, then you find out you're truly not alone. Because another big failure is, look at how much they get us to subdivide. Okay, it will use the gun thing. It's not even gun owners against non-gun owners. In the gun owners, it's FUDs, it's black rifles. We sacrifice our own. Okay, and subdivide and subdivide and subdivide and subdivide. Okay, in my personal life, there are people that like guns, and there are people that guns aren't their thing. But there is not one person that I have run into here that's like, and oh my God, you shouldn't have those people who is adversarial. It's just like, hey, not my thing, but I don't care.
My
See,
mother-in-law and
that's
my wife's
very
family are like that. They're
Wait a
legit.
minute.
Like, you shouldn't have those.
Oh, I thought you were saying like whatever. I don't need them, but whatever. Okay, no, you're saying it's the other way, Flippy, for you, for what you're having to deal with.
I had it the other way. I grew up around a lot of people that, I don't know how your area is there, no, but, a lot of people had sporting rifles, bolt actions. Some of them were into the military stuff. A couple of close friends were, but I didn't really have an interest in it at the time. I was in my early 20s. I didn't give a fuck, but I didn't begrudge anybody that wanted to do that stuff.
Right. I sort of grew up the same way. I mean, I grew up around them and in them. There was this whole thing about that. There's the article floating around that the commercial industry manufactured the gun culture, and everybody's saying what a bunch of crap that is. But there is a certain amount of truth to it. And that whole everybody got on his case about Jaeger making this distinction between gun culture and gun community. And I just look at it this way, okay? If these machines have no emotional effect on you, you grew up in what they call the gun culture. And that's exactly what you just described. It was no different than a tractor, and I didn't grow up on a farm, but I mean, it was no different than a tractor, a car, a bus, a fire hydrant, or anything else. It was just a part of life.
Exactly.
And some people enjoyed that part of life, like some people enjoyed swimming or baseball or whatever, and some people didn't particularly enjoy that part of life, but they didn't villainize or condemn anybody that did.
Well, I think a lot of the problem is just that it's been so incrementally removed that it's easier to dehumanize the other people that are opposing you, I guess. It's the right way to put it, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's that erosion. It's that erosion thing that we just talked about. Like, the millennials being the poster child for it. They're taking the rap for it. But it's not just them. It's just that that's the generation that it's become a caricature of. It's become a cartoon almost. You cannot present to me a thought-provoking alternative opinion or opposing viewpoint. I am not able or open enough to override my programming of somebody else telling me I shouldn't have to. Okay? They didn't make this stuff up. They were taught this crap. Okay? Whereas anybody who has any sort of creative process, and then, like any creative process, whatever, whether you're a musician, whether you build things, whatever, if you like creating things, if you just like thinking, if you like, innovating, whatever, tinkering, okay, it's through your failures and through opposing viewpoints that those new discoveries come from, and you have your new aha moments. But now we're in the society of what did they refer to it as, the echo chambers? Technology has made it easy for us to insulate ourselves from anything that makes us think. Okay? And again, that's the slow erosion process, and that's what the millennials have become a cartoon of.
So which generation are you?
Me? I'm the old one. I don't know what they call us. I'm the one after the baby boomers. I'm 51.
Well, I think you're still considered Generation X.
That means he shoots 45 AARP?
Yeah, but see, that's because that's the cool generation.
Hey, I shoot anything.
Right? Sometimes with one hand, sometimes two hands.
And you know what? Sometimes something happens to be more appropriate than the other. I don't have my ego invested in any of it. Sometimes the 45 is the right thing to do. Sometimes the 9's the right thing to do. Sometimes Fat Man and Little Boy are the right things to do. I don't. Then that's my whole point. Is I don't invest my ego in this shit, and I don't stay locked in my ways.
Hey, no. So this is kind of like the argument like that I see a lot, or that I'm confronted with a lot. it's not so much that you shouldn't have a gun or whatever, but you don't need an AR-15. I get that all the time. Like you don't need 30 rounds. Like you don't need 30 rounds to save your life.
Okay.
I get that all the time. So, and I mean, like that's obviously been taught to them because that's the new slogan or whatever, and probably since what the 90s when they pushed the assault weapons ban or whatever.
Okay, so there's basically two ways that we discuss this all the time. Like, what's the best argument for that? What's the best argument for that? You know, we talk about the justification of the black rifle, or why do I need this, or why do I need that? When you do that, you have to realize you're empowering the person who's questioning you because you're participating in the conversation, thus you are giving their position merit. But the fact of the matter is, quite simply, okay, the answer to that question is simple. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I need?
Well, like, so I say a little bit more politely. I tell them, as soon as you ask me a question based off a need, you're being subjective.
Correct. If you can ask me what benefits does that particular gun provide you? What benefits does it give you in a particular situation? What are its good uses? There are ways to have the conversation. But what you just said is exactly correct. When somebody phrases the question in the manner of, why do you need that? They don't want a conversation. So trying to have one with them is impossible, which you probably have discovered. So the ultimate answer to that is, who the fuck are you to tell me what I need?
The two biggest obstacles are like, well, I don't want to say obstacles, but the two biggest challenges that I always get in the conversations is, I don't want to say obstacles because it's not really an obstacle for me, but what they bring up the most is need, and they always like to throw the car analogy, and they were like, well, the government regulates cars. I'm like, well, yeah, the government's not telling you that you can't own a car over 60 miles an hour either. But they regulate the fact that it has to have a seatbelt on it. So therefore, the government has precedence to be able to add a safety feature onto guns.
Mm-hmm. There's pros and cons to everything. Cars are registered. Cars are regulated. Cars are actually probably subject to more restrictions that you don't know about than even firearms are. Okay? It's just that very few cars, like with the notable exceptions in history of like the Corvair, or the Honda three-wheeled ATVs, the old ATXs. Okay, if people don't know the story of the Honda ATX, it was the original three-wheeled ATV, and they were pretty easy to roll over. And the bottom line was that the government finally went to Honda and said, if you don't pull these off the market, we're going to outright make them illegal. And to outright make them illegal would have been a precedence that the rest of the automotive industry did not want to go down that path because of the whole Ralph Nader Corvair thing.
So the fuck is the Corvair thing?
A car was successfully made. Go look it up. Basically speaking, it was a ban of a car.
Yeah,
okay,
of a model.
because of Ralph Nader, who claimed that this car was completely unsafe.
Unsafe at any speed.
But that's like the starting point of the government control banning type of thing. So like the whole thing about California banning specific weapons and New York banning specific weapons, it's evolved. At first it was ban specific features or combinations of features, but to out and out say that this particular gun by make and model is banned, okay, that's a pretty big thing, especially if you apply it to the car world, okay? But also, too, look at the car world thing. You have to have insurance. You have to have seatbelts. You have to have tire pressure monitors. You have to have this. You have to have that, okay? And on the one side of the coin, the public face is that the manufacturers all whine and moan about the federal standards that are imposed on them. But on the other side of the coin, they're laughing all the way to the bank because it jacks up the price of the car and jacks up their profit.
It's also the emission standards too. That
It's funny. I had one of those Kawasaki. What is it? 250 Ducati. Like that was the one that was had the liquid cooled radiator on the front and everything like that.
Yep, they're awesome little bikes.
Oh, dude, that thing was awesome. And I thought that my theory on that back in the day was that was the one that killed more people that got them banned. I didn't realize it was the ATX from Honda.
Now, here's another thing. Now, talk about the crossover pass. And when I say this, you're gonna tell me that I'm batshit crazy, which once again doesn't bother me because you're not at the end of my driveway, okay? But think about this: black powder, gunpowder, smokes. Do you think it's completely unreasonable for them in their attempt to get their agenda enforced that somebody's going to turn around and follow the lead shot ban thing and say, hey, wait a minute, this propellant smokes. This propellant contributes to global warming. We sell approximately a gazillion rounds of ammunition a year, and each one of them produces, X number of cc's of harmful gases into the environment. And so we're going to put an EPA tax on ammo. Or we're going to require some bizarre formulation that makes ammo cost prohibitive. You think that's crazy? Given the current political climate that we all live in right now.
I definitely see, I was going to say Florida, I definitely see California trying to do some crazy shit exactly like that, especially since what they're already willing to try and do with the lead-free and all that other stuff. So I can totally see that shit happening.
Yeah, and while they're doing this to our ammunition, you have companies like recently this week somebody got tagged and fined for polluting a river. Finally, it was like a freaking 7-year-long case, and they ended up with like a couple of $1 billion fine, which they probably made $1 quintillion off a profit in the last 7 years from dumping their waste into a river. And it happened so much that, like I said, I don't even remember the particulars of it.
Well, and yet then, was it last year or was it the year before that the EPA actually did the spill on that river, on a different river, and then they let them own themselves off the hook, if I remember correctly. And that was just like literally a year ago.
Oh yeah, and that was some like really super bad and toxic too, wasn't it? Like the river was like red or green or something.
And it was, most of it was like the heavy metal shit or whatever, and I'm not talking rock and roll.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's cool. Yeah, don't worry. We've scolded ourselves, and how about if we promise we'll never do that again? But if you do it, I'm going to fucking hammer your dick to the seat.
Right. I'm batshit crazy, but the ex-head of Goldman Sachs was the guy that went before Congress and said, unless you do TARP and give me a blank check, it's going to be chaos and pandemonium. It was like the speech from the mayor's office in Ghostbusters.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay,
if you don't do this, total shit is the fucking total chaos. Yes, I do kind of remember that.
Yeah.
So in other words, you do what I'm telling you to do.
Yeah, and he was
I'm going to let the crazy shit happen.
He's the ex-CEO of Goldman Sachs. The head of the Food and Drug Administration is lead counsel for, like, chief legal officer for Monsanto.
Yep.
Okay, I'm crazy? Great, I'm crazy. Once again, you're not at the end of my driveway.
Oh, and who was the guy that got to run the Fed or whatever? He was a former, was it Citi? Well, who was the one, that fucking guy?
Which one?
I think the last one to run the Fed, I think. I don't know if he's the current one, or they are the current one. You know what though? It mirrors your point. It doesn't even need to be justified or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's clear.
The dude, and I forget his names because I just laugh when I read these stories. The guy that put the scanners into TSA and signed the $1 billion plus contract to put the scanners in the full body scanners in the airports 1 month after that contract was signed, left as head of the Homeland Security or the whatever
TSA.
the TSA, he left and got a job on the board of directors for the company that sold the scanners.
As you
Not,
would.
not only that, he was one of the inventors of the scanner.
Oh, so he had the front end, the back end, and the motherfucking middle.
Yep.
But again, whip me up my tinfoil hat. I will wear it with pride.
And to
Right.
add insult to injury on that, no other government in the world would approve them because they were unsafe for the people getting scanned.
Oh, dude, you could cook a microwave dinner in those things. So yeah, again, my thing is, do I have control over that? No. Do I believe in the system that I'm voting into? No. Do I believe there's any difference between a Democrat and a Republican? No. What I believe is what happens in my town, okay? Because that is my A to B to C. And so that's my choice and that's my thing.
Super naive though, because you really can't say that and then be like, and then read what's going on in California and be like,
Do you know what the definition of naive is, Marco? Because I am not naive. I am way less naive than you if you think it makes a difference.
I'm not. I mean, I'm definitely not. I'm not directly. I don't mean to call you directly naive, but I'm just saying to be only concerned with what goes on in your hometown is super closed-minded, and will eventually bite you in the ass. Because if you put it this, if we weren't busy trying to save California, you would never have to probably worry about a state gun law in your state. And if you
Okay,
don't have
so
to worry about a state gun law in your state because your state is so awesome, then you should have been saving California in the first place.
My reply to that quite simply is this. Firstly, like I said, it's got nothing to do with being naive. Secondly, it doesn't mean I don't pay attention to what's going on. But thirdly is this. You can do what you want in California. Okay? That's fine. That's the way you choose to fight the battle. That's the way you choose to fight the battle. But once again, okay, whether you win or whether you lose, what difference does it make, okay, if my own backyard is not in order? Okay, so suppose you win California, whatever you define winning to be. What change does that have to me here in Texas? Okay, suppose you lose California. What change does that have to me in Texas? And my position is the only change it has is the change that I allow.
Oh no, definitely not. Definitely
Well,
not.
Here's the
not,
thing,
because
though. It doesn't have to be a
I
war.
definitely want to say that because if so, by winning California, it went after, or because they had so much ground won already in California, they went after Washington State. They're proposing other gun laws in other, if you want to call them purple states or more red states that have a lot more blue than they recently had in other years. So if you don't think that because of all the craziness going on in California, some form of gun control won't be proposed in your state, that's being naive.
Well,
No, it's not. Okay? And I'm not saying that. Again, you're not hearing me. Okay? Okay, let me put it to you this way. How many, I don't know what the statistics are, but how many times have people in California said to us and said in chats and said in articles about the massive amount of gun ownership in California, the massive amount of gun industry in California, the massive amount of pro-gun people in California?
Still a minority.
Okay.
Would you
Excuse
tell
me?
All right. So would you tell me that the pro-gun stance in California is 51%?
It's around 40% of the voting public.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's a minority then.
Okay.
Okay, so how can you win an election when you only got 40%?
Okay. So
Okay.
you're making my point. You're making my point for me.
Okay.
Okay. How much did these people do to fight what was going on in their backyard?
Not
Now,
enough.
again, I don't know, and I'm not saying it to be from a critical point of view. Okay? What I'm saying is, What did they do? Because what I keep hearing from people in California is that the pro-gun people in California didn't do what all they could do. Okay, so my thing is this. That's California. Before I'm worried about California, I'm worried about here. Okay, and again, this is my thing. This is my take, and it doesn't make me naive. Okay, it makes me committed because I know what's going on and I see what's going on. Okay, and I have influence here in that local thing of what's going on, as opposed to me sending a check for $100 to California.
I'm not saying, okay, so I'm not saying that California should be as important or equally as important to you as Texas, but you should still care for California.
Well,
I'm not saying
hold on, you're missing.
I'm not saying in the sense of money, but how? So, all right. So, like, my biggest argument is that a lot of people, instead of hitting share, they said you should move out of California, and that did not help. And honestly, if you leave it up to just Californians, and if that number is right, 40%, because I guarantee you it's a minority. I don't know what the exact number is, but I guarantee you it's less than the winning population. They do need outside help.
Do you know what the term 49 state car means?
No.
Okay. So back at one point in time, this is got way more to do with guns, this California thing. Back in a certain point of time, California decided that they were going to come out with safety and emission standards for vehicles that exceeded the federal standards. And that meant that the manufacturers had to build two cars. One car that was 49 state legal and one car that was 50 state legal. Okay. California had their own special car. Okay, so I am well aware of the trickle-down thing of how California affects the rest of the country. It's gotten worse now because California now has a bookend in New York. Okay, so you have bookends there. This has got way more to do with than just guns. Okay, this is the thing about how it affects the rest of the country. But my point once again is this: that is California. Okay, and that is New York. Okay. I understand to pay attention and to want to support them, but number one, I will not judge somebody that thinks that the best way to fight is to leave, because I understand that argument, and I will not judge somebody who thinks the best way to fight is to stay. Okay, that's eating your own. Not everybody fights the same way. Okay, and more importantly, again, no matter what happens in California or what happens in New York, how successful that is bleeding into Texas depends on what I do here now.
Well, we gotta wait.
Still not all local though.
I didn't, again, you guys aren't hearing me. I didn't say it was all local. I said you need to keep abreast of X, Y, and Z. But A, B, and C, where you are, is where you affect the change. Okay?
True, but
We're getting away from what you originally said, and I think your original point is a good one to make sure you're active locally, but we're also getting off in this fucking rabbit hole where we're getting distracted. It doesn't have to be an or. There's no or about it. You can do and. You can be active in your local community and make sure the local business is there first, but it doesn't have to be or. Now, that's your choice to disdain from federal level things, and that's all good, but it doesn't have to be an or. People can be active at the local level and participate at a federal level and try and be active for other states. I think that if you're preaching the fact that we need to be unified and not go into the FUD versus the modern sporting rifle versus the military rifle crowd, like, we also have to be united at that level too. So there's no reason for it to be an or. It can be an and.
And again, I didn't say it had to be an or. Okay, and what I said quite simply was, my choices, the way I see them and the way I experience them, is a choice and is a participation. Okay, again, choosing not to decide is a choice. Okay, so if you want to, what'd you say?
Does that choice affect anything besides you? Like if you're just silent and you abstain, which is a choice, what influence does that have other than on you?
You said I'm silent and I abstain.
You
Everybody
said
that knows
you
me
didn't.
know my abstinence is not silent. Okay, so
It
again,
is,
there's the
okay,
difference.
but it is silent to the people that don't know you, and those are the people that you're trying to influence on a federal level. Maybe
I'm
on a
not trying
local
to
level.
influence. No. See, here's where it falls apart. I'm not trying to influence anybody. Okay, and I'm not silent. Okay,
Well,
my
as an
thing.
American, that's what your vote is its influence.
No, it's not. Okay, again, the lack of vote is also an equal influence. You're
No, it's
saying.
not.
You just said that it doesn't have to be an or. So what you're telling me is a vote is a voice, but a non-vote is not a voice.
It isn't a voice because it has no bearing.
Okay, well then you're absolutely
doesn't
positively wrong. Okay,
How?
because if that was a true statement, there would be no interest in voter turnout polls. So that is absolutely factually incorrect. Okay, the non-voting statistic is a voice.
But it has no influence on the end result.
Based on what do you make that statement?
Based on when they count the votes, they don't go, oh, well, this many people didn't vote at all, so we're going to do this because that was actually the majority. And if that were the case, if that were the truth, then the non-voters would have been running this place for a very long time.
Until the point where nobody votes.
Exactly. That's the only way it works. And when are we going to get there?
I have to agree.
with which one, B?
With that the non-vote. There's not two. The standing, whatever the hell his name is.
Speak up, bro.
I was gonna say, can anybody else not hear him? I can't hear what he's saying.
I can y'all can hear me?
Barely.
Oh, what the fuck you mean barely? You better hear me all fucking day, yo. Alright, how about now?
Turn down for
bro.
what?
Alright, y'all can hear me now? Alright.
Yes.
No?
Barely.
Close enough. It's fine.
Yeah, whatever. No fucking barely. I'm talking loud as shit. No, I agree with that. The fucking with standing. I don't know. Yeah, your name just says standing on my screen. But
Yeah, it's all good.
yeah, hold on.
He'll be right back after
Yeah.
these messages.
And like, don't get me wrong. No, like, I completely support your decision to live how you want and to protest how you want or whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, for me, what I see is that's not the most effective means to do it.
Oh, believe me, this has nothing to do with whether or not you approve or not. I'm trying to show you the other side of it. Whether you accept it is immaterial. But like, some things are facts and some things are opinions. And
Hold on. So me not accepting it is immaterial. So how is me not accepting your philosophy immaterial, but yet you not voting is material?
What do they have to do with each other? Okay.
If you're putting forth this philosophy and me not accepting it is immaterial, how is you not participating in voting not immaterial? Because it's not going to influence it either way. And if I accept your philosophy and I do it, then it is material, because then you have one more person going into your system. But if I don't accept it and it's immaterial, that's the same as saying that abstaining from a vote is immaterial.
It's not. But that's my point. That's the point that you're missing. It's not a system. I'm not looking for anybody's votes. I'm not looking for anybody's approvals. Okay. So here's the situation. Like, again, you say that not voting isn't a statement, and that not voting has no bearing. Okay. If that were the case, then they wouldn't be so concerned with who isn't voting, who is voting.
No, what I said, let's be clear, because we want to define terms here. What I said is that it carries no influence. I didn't say that it doesn't have a bearing on the election, because the more people that don't vote, right, it just makes the other people that do vote it makes their vote more valuable. So it's not that it doesn't have an effect, but you're not having influence on the federal level. Your views
How is
aren't-
effect not influence?
Your particular vote has no influence. It is having effect because you're giving more weight to other people's votes, whether they agree with you or not. But your particular view and your particular vote, right, because it was not cast, puts nothing in the pot one way or the other. So
Okay. So there. Hold that thought. You said my particular view. When there is a candidate that represents my particular view, then maybe I'll think about voting. In the
good luck with
meantime,
that.
in the meantime,
So every local candidate shares your exact vote that you ever vote for?
no, I did not
So
say
then
that.
what's the difference? So you'll vote for
The
someone at a
difference-
local level that doesn't share every single one of your views, but you
Are
want
you going to
it
let me
federal.
talk? You're going to keep talking over me. You want the questions answered?
Well, let me finish the question and you can answer it. So you say that you need a perfect candidate on a federal level, but yet to vote for him, but yet at a local level, you don't need the exact perfect candidate. You'll still vote for him.
You said the word perfect. I didn't. Nothing in this world's perfect.
You said that lines up with your views exactly. So that
No, I
would
did
be a
not
perfect
say.
candidate.
No, I did not say that. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Go back and replay the tape. What I said is when there is someone who represents my views. Okay. Is anything perfect? No. Okay. So take the ideology off the table and let's be practical about it. Not one of these people do I trust. Not one of these people isn't in somebody's pocket, and not one of these people isn't a professional liar. Not one. Okay? And when I cast a vote for one of them, I am willfully giving up my personal power to be led and ruled by them. Okay? Now, when there is a candidate, if there's ever a candidate that I feel the reward is worth that risk, then I will contemplate voting. Is it going to be perfect? No, never. But right now, none of them come even close to that.
So why not just write yourself in or something instead?
Why would I want to participate in a system I don't believe in? It's like saying I can't be easily corrupted. It's
'Cause I
like
mean-
it's like me saying, hey, if you give me a briefcase for $10 million, with $10 million in it, or if you do it the other way and say, if you don't play our game, a barbell's going to fall on your neck.
So
Well, I
So you
understand
just-
that you believe that like most of them are like bought off or something, but there's still alternatives. I mean, there's always someone that you could vote for that actually reflects.
And in my experience and my own personal knowledge and in my involvement in politics on many levels through the years, I can tell you, whether you believe it or not, I can tell you that what they are afraid of the most is people saying enough. I am not voting for the lesser of two evils. I am not buying A or B. Okay? That is what they are afraid of. Okay? They are afraid of the fact that it is representative of that you reject any control. Okay? And so that has become popularized as anarchy and chaos and villainy and the world's going to collapse type of crap.
Okay,
Okay,
let
the
me ask
fact
you a
that
question now.
So what system are you advocating for? That maybe I'm missing something.
I'm not particularly advocating for any system.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I see where your train of logic, and I see what where you're going with it. So if they're scared the most of non-participation, right, and at a federal level, but you'll participate at a local level, what makes the local politician any less susceptible to greed than the federal level, excluding scale? Obviously, federal, corruption is a larger scale, but local politics can be corrupted just as easily. And two, you say that you're not going to give up your right to did you say personal freedom, personal governance, Sovereignty? What was the word you used?
Freedom. Don't use
Okay.
sovereignty because that's a dumbass concept. Okay.
Okay, so you said you're going to give up your right to personal freedom and personal governance.
Mhm.
Well, if a person gets elected, right? Let's say Hillary gets elected, and she tries to enact a law that you don't agree with. Do you get to not follow that law because you say I didn't vote for her?
I think it's
I don't
more
need
of that
it
it wasn't his fault that it did get enacted.
I don't need that as justification, but if you want to call it justification, what Z said is probably even, closer to what my thought process is. Any and all of us are perfectly free to choose not to comply with whatever you don't feel like complying with.
Okay. So
Okay? Just like one morning, a couple of million people in New York woke up felons doing absolutely nothing that they did the next day. Okay, and to answer the first part of your question, I don't know if you were here for it, but like we had talked about that briefly. What makes local politics different is this: I never said that guy wasn't subject to corruption. Okay, I'm not saying that he's not subject to backdoor deals. That's going to happen. The difference is this: okay, he is accountable to me eye to eye and face to face at the restaurant, at the marina, in the grocery store. Okay, I see him. Okay, I am his neighbor. Okay, and if you believe it or not, that severely alters a person's judgment when they decide risk versus reward to exercise corruption. There's always going to be under the table deals. But let me tell you, people give that way, way, way more consideration when you live next door to them and you see them every day. Okay?
Well, then there can be also direct consequences for any actions that they do have, and I mean direct consequences.
Absolutely. And the other part of it, like I said, is it's not about whether or not I'm allowed. It's not about whether or not, I'm justified. What it's about, quite simply, is this. Okay? I'm sure you speed. Okay? You willfully break the speed limit like 99.9% of the people out there. That's your choice. Okay? It doesn't matter whether or not you think you have a right to. What matters is, whether or not it's illegal. That's immaterial. Your decision is your decision. Okay? And you willfully exercise the choice to break whatever laws that you break. And then there's that other crazy statistic that I don't know if it's true or not, but somebody had said, like, in the normal law-abiding citizen in the average course of their day unknowingly commits 3 felonies because of the ludicrousness of the statutes that are on the books now. Okay?
3
So
felonies,
there's that.
felonies are pretty extreme, but the concept probably stands true that people break more laws than they realize.
Right. So again, the fact remains is this. Okay? That's me personally. Expand that out to a neighborhood, to a town, to a whatever. Okay, we feel this law is unjust. We feel this thing is unjust. As a national gun community, we haven't been able to pull that off. Okay, that coalescence. Like we talk about the like Marco was saying. Even gun people say, why do you need that gun, or why do you need 30 rounds, or what's your problem with registration? Okay, we don't have that cohesiveness on a national level.
Well,
okay?
I think that might be some gun owners, but not, let's quote-unquote gun people, right? Gun people know the answers to those questions, but just
what's the difference between a gun owner and a gun people?
Well, so a gun owner is anybody that goes and buys a gun. They don't necessarily have to be into what we stated earlier, the gun culture, right? They don't have to know the nuances and the things that kind of go into it. I would say
do you think your opposition in this battle doesn't lump them in with you?
Depends on who they vote for.
Well, no, that's exactly the point, though, is the opposition to whether it's us, the FUD, the tactical, the gamer, any of those, the opposition, the anti-gunner, don't give a fuck, dude. We are all basically a scourge on the fucking planet to these people, man. So they are unified on that front, where we're, and I don't mean we, I mean
You
Not
just
anybody.
you just segregated us into gun owners versus gun people, and
I didn't
that is
segregate anybody.
yes, you did. You just made a
No,
distinction. You just
because
made a distinction
there is a
between what you
difference.
call gun owners and
You
what you call gun people.
you praised Jaeger's distinction 12 minutes ago. What the hell are you talking about? There's a
Yes,
distinction. There is a
yes,
distinction. I didn't make it. I don't make
yes, you did.
reality. Reality just happens. I mean, you, if you want to argue about the semantics of defining terms, I was using gun people just like you used the term gun culture.
You're acting
Whereas-
like the semantics is unimportant.
No, I'm not.
The semantics is important
No,
because your
I'm critiquing you
opposition
for being a
sees.
hypocrite for trying to say I said something that you didn't say 12 minutes ago.
I didn't deny saying it. I'm the one that brought it up. You're sitting here saying you didn't make a distinction, and I'm telling you you did. I openly
No,
admit I made a distinction, and I made
no,
it for a reason.
no. The distinction has been made. I just noted it.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
make that distinction.
Oh, I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize.
And this is exactly my point. As long as they are successful in the subdivisions and the finger pointing within the community itself or the culture itself, you have to understand something. When you look at it at large, there are them with guns and who are whatever, gun owners, gun people, whatever. There are them with guns and them without guns. Okay, and you know what? As long as now it's the LGBXYZ with guns and the this with guns and the that with guns. Okay, and everybody's got some sort of point that distinguishes them and makes them better than somebody else or makes that other group worse than somebody else. Whether it's somebody telling me that I can or can't have a 30-round magazine, or I shouldn't have a black rifle, or a shotgun's okay, or whatever. Okay, to entertain these distinctions is an enormous weakness strategically.
Because the opposition doesn't care how you feel about it. They could lump us, like you were saying, all in together, as in the scourge, basically. Because they don't want any of us to have
But
any
hold
part
on.
of it.
But would you say that someone that doesn't fully grasp or is questioning the need, right, quote unquote, the need for an AR-15, that person's most likely part of the opposition. They're probably part of that group that says, well, I got mine, so I don't care if you ban them now because I already got mine.
Okay,
Well,
and on the macro level, is that person a gun owner or a non-gun owner, the person you're describing?
well, if they own a gun, they're a gun owner.
Okay, so then to the opposition, they're just the enemy.
Maybe, or maybe they are part of the opposition. A lot of the anti-gunners went out after Sandy Hook and bought a lot of guns simply to say, oh, I have mine now, go ahead and ban them. I don't care if you ban them.
And
I mean,
that's exactly my point.
Well, there's
Okay.
assholes on either side. I mean, let's not forget that there's assholes everywhere on this planet.
Mhm.
There are
But
those that are going to be willing to deal with the consequences of their choices, and then there are people that are going to blame someone else for the consequences of their choices.
look at it from terms of solidarity and let's polarize it. Okay? There's the pro-gun side and the anti-gun side. Okay? On the pro-gun side, we eat each other. On the anti-gun side, no matter how batshit crazy they appear, they don't eat themselves. Okay? They are uniquely drawn together despite all of their other differences in their radically emotional hatred of a machine and people who like that machine. So they're green, they're blue, they're purple, they're gay, they're Protestant, Jewish, Catholic, they're whatever, okay? And they're blind to all of that and still join together because their hatred and fear of a machine and the people who like that machine overwhelms all that, okay? We have not even come close to being able to do that in return.
Yeah. You know, I wonder sometimes that if you look behind the curtain, if they didn't have the same discussions we have, out of our sight because we're not in those circles, to where they present a unified front, which we need to get better at, but behind the scenes they do kind of eat their own. But
Well, wait, don't believe that they like each other. They move past the fact of whether they do or they don't like each other. That part is irrelevant. They are motivated for the sole purpose.
well, they put on a good public face.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a public face or if it's the voting face,
No.
because basically.
Wait, hold on. The voting face. So the voting does influence. Going back to what we were talking about.
Well, now wait a minute. I didn't say that I don't vote federally. I also agree with No that the most important vote that you give is the local and state level. Now,
I started with that.
I also believe myself that. Do I feel like I'm throwing my vote away because none of them represent my vote? Yes. Yes, I do. But I'm also willing to deal with the consequences of my action, and No would probably feel like I might be wasting my energies in this, and I'm okay with that too. It's that I'm still going to vote in that because that's just me. That's who I am.
That's why I interdicted and joined in this, is the simple fact that it doesn't have to be an or, right? I constantly tell people that your local elections are the most important, and those are the ones that you have the most influence on, because you do know those people, and in some cases you grew up with those people, and you can call those people on the phone, or you can you can get in contact with them at the grocery store or whatever it may be. But to simply say that abstaining, right? You said earlier that because he didn't vote for Hillary Clinton that he has no blame in it. Well, he also didn't vote against her, so there is blame in it.
No, I disagree with that. I do disagree with that. Me making a choice to vote for somebody other than Hillary Clinton, that's on me. Him not voting in that, I still don't believe that it's. How is the consequence his?
Well, it's not his alone.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying, is that he bears no consequence from his action. In that, now here's the other thing: are you going to hear No pissing and moaning about this, that, or the other thing if the person that he didn't vote for, literally, the one he didn't want to win, wins? You're not going to hear one fucking crying about it. You ain't going to hear none of that. Now, out of me, if I voted for somebody other than the Queen, you're going to hear crying out of me, but at the same time, that's a consequence of my action.
And Standing, you bring up two excellent points, actually, that I want to jump in here on. The first one is this. Okay, you said if I don't vote for somebody else, that I'm not voting against Hillary. Okay, that's unacceptable to me. The second that I am allowed to cast a vote against without being for somebody else, okay, I'll be the first person on the polls. Okay, and I'll make sure everybody else who wants to vote against can vote against. Okay, I think that is one of the biggest changes to the system that could be made. Is I want to be able, if you want to play this game, okay, don't make me choose between Manson and Bundy. Let me cast my vote against.
You're saying the literal thumbs down.
Yeah,
not a number either. You are literally saying the thumbs, dude.
That's not a bad idea at all,
dude. Okay. Just then let them fucking tally all that shit, bro.
Yeah.
And that is the literal none of the above. Go fuck yourself. Vote.
There's how many people are in this country? What's the population? 7 billion, whatever, 330, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
337, I think, million, somewhere around there.
Okay. Somebody else decided that they were going to give me this pool of monkeys to choose from without my approval. What if I want Z to be my nominee? What if I want you to be my nominee? What if I just want to say, like, jury selection? Nope. None of these are cutting it for me. Come back with something else. Okay? So yeah, I think firstly, it's a logical fallacy to assume that a vote for somebody else is automatically a vote against somebody else. So that whole concept of just being able to vote against, I like. And the other thing you brought up a little bit earlier, because this is real interesting to me, you said, do I think that these people sit around and talk like we talk? And the fact of the matter is, I actually tried to find that out. And the only time I ever see these people get together on this particular anti-gun subject matter is when it's orchestrated by somebody above them, when it's a Bloomberg stepping in, or when it's somebody else stepping in. We are personally invested in this because we are the gun owners, and we're trying to protect our rights and protect our property and not have things taken away from us. And that gives us a very different place we're coming from than these other people. But I don't know, like, if you've tried to find this out or what your experience is that you noticed this, but I am not aware of any quote-unquote grassroots organized, organic anti-gun movements. The only ones that I have ever come across are ones that are actually purposefully funded and orchestrated from the outside.
Yeah, let's call them sponsored, right? Like there's a sponsored movement, whether it be by
Perfect
Bloomberg or something else.
And I have to agree in that my anti-gun friends, you know, the ones where they're asking me for need or they don't feel that I should have or anything like that. It's not that they don't talk about guns when I'm not there. I just know that they never get together to specifically talk anti-gun shit, whether I'm there or not there. Usually I'll get a ration of shit when I'm there, and sometimes I'll get a little ganged up on. You know, sometimes I'm defending myself with facts. Sometimes facts, you know, bounce off and everything like that, and it doesn't matter. But I'm kind of in total agreement of what you're saying there, in that, you know, how many hangouts are they having? How many times are they getting together to discuss this? They're not.
And see, for the, like, let's say 98% of everything Noah's saying before I jumped in here, I agree with him with, right? So it's like, I don't want it to come off as like there's a division or whatever. It's just the one part in that whole system that I personally disagree with is that being silent will have great influence. And I could be 100% wrong on that. You know, time will tell. But the basic principles of everything you were saying, except for that little part of it, I 100% agree with. And that's something I tell people all the time, is to make sure you're involved locally. Make sure you know who you're voting for locally.
Absolutely.
But when
here's the other thing too, which to me is even more important. You and I are disagreeing, but we're still talking. You haven't called me a dick. I haven't told you were an asshole. You know, there's no finger pointing. There's no right or wrong. It's one of those things where you have your perspective and I have my perspective, but the fact remains is that we're still talking because we are both trying to accomplish the same thing. It's when we alienate anybody that could possibly help us because of some other bizarre thing, like whether we talk about the FUDs or whether we talk about, you know, the
wear Nike and I like Reebok, whatever it may be, some stupid shit.
Well, and look at it. Neither one of you said fuck. Neither one of you said fuck you. I can't even talk to you. Like, and that actually happens all the fucking time. Is that
huge?
Well, fuck you. I just can't even talk to you about this. Fuck you. And literally, that's the fucking end of the conversation. There is no forward, there is no back. It just simply fucking ends.
Well, if you listen, like, everyone here that has spoke on this has put thought and time into their opinion, and it's not like someone was put on a leash and led to that opinion by Bloomberg or whoever it may be. So of course we're gonna have like moments of contention where we're defending our thought process, or we're trying to understand each other's thought process better. But once again, we all get to the same goal. We're all on the same path, trying to get to the same goal.
And that's exactly the point, and the observation is they're being led and they're being coalesced and not thinking critically or independently is weakness. And our diversity and the fact that we do have these arguments can actually be a huge strength that can greatly overwhelm them, except that we can't pull it together and be able to have those creative disagreements if we eat each other. Okay?
Well, and that's,
So it's like one of those things where the thing that's killing us the most in the public arena is actually our greatest strength, the diversity.
yeah. Well, and that's kind of, if you think about it, that's kind of why they are able to present such a unified front, is because it's a cookie cutter opinion that someone gives them and say, hey, run with this, stick to these, key talking points or whatever it is. Where on our side, we're a massive group of individuals with 1,000 different directions. I think harnessing that and figuring out a way to put that in action is probably our biggest challenge right now. Is probably what we need to do as a community most, is figure out how to take all that individual effort and sharpen it into a point so that we can use it when we need it, which is basically all the time.
And again, that comes back to the ego thing, is the ability to check your ego and not be so ego invested in what any one of us particularly sees as the only right way. Because if you think about it, that's rampant in our community in all areas. You look at the training thing, look at the gun thing.
9
this
versus
is the
45.
Yeah, this is the only caliber. This is the only way to hold a gun. This is the only way that's this. Okay, and half of these people that take that stance, they don't even understand why they're doing it. They're just parroting somebody. So in the personalities prevalent in the community, that's already there and an issue everywhere, and it's the same issue here. But like you said, it's right now, it's not like, I just can't talk to you anymore and that's it, and you cut the ties. It's actually realizing what we just said. The fact that we are so different and the fact that we are so diverse should make us more effective, not fracture us.
Forgive me for harping on this, but I think it really goes back to utilizing the fact that it's not an or, it's an and. Like, you can have 45 and 9mm. You can have a Weaver stance and an isosceles stance. You can have a shotgun for hunting ducks and an AR-15. This whole or thing, we got to get over it.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir here, because the first rule of conflict, the first rule of battle, the first rule of fighting, adapt and overcome.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome. Yes, sir.
Okay? So at any point, that's how you can always tell when somebody's going to lose. Okay? When somebody is so rigid, okay, that they won't even consider alternative possibilities, they've already lost. Okay? When you're that rigid, there is no victory. The only victory at that point just comes in sheer overwhelming disparity of force, if that exists for you. But yeah, I agree with you completely. There should always be an and, but that doesn't necessarily mean that as an individual I'm particularly good at both sides of it, or I have my own strengths, I have my own weaknesses. There's shit that I'm good at. There's shit that's better for me to spend and invest my time in, because I'll get more of an effect than I will some other way. Okay? And again, we can't condemn other people because they don't have the same skills or balances or opinions. We have to be able to say, hey, you know what? You live in California, you choose to stay in California, and you want to fight for California, and I respect that. And so what, if anything, is an effective way for me to aid that? Likewise, if the person decides leaving California is the way that he's going to fight it, because that's his expression of like, if these laws exist here, then I don't exist here, and I'm taking the tax base, and I'm taking the productivity, and I'm taking my family. And you have to be able to recognize that if that's that person's decision, okay, how do you support that decision? Some people are letter writers, some people are voters, some people are trigger pullers. I mean, it's literally that extreme. Okay, and again, it's whether or not we agree personally needs to be separated from two things. Is this person's motivation valid? Meaning apathy is fuck it, I'm out of here, and I'm just going to out of sight, out of mind it. That to me is not fighting. That to me is running away. But moving out can still be a strategy and a weapon in a battle. So my first thing is, whether the person's staying or whether the person's leaving, what is his intent? Because also you can choose to stay and be a part of the problem and not a part of the solution. So geography isn't the thing here. The thing is intent and what's your plan and what you're trying to accomplish. And at that point in time, like I said, it's not my job or my desire to tell anybody that they're right or wrong. My only thing is what's your motivation.
Well, and I think after that's established, the key point that you said earlier, key word, I think, is support. How do we support each other in the most effective and efficient manner? Whether it be, like, I have friends in California that are looking to get out, so I send them real estate listings and say, hey, here's a cool place, here's places that are hiring in the area, you know, whatever. People that stay, hey, if you need me to write a letter to your congressman on behalf of my business, perfect. We won't do business in California, or, you know, things like that. How do we support these people as a collective? You know, forget the individuals. As a collective, how do we support them?
And that I have no answer for. I'm way better at supporting the individual. Like you know, perfect example, what you just said. I mean, island's in the middle of everything that's going on in Hawaii, and I don't know what, if anything, I can do to help him in Hawaii or Hawaii in general. But the first words out of my mouth were, if you feel you need to get out, you have a place to stay for as long as you need and whatever help that I can give you. Okay? Because I know him leaving in no way, shape, or form is him giving up the fight. So I have no problem with that.
Jack.
Now, what I can do to help him on his island, I count on him telling me. I could get some sort of random email asking for a donation for $20 for the Save Hawaii from Gun Dictatorship thing, and I have no idea of knowing if that's valid or not valid. There's so many scams out there, and there's like the NRA does not do good at the state level. Okay, so contributing to the NRA isn't necessarily going to help Hawaii at all. So I count on him to say, you know, what's the best way that I can help you in the situation that you are? And maybe that's writing a letter, or maybe it's sending him, you know, magazines. Okay, because like some companies won't sell him stuff that it's perfectly legal for him to own simply because they don't want to get involved, which to me is ludicrous.
Well, see, like that's the point. So, all right. So then we get back to the fact of, do those people, that are like that, like for example, like if California is like your neighboring state, do you write in your neighboring state when your neighboring state is throwing some crazy bullshit right next door to you? You call those congressmen as well. You send letters. Do you hit the share button? Is my point. You know what I'm saying?
To me, no, because I know for a fact that if you're not a part of their voting constituency, it has no material effect on their decision.
But that's why it should matter to you. So therefore, like those Texas NRA members should be throwing a fit whenever Hawaii presents a new bad gun law. They should be like, yo, go over there.
I can write all the letters that I want to Island's representatives, and they don't give a shit because I don't vote for them.
Now check it out. No, you
should. You should be like, oh, I'm going to take a vacation to Hawaii. I'm going to Florida.
And that the representatives wouldn't care. What the letters concerning would actually probably go to the tourism board or something to that effect, and that basically you would twist their arm in saying, well, you know, you have such shitty this, shitty that about the Second Amendment that I'm going to Florida this year or for a vacation, and I'll never go to Hawaii till you change. You have to, for something like that where you're out of state, I think G-Webs had definitely mentioned it before, is that it's not necessarily that you're contacting their congressman specifically. You would be contacting their their tourism boards and or
chambers of commerce.
I said this the other night.
You've segued right into something that we battered about all the time, and I bang my fist on the table with this. Okay, it's a financial war, And that financial war just doesn't mean donations to the NRA or to the Second Amendment Foundation. The financial war is this. When you see something that's anti-gun, you find out whose money's supporting that, and you make an attempt to cripple that income source. Okay? We hear all the time about people pulling their sponsorships. You know, a professional athlete does something wrong and he loses his sponsorships. Somebody airs the wrong program on TV and they lose their sponsorship. That's where the economic focus needs to be. So like you say, for Hawaii, the Board of Tourism, the Chambers of Commerce, that's how you really get these people's attention, because again, the corruption comes from money, and money is the best way to attack the corruption.
And you tell them that you're penalizing them for the representatives that they've picked that have led to this situation.
Well, and I guarantee you get enough people sending that information to those places, and they are going to be the ones that are going to talk to the voted-in officials, and they are going to be the ones that say, "Look, man, we're about to lose, X million dollars, X." I don't even want to say $1 billion, but when you're talking about Hawaiian tourism for the statewide for a year, yeah, you're talking hundreds of millions if you're not talking $1 billion for sure.
I talked about this the other night, is the effect that machine gun tourism has had on Nevada's gun laws, and we've actually made a lot of gains since the machine gun tourism has really grown in our state, and a lot of that is those business owners saying, hey, we need some leeway here, and we can bring in a lot of money, and that's actually helped us a lot.
Hey, because they want that tax revenue. Let's not pretend like they don't give a shit about that money. They care about that more than they care about your vote. I hate to say it. They care about that money, where, like you're saying, where it's coming from, where it's going.
And like in Texas here, local, one of the big things, I think it's Concealed Carry Texas. I forget which group it is, but they actually have business cards that you can print off, or you can have them printed up. And
take it easy, bro.
It says on the card, due to your position on the Second Amendment, I choose to do my business elsewhere, blah, blah, blah. If you would like to discuss this matter, feel free to contact me, however. Okay? And that's actually like a really, really big grassroots thing down here. There's something called 3006.com, and 3006 is the statute that businesses use to prohibit guns from being carried on their premises. And 3006.com actually tells you where the signs are legally posted that don't want your business if you're a gun owner. So, like I said, that kind of little local thing financially has a huge impact.
Word, absolutely. And I'm not saying that we haven't been talking about this or thinking about this. I just definitely think that this is, how I was saying earlier, this is one of the things that we need to get past some of the things that we're hung up on. We can remember them. We don't forget, but that's not what we need to deal with. What we need to deal with is like we're kind of coming to this point right here. No, it's like when you were saying, yes, my backyard is A, B, and C, but that doesn't mean that you're not paying attention to what's X, Y, and Z. And this is one of those things right here that this could fill in some of the parts in the middle.
Absolutely. X, Y, and Z is what I need to prepare A, B, and C for.
Right. It truly.
And the other thing, too, is we're still talking about being in a defensive position. Okay? I know of no business who actually promoted carry in their business whose business suffered from it. Okay? You hear story after story after story, and a lot of them are local, okay, of people that say, present your concealed carry license, or show us you're a concealed carrier and you get 10% off your meal, or you get this, or you get that. The people that have embraced the other side of it and actually invited the community in, I know, and I may be wrong, but I have not heard of one specific one of them that move did nothing but increase their business, Okay, yet how many businesses do we hear about who said we don't want gun carriers in here, and their businesses took a whack?
Yep. Yep, that's a very accurate point. You know that it's voting with your feet, it's voting with your wallet, so to speak. You know.
Well, and also something that I've been harping on lately, and it kind of plays into that, is that we don't always have to play defense. We can play offense. Look at what Tennessee did recently when they told businesses, if you're going to put up a no carry sign, then you are personally responsible for those citizens' safety. And if something happens while they're there, they can now sue you. That was an offensive measure that is pro carry, and we need to
Absolutely.
get on the point where we're playing offense too. Some teams can win, like the 85 Bears could win only playing defense, but that's rare. Like, we got to play offense too. You know what I mean?
85 Bears.
Yeah, the 85 Bears, they won with defense, but that's rare.
Oh, a football team. You don't mean actually 85 Bears. I'm like, what did 85 Bears do?
They all banded together and held their phalanx.
Exactly. Did
They
85 Bears
protected
get together and steal a picnic basket?
Hey, Yogi.
They prevented a forest fire.
Yeah, no, but again, like the offensive thing, I agree, and it's very difficult for us because we're always protecting something. We're protecting our egos. We're protecting our possessions. We're protecting what they like to say our toys. Okay, that's another one that they like to throw out there. We're protecting our rights. We're always guarding something, and so that makes us leery of going on the offense, and that is a huge thing, like you say. And the other thing we talk about all the time is that even when we do stop them and we do win, we just say, oh, now we can breathe a little bit until the next time. And my point is, no. Use the critical thinking, use the writing to see where the next thing is coming from and stop it before it gets momentum. Stop them before they give us something to have to defend ourselves again.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you say that we went on the offensive with the whole open carry thing in general in Texas?
Open carry is definitely offensive.
That's a good example of it, but I think, that's a good example of a victory that we should celebrate and that we should use as an example to do more.
Because there was that, and then there was campus carry, which was then pushed and passed immediately afterwards.
Okay,
at the same
now
time,
I'll tell you what
listen,
I'll tell you what the really offensive part of that move was. The day after open carry passed, the open carry, we'll call them lobby in general, the open carry groups said that after they won, now mind you, their position then became, you know what? The fact that we need your position to open carry is wrong. We don't consider it a victory. And the very next day they started to push for constitutional carry. Now that to me is being offensive. You won and you just said, I don't care that I won because I still think that needing your permission is losing, so now I want constitutional carry.
Now you're saying
right.
offensive as in a position of like pushing, and not offensive as in like something that would offend someone.
Yeah, offensive as in the opposite of defense, not offensive as in I'm offending you.
Yeah, offensive as in let's go out and fight for, gains, not, hey, you're an asshole.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think of the next 3 closest states to go constitutional? I don't think Texas is one of them.
I
At least
don't.
not the top 3.
I agree with
Nevada's
you.
playing with it.
I don't think we're going to be the next one to go constitutional. I feel like at some point we will.
West Virginia just went constitutional. There's like 5 or 6.
Considering the constitutional was the bit they cut from the open carry bill to get the open carry bill to pass.
And I'm not going to say that the gun laws in Texas are bad by any stretch of the imagination. They're not. They're great. Okay? But I agree with them. They are still laws. And it is not the way people like to think of Texas as the wild, wild west. We are far from, say, Arizona. Okay?
Plus, you're
But
a border
again,
state.
Again, it's that thing is like, everybody has the perception, like when you tell people that Arizona has way more lax gun laws than Texas, they don't even buy into that. It like doesn't fit in their brain because the stereotype of Texas is we're the wild, wild freaking West.
Hmm. Everyone here has a fucking horse and a fucking gun.
Or a pickup truck and a gun.
Definitely cowboy hats, cowboy boot, big ass belt buckle, and a chaw in.
I don't know of any other state right now that's pushing for constitutional carry.
We have a couple of legislators pushing it, but I don't know how much traction it's going to get.
That's what I'm saying. But like as far as the actual state of getting it, didn't Missouri get like some form of it? But I don't know. It's kind of weird how it works. I don't know. I think
Missouri got it. It just hasn't been like they passed it, but it hasn't come into law yet.
Yeah, we just need to get more stuff to the governor though, because our governor's fucking awesome.
Well, that's the problem, Flippy. In that the governor doesn't make law; he signs laws. He's the executive branch, right? He's there to execute the law. It's those motherfuckers in Congress, whether it's the state house, state senate. Those are the ones that are making the laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's the first deep breath we've had in the past 45 minutes, gentlemen. You guys are awesome.
So I'm going to go ahead and volunteer this service, but Island and Heavy, if you guys want to message me on gun channels, your local representative's contact information, I'm going to send them a personal letter telling them that I won't be sending my tourism dollars to that area specifically for their stances on the Second Amendment, and just get this started now.
I'll send them a letter that says me, my 47 family members, the Swedish bikini team, and our church group will
which is the bikini team.
Yeah, will no longer be. Embellish. Why not?
Well, and it's actually already affected Heavy because my wife wanted to take a vacation recently. I mean, she was talking about places she wanted to go, and I just took California completely off the menu. I said, nope, we're not going there. They're too anti-gun. We're not spending our money there. So
call them and tell them that. That's
I mean, that sounds more like it affected your wife than it affected Heavy.
It affected California and the fact that they're losing, revenue and tax dollars, and the businesses won't be receiving our money. So
she'd be like, I was gonna go to Disney World, but instead of I was gonna go to Disneyland, but instead I'm going to Disney World because y'all be fucking up.
Now, by that logic, though, how many of us are going to Europe on vacation?
Now I'm going to like Vietnam and shooting some shit. So you want to hear some funny shit? My cousin, so if everyone knows my saga of when I got trapped out in SHOT Show because of the fucking snowstorm out in DC, I ended up crashing at my cousin's jump. And her husband like has an AR-15, the gun. He's not really a gun guy, but like he works with this Japanese company, and this motherfucker like recently was in like middle of like Vietnam somewhere, like Cambodia or somewhere, and he shot like a 240 saw and was supersized in the middle of the jungle. It's awesome. Who's that one dude who does videos
Thailand, but I'm not sure. I think he's using RPG.
Yeah, like people go out to those countries and shoot like RPGs. I wonder what it costs to actually go out there. That's what I really want to know.
What?
It's not expensive once you get there.
Yeah, but I mean, like, is it like 50 rounds like an RPG, or is it like 200? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just got no paperwork. It's like 200 instant. Boom, shoot it. Or is it like 35? It's probably like 22, 38.
I know a guy that went to Vietnam, and he shot machine guns in the basement of a bar. So you get lit, go down, shoot machine guns. They're giving you shots while you're shooting. Pretty wild.
That's wild.
Oh, and to address a comment that Moon made in the chat room earlier, and to everybody else, he said it's getting pretty preachy up in here. You know, I know it may come across that way. The bottom line is I ain't preaching. All I'm saying is the possibility exists that there's some perspectives that you don't consider. There's some perspectives that you should consider. Doesn't make them right. Doesn't make them wrong. But the fact of the matter is they're out there, and that's that. And sometimes, like the shit with Comey today, sometimes it just becomes easier for people to accept different things because their world's been turned upside down. And unfortunately today, a lot of people that I talk to, both in the real world and here, they just like can't fit that whole thing in their brain. And then there are other people that have just been saying all along she ain't never going to be indicted. So it's one of those wake up moments where perhaps you'll be receptive to the fact that there's stuff out there that you need to consider, and don't drink anybody's Kool-Aid blindly.
Hey, this bitch is so Teflon. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I've never been a bitch more Teflon.
That's why I laugh when people say Donald Trump is too rich to be corrupted. Donald Trump is a fucking pauper compared to the Clintons.
I think you just broke the internet with that revelation.
Well, I think the truth is the Clintons got rich off of corruption. Their whole business is corruption.
And if you grew up in New York, Donnie was not without his own level of corruption.
Oh yeah, I know. He was pretty brutal to a lot of those construction companies and shit that he never paid and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then, like I said, you combine it with the fact that it's not the Clintons alone. It's the Clinton-Bush organization. That family's the silent partners.
Oh, you mean the organization that was on the plane that Loretta Lynch got onto?
The whole thing of Bush having a public face is past, okay? And it passed for a reason. There's a reason why Jeb's not in the race. It's not the time for the Bushes to be the poster children. It's time for the Clintons to be the poster children. But make no mistake, the Clintons and the Bushes together are an organization.
Yeah, that go around with Jeb though, that was outright rebellion just because nobody fucking wanted another Bush.
Yeah. And yet we have no problem with another Clinton.
Well, and see, that's what it's going to take. That's why he bowed out. It's not going to be this time for him. Maybe it's 2020. Maybe it's 2024.
Yeah.
Well, that was the right as opposed to the left. The left was okay with another Clinton. The right wasn't okay with another Bush.
And let us not forget, just like what happened with what's his name there, the last great savior, the doctor politician dude, whose son is
the pyramids being granaries guy.
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson.
No, not him.
Rand Paul?
Yeah, Paul. Ron Paul and Rand Paul.
Oh yeah.
Let us not forget, as far as distractions go, what's going on with Chelsea Clinton? Who's Chelsea Clinton married to?
She just had a baby, young.
Who's
suck dick?
Whose wife runs the desk at Goldman Sachs that underwrote his hedge fund for Greece, Chelsea's husband's hedge fund for Greece, that went bust and belly up? Okay? That whole thing of the Chelsea Clinton, they're already planning. Talk about the long game. They're already planning the next freaking, Clinton face of power and control.
Like 2030? Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Chelsea Clinton's gonna run a 20 on 30, and her hashtag is gonna be 30s on everything.
What?
Are you going to be her campaign manager?
If she did that, I would run her Instagram for her. For $3.99. For $3.99.
So you saying Rand Paul was somehow involved with that? What? I missed that.
What I'm saying is that Ron Paul did some of the things that he did to ensure Rand Paul's future, just like any parent would do for his child. Concessions were made. Just like again, realize this. How old is the Bush family as far as that we know them by the Bush name? You know, Granddaddy Bush and his involvement in World War I, World War II. You know, the whole thing of big industry. Why are so many car executives given positions in government? Yeah, like the
baseball team.
What are you specifically referring to, though? Because I haven't heard anything about this, about how Ron Paul did anything for Rand.
He took a dive last time.
Thank you. I mean,
not this time, but last time.
You want to be blunt about it.
Took a dive, as in.
He contributed.
So he made way for his son.
Yeah,
right.
He contributed to the demise of his own campaign to have certain assurances by the party that his son's political career would continue onward.
Oh yeah, he stepped out of the way so that his son could basically take the spotlight. Yeah.
Okay, and likewise, you have the same things that have been going on with the Bushes, with the Clintons. You know, all of that stuff. Like I said, they groom the next. It's like, you know, we have to live from paycheck to paycheck, but these people have the luxury to be able to think, like Marco just said, their heads in the 2030s, their heads down there, because they have the luxury to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same elitist vision, though, that the Clintons was. I mean, or the Bushes, for that matter. That doesn't strike me as equating to the same, you know, we should be in power because we're better than everyone else sort of mentality.
That's not necessarily the same thing. That's they're all trying to ensure that their legacy continues on, and they're willing to do what is necessary. Should I put it like that? Basically, to allow their legacy to continue. So that doesn't necessarily mean that Rand Paul is an evil son of a bitch that's allowed people to die and didn't send help and has had people killed or nothing like that. I don't think that that's what anybody's saying. What we're saying is he had a viable campaign. He realized that it wasn't going to get the job done. So in order to
a big part of why he went down was because of his age, because people were thinking he was way too old to be.
How old is Hillary?
Well, she looks like she's about 500, but you know, I know Ron Paul is.
If he's in his 70s, Hillary's 70, isn't she?
I think so. But what it comes down to is they're all trying to ensure their DNA stays in power. It's all about keeping that DNA in the power structure and keeping that.
Why did my boy just post up this picture of a mixture in between Hillary and Trump on Instagram? I swear to God, I saw that shit. I'm about to at y'all. I should repost this.
There's a number of them that I think are like that, but not Rand Paul or Ron Paul from what I've.
But here's the thing: the level that it happens on is independent of the strategy. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that the Pauls did it on the same level as the Clintons did it, but they still did it. Okay, so it's like one of those things. Okay, concessions were made. He tanked the campaign, whatever. Not because he was in power and was struggling to keep power or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is, deals were still brokered. Now, Clinton's motivations may be different. It may be in order to keep their power or whatever, but it's still the same thing. And it's protecting that family legacy at whatever level that it's at. And the fact remains that the longer you can do that generationally, then the easier it is for your family to climb up the ladder of political power.
Well, there's an element of elitism to any of that, but it's not. To me, it's not nearly the same thing as saying, okay, I want to preserve this for everyone else, or the Clintons and Bushes basically saying, I want to preserve the power for myself and get more money out of it.
Again,
I would
I
like-
agree with you. The level is different, but the philosophy is the same.
I think what we saw today reminded me of like shock and awe. Remember when they talked about shock and awe against the enemy? I think today was shock and awe level corruption and disillusionment, and just like letting they let the American public know if you watch the events in the last week, the Loretta Lynch Clinton meeting today, Barack Obama on Air Force One with Hillary while he's giving the statement, them landing, that gigantic speech I listened to in the car today. It was like 30 or 40 minutes of Barack Obama and Hillary. It was just like a barrage of like,
It was
there's
blatant.
nothing you can do, peasants. We
Yeah, it
run
was
this
blatant.
shit. It was, and then even Comey's statement was like, no reasonable prosecutor would bring this case not because she's innocent, but because
It's
she
Hillary
can't
Clinton.
she couldn't get convicted, right? And like we
Oh,
always
they
hear
don't want
like,
to get
oh,
whacked.
He made it
well,
clear
that
that anybody else, literally, he made it clear that any one of you motherfuckers out there listening to the sound of my voice, he basically said, try and pull this shit, you're fucking going down. If I could fucking do it to her, I would,
Yeah.
but guess what? I can't. Is
it was
basically
a
what
it
he
was a
said to me.
statement. I don't know. I mean, honestly, the timing couldn't have been worse, and that's why I think the timing of everything was so bad. I think it's shock and awe. Like, this is a new era of untouchableness. Like you said, she's untouchable. She's Teflon. She's whatever. Never in my lifetime, I don't remember, because I've only been like aware of political stuff in the last like 20 years maybe, but a sitting president on Air Force One with a party nominee. Now he's going to fly around the country with her. Bush didn't campaign for McCain. Clinton didn't campaign for Gore.
Nope.
Bush, it's like Bush Jr., was out. Like, he just was bye-bye. I don't know. Like, this is like a new standard where...
Not only is it campaigning for, he is spending taxpayers' dollars to campaign and have fly around on Air Force One.
ADB and Dr. No. Even the Teflon Don, who nothing stick to forever, actually ended up going to prison at some point. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't think it'll be prison, but there will most definitely be a time where there is somebody else who decides that they have outlived their usefulness or they are no longer beneficial to a certain cause. I think
that'll be the go quietly now, or or there will be a mess of some kind. Like, literally, it'll be like that.
Again, look at the example of the Bushes. Okay, for all that was villainized, okay, just quietly went away and is now almost like a folk hero. Okay, because the memory is selective. And the reality of what we're stuck with now is so brutal that it's easier to wax back nostalgic. The good old days. How many times, if you grew up in a multi-generational house, you make the comment, oh, the good old days, and one of the seniors, grandpa or something, turns around and says, what's so fucking good about them? Look at how easy you got it. It's the selective memory and the perspective thing, okay? Like I said, the Bushes are the silent partners in this, but partners still nonetheless. Okay, it's just that the face of the restaurant isn't Ronald McDonald anymore. Now it's the Cankle Queen.
It sends a message too, like going forward when she wins, that she's totally above the law as a president. And
well, I don't know if you were
executive order stuff and all this other, like, for going forward, I don't know. Like you said, she's fucking untouchable. Teflon.
I don't know if you were listening earlier, but we were all talking about that. And my big thing is, you're absolutely right. The fact that she's untouchable, the fact that they so flagrantly dick slapped everybody with this FBI thing today and just rubbed our noses in it, the fact that they're fomenting the violence on the streets the way they're doing in all these political rallies, you know, my thinking leads to the path where she's gonna come in like She-Ra, fucking princess of power, and turn it all fucking upside down, and there's gonna be little to no political subtlety to it.
I agree with you totally, and I think, speaking of the good old days, we will be talking about how much we miss Obama. I really do. I'm not kidding. Like, I really think we'll be like, wow, I really do miss him. Like, because this woman is no joke. So, she's Barack Obama with a set of balls. You know what I mean? Like that's what we got going now. So.
Wait a minute. Then that means that the transgender issue is actually a real thing.
Yeah, but
that's why I got it all pushed now, so that Hillary doesn't get, you know, distinguished for.
You know, the only good thing I heard on the radio today was someone like James Comey's statement was perfectly tailored for 30-second sound bites for the opposition's ads. Like, you can just play her talking and then play Comey today. You can play her talking in another ad saying something completely different. Play
with
him
the
today.
pauses to make the editing easy.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like she according to Comey, she knew the stuff was top secret. She knew she was in like China. I forgot the word. He's like technologically advanced adversaries. We have every reason to believe that they have her email, like that she was hacked.
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff, man. But anyway.
To me, he looked like a guy that had a gun to his head and was like, read this or else.
Yeah. Well, what's the saying? The feds could prosecute indict a ham sandwich. The thing is, with their 98% success rate in all indictments and prosecution, I think it's like they have the highest success rate, and it's partly because they will not bring a case. They won't indict you unless they have 98% chances of winning. So, like, technically, he's doing his job. Like, he knows she can't be fucking. They're not going to win. It might get past grand jury, but during a trial, she'll get off. So.
And I said this before. Here's the true genius and beauty of the brain trusts that we're dealing with. I mean, you think about the think tanks, you think about the money that they pour into social engineering, and you think about the influence that they have. They had us all prepared. They had us drink the Kool-Aid of Comey is this moralistically superior dude who's above all this. He's our hero. He's going to recommend indictment. If Lynch fails to indict, he's going to walk off stage and take the FBI with him. And the fact of the matter,
I never heard that for anywhere except these chats. I never like
the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is,
McGuire anywhere other than here. Sorry,
the fact of the matter is, it was a super bitch slap because he was like,
I got $10. I got $10. This guy resigns in 30 days, or I guarantee, like, he's done. His career is probably finished.
Let's
now
just
anyway.
say. I don't think so.
I think he's
You think he's going forward with her? I don't think so. I think this is over for him. This is his last hurrah.
Oh, wait a minute. What if that actually just cemented his job?
Yeah, if he resigns, it's going to be for some 7-figure salary a year job that they got him.
Oh, that's possible too. Well, you know what the best part about it is? We are all conspiracy theorists now. We're all tinfoil hat wearers. I mean, Hillary Clinton said last week, the reason why people don't trust her is because of 25 years of conspiracies and wild accusations, as her husband waits 45 minutes for a chance encounter with the AG on her, like, and then they just keep saying chance encounter, like, no, actually it was 45. He waited 45 minutes for her, so it's not a chance, and all this other stuff. And today, and the plane, and now they're like, there's no way Obama would have had her on the plane if he did not already know the fucking outcome of Comey's statement. So, and then he was saying no one knew today except him, right? They're on Air Force One. I mean, the timing, everything about it just screams for us to be conspiratorial. I mean, it's in your face, the most blatant fuck you, and it sends. I don't know. I know what's going to happen. I already knew, in my opinion, that she's going to be the next president of the United States. But this also just sets a tone now, like going forward, that we can shut up for the next 8 years because you're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist. Bill Clinton met with her, but it was by accident. And
imagine running into you here in the frozen food aisle.
Yeah, we talked about our grandchildren. He was playing golf. Like, there's investigative reporters in Phoenix, local guys, local TV news guys, that said they called around all the golf clubs in town, all the country clubs, that he wasn't playing golf. Like, what was he doing? Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but this just sets a tone for the next 8 years. So
I'm perfectly comfortable with anybody thinking I'm a tinfoiled hat zagnut over being a blindfolded with sheepskin people.
Yeah, I think they love it. I think it goes back to the birth certificate stuff early on with the Obama presidency. Was they love it? They love to set that kind of tone. Like, we're not going to show you the transcript. We're not going to show you. Yeah, you're crazy. I'm not showing you.
They get to point the finger and say, "You're fucking nuts." Look at everybody. Hey, everybody, look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker's crazy.
Yeah, I used to have that argument. My friend would be like, "You actually think he was born in Uganda or wherever the fuck?" And I'm like, "No, I just feel like he's playing a game. Like, it was a game being played."
And here's the thing: you learn to see the subtle signs. It comes with age, I guess. When there was an official State Department investigation into this whole email server thing, their statement was worded very carefully. Although what she did wasn't smart and was a violation of policy, no law was broken. When the State Department made that statement is when I knew conclusively she will never be indicted. Whether it was a legitimate indictment or an indictment for the bread and circuses theatrics of it, the State Department said that months ago, and I knew that was where it led. And the shit that's going on in Hawaii with the gun registration thing, I didn't know where it was going to happen, but I knew it was going to happen January 4th. When January 4th enacted the CDC and the Department of Justice to get together and have the CDC build a database for the supersession of the NICS charges, where that the medical records, the welfare records, the veterans records, the public service records of everybody was going to be transferred over to the control of the CDC so that there could be medical and psychological restrictions put on background checks. So of course it was only a matter of time before somebody was fingered for an active registry. That started January 4th of this year. Okay, so that whole thing of gun ownership is a mental illness is next on the doorstep, and the CDC's already set up for it.
Was it Freud that said fear of a weapon is basically a sure sign of mental and sexual retardation?
We got a Surgeon General right now who said something to that effect, and you got Holder, who's no longer in the scene, but said that we needed to start teaching the kids, like, basically it's a disease. So this is nothing new, but
yeah. And the Surgeon General,
they're teaching that in school. They're not even teaching the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights the way they're actually written.
Yeah, you know what? You keep saying it's a dick slap, but really, I really think this is like a carpet bombing of, like, the American consciousness. Like, it's just like, here we go. I mean, like,
it's overt, like Donkey
blatant, just blatant. Like, yeah, just, I don't know. If you don't see that sign, like, this was all, like, fucking out in the open. And the fact that he could have come out today and said, hey, we didn't find anything, that she didn't break any law. And that's it. His statement could have been 2 minutes long. Like,
hey, you know what, DB? The
no
only
charges.
Would have been any better is if literally he would have either smiled, smirked, or giggled at any point in time while reading his fucking 20 minutes of bullshit.
Put
What do you
yourself in
guys
her
call that?
fucking heels. I just want to say,
breaking
put
the
yourself
fourth
in her
wall.
breaking the fourth wall like Deadpool. Put yourself in her heels and think to yourself, would you rather have had him come out and say, we're not going to go further with any prosecution or indictment. We found out that she really didn't do anything wrong. Good day. Or would you rather have had him come out and say, she broke the law this way, that way, and the other way, and this way, and that way, and this way, and we're not going to bring any charges against her? Well, I mean, what would you rather have as a fucking supervillain, global gangster, Bond villain? Like, I would rather have him come out and say, like, basically, he's guilty of this, 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 and this, and this, and we're still not going to do anything about it. That's it. Like, it's a message. And it's an awesome message.
I want Hillary to look into the camera.
He did,
give us the
he
finger.
did say that. I mean, basically what he said was if anybody else did this, they would be indicted.
My point is he didn't need to say. He didn't need to go that far, but he did. And I don't know if he liked it that way or didn't like it that way.
Literally, the only thing he left out was go fuck yourself.
Oh, yeah, sorry, and yeah, go fuck yourself. Well, here's the other thing, though. You know, did he realize there during the course of the investigation that, you know, there were emails that were deleted that were from the president to her? So when he also said that, you know, I didn't know what the bitch was doing or whatever, that basically he also, like she said it a few weeks ago, if I go down, like everybody's going down. And, you know, I pretty much knew the jig was up when he officially endorsed her as candidate. Like, that was when, that's what told me is like, nope. Yeah, and you know, it was a thought. It's not like I knew. It was just one of those things like, okay, well then that's the end of that. Now I still think, I want to believe, and that may be me being naive, is that there is the slimmest of chances that she may not get voted into office. Now, kind of Noah's brought up an interesting point. If they're really both sides of the same coin, well, you know, would it be that much better, or would it be that much worse, or would it just be the status quo the same way that it is right now? If you know how everybody feels about anybody but Trump or anybody but Hillary, it's like, how bad could it be if Trump did get elected? How bad could it be if Hillary gets elected? We already have plenty of theories about how bad it's going to be if Hillary gets in. And then the media does like to say that Trump don't have a chance, which I think that's just the media trying to tell you.
Vote Hillary.
Look at history. Look at history in and of itself. Okay. Talk about drinking the Kool-Aid. Okay. Who in their right mind can honestly sit here and say that they believe that these people are going to put into motion their campaign promises? Okay.
Not worried about that.
Barkey's the first thing that Barkey was going to do was close Gitmo. Everybody remember that? It was like that was going to be the first thing he did.
Signing office on my first day. I do remember that.
No. I mean, I have all the faith in the world she's going to impose everything she's talking about in terms of gun stuff.
Oh no, I'm talking. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the other side. I'm talking about like
Trumpster? The wall.
Well, not just Trump. I'm talking about the feel-good things.
I would just say that the positive promises that they make when they're on the campaign trail, not necessarily the non-veiled threats.
Yes.
Not those. The actual
like
the smoke up your ass stuff, as opposed to the fucking dropping the hammer on your fucking sack.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of feel-good stuff for her. I mean, her feel-good stuff is pretty. It's pretty lame stuff, you know.
She ain't even the free candidate that Bernie was, with the free this and the free that.
Well, she jumped on the free college bandwagon now.
Oh well.
Free child daycare, like you want to send your kid to the free child daycare place.
Not after some of the shit that I've been seeing in the news lately. No, I don't, and I don't even fucking have kids.
You were like, we had set up free daycare. You show up and you're like, you look in the door and you see a bunch of Riris. You're gonna be like, oh no, it's okay. I found the money for the private daycare.
You know,
my child can watch itself.
Fucking $400 to $800 a month in childcare.
I have duct
Ooh.
tape in
Sometimes
a
it's like
closet.
2,000. I mean, some people are spending
Yeah.
2,000 or 3,000
Yeah.
a month for travel.
Yep. Nice.
Anyway.
I'd like to know though. I got enough duct tape. We got water. We fucking got this.
You know,
You know, you've got a
parenting's
food dish, a water dish, and you bungee, like, tie the kid to, like, a post.
Or
I think
you know,
I
we
think
have
we'll
a big
always
enough
remember this.
fence.
We'll always remember this day. It's going down in fucking history. Everything is like this is history. So this is like I'm not a crook thing. Like you know, I wasn't alive for that, but everyone who was remembered when Nixon did that and stuff. And today is going down in history. So I was just happy to watch
Hey,
it. And
you know what
not
this
telling
is?
you I told you so or anything to anybody because
But I told
really,
you so.
no, I really didn't know. I really
Hey,
didn't know. I had a
Who's
feeling.
the
she wouldn't.
motherfucker in this chat that's been telling us his aunt's gonna win the goddamn election for about 18 months now?
Well,
Who's
it's
that?
her
fucking
time.
guy?
It's just obviously, if you can't see that it's her time, then there's
And
something
actually,
wrong with you.
DB, I wish that I did have a camera because you would see the smile on my face, dude. I'm just
No, I'm
totally-
just saying, like it's her time, you know.
like
on
it was
paper.
almost a foregone conclusion, almost inevitable. You know,
But
is
she
that
didn't
how
have to
they
run.
win?
I mean, she could have dropped out. Sanders might have beat her or whatever, you know. But you know, she didn't have to run again. She could have retired from that game, but she said, "Fuck it, I got some juice left, and let's do this." You know.
I'll show
So
you.
cool.
I'll show you how we rickroll this motherfucker.
Yeah, she's got some juice left.
Hey, the more she wins, the more it guarantees her daughter's winning like 2030, though.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the
Well,
Clinton
her
Foundation
daughter, if there's
is-
any guns left by the time that Chelsea does go in, her daughter's already come out as anti-gun already.
how much more power can you get? I mean, as a family. I mean, the Clinton Foundation raised in 2013 raised $140 million. Right? That's what they say.
Nice.
$140 million. How much money went to actual charity, which was like teaching farmers? I'm not trying to like belittle some of these, but I think one of them was teaching farmers how to be more eco-friendly in Africa. Like they give a fuck. And then it was some AIDS stuff, some HIV testing and HIV research stuff, and some schools that they were building. $9 million went to the charities. So that's not even 10% and it was like 40 million went to travel, 50 million went to fucking rent, like another like 38 million went to salaries. So it's just a pluffed up fucking fake ass fucking charity that's worse than Wounded Warrior stuff. Like it's really bad, and I don't really know. Like so.
Well, and let alone who she's taking the money from for the favors that she's also giving too.
Right,
which is
that's
even-
all listed too. That's it listed too. So Saudi Arabia, Brunei, like they kill gays. Like countries where they kill gay people. Countries where women have no rights. Like women get raped and then they get killed for getting raped.
Yep.
They have no problem taking the money. Zero. Forget about the $800,000, $700,000 speeches that Bernie Sanders has been talking about for the last year. Like that's got to be a hell of a speech. You know, it's a 10-minute speech. It's $700,000, and it's closed door. It's not like a gigantic speech that they televised or anything. So what is the money for? I don't know. So just in terms of power going forward, after 8 years of her being president, her daughter's going to be so sad, and her daughter's husband's going to be so sad. Yeah, it's what like Dr. No said. These are things you would do for your children if you could too. I guess you know. I mean, you want your children to be okay.
Exactly. Who doesn't want to set up the whole game for your kids?
And your grandchildren, and your grandchildren's
Yeah.
grandchildren. I mean,
And-
this is a dynasty in the making.
And
so.
again, look at the inbreeding. Okay, you have the Clinton Bush family. Then you have Ted Cruz's wife, whose desk that she runs at Goldman Sachs is the desk that funded baby girl Clinton, Chelsea Clinton's husband's hedge fund that took over the Greek assets and then went belly up, and not 10 days later he had a new hedge fund.
What's that dude's name of the
I was
program
muted.
that was Connections? Connections 2, and Connections 3?
Oh,
I was going
love
to say
that
that's
show.
one thing that gave me
James-
hope about Trump is that he really wasn't in their network their political network, but neither was Obama, right? He was a community organizer. Maybe his family had CIA ties. Maybe they didn't.
Oh no, Trump.
Why was
Trump
his mom?
is in.
Yeah, but
Trump is in there back from the Chicago Tower days.
But he's
Oh,
not
that's
in their
James
gang
Burke.
of like I don't know. I always thought he was like sort of like white trash. He was too white
He
trash
is.
for them.
He's like a
Oh,
low
by
level.
comparison? Yeah.
He's like a low level business partner.
Yeah, he's like a sort of
He's
an
that guy.
outsider.
He's that guy that wants the bigger piece of the pie when they're having the meeting, and everybody
Right.
else that's sitting at the table kind of look at each other for a second, but don't say nothing. Yeah, they're
Like he never got the respect of those people. I mean, he's not.
Oh,
he's
exactly.
like kind of new money, right?
Think of
Nouveau
this
riche.
as his audition for the seat at the big dining room table.
There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. It's like the end of They
That's
Live.
what
This is
Thanksgiving,
his.
yep.
This is his key to the portal.
Yep.
To
Well,
the
think
other
about what
universe.
else.
Oh no
Think
shit.
about what
Yeah.
else they're
But-
saying. It's to set up his kids. Look at his kids. Look at
Oh yeah.
Eric, and then
Hey, I tell you what, I'll vote
It's all about-
fucking ass right off of Ivanka
Yeah, I
Trump,
got you,
dude.
man.
I'll
Oh,
tell
but what was I
you
going to say
what,
about Clinton?
bro. Holy fuck.
Bill Clinton. I mean, wasn't he sort of like an outsider, white trash, not really part of the waspy white Anglo-Saxon crew from the north, the Harvard Yale crew, you know, the
Yes.
Princeton crew? So some of these people slip through the cracks, and then it's their turn, I guess.
They found a
to
way
build their own dynasty, like the
he
Kennedys
was-
did, and
exactly what it is.
He was in the right place at the right time in Arkansas for Hillary's family and Hillary's dad to establish the redneck mafia down there.
smuggle
Back in the
drugs.
days of
Mena,
Mina
Arkansas.
and Barry Seal and what was that Goldwater, not Goldwater. What was that big thing?
Whitewater.
Whitewater.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
Whitewater.
Bill happened to be at the right place in the right time and fit in with their plans. But she's always been the power from day one.
One of the positives from today, I think, is the Bernie Sanders people that were diehard. Maybe last time they were diehard Al Gore people. Maybe they were diehard Obama people. And then they figured out, hey, we've been lied to or whatever. Now we're Bernie people. I think they've also been shocked and awed today. And hopefully
Maybe a little bit.
that'll change some lives. You know, and
Hey,
some
wait,
people will be like,
Did
wow.
did Bernie give up yet? Wait a minute.
No, yeah,
Wait a
he
minute.
did. He did.
He actually
He ended
did
his
it.
campaign. He's not taking any. He hasn't taken donations in like 2 months.
But
And
wait
he
a
said
minute,
he
wait
would
a minute,
vote
wait a
for. The convention's in 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like,
But
she's
he-
had the number.
But he literally hasn't given up yet, though, right? Like he hasn't given the concession speech,
Right.
correct?
And his excuse is that, like, there's still issues that he feels are important that aren't being addressed.
Hey, DB, that's the only angle we fucking got, bro, right now. Is if fucking the coup of all fucking time is Bernie got.
Oh, if he runs independent or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
Who knows? I doubt it.
I mean, I ain't saying he's gonna. I'm just
After
saying.
today, would you do anything to piss her off?
Wait
Come
a minute,
on,
wait
man.
a minute. Have I lived a full life already? Do I have children? The answer
He's
to one
old.
is yes, and the other one is no. I might just fucking do it because that's what happened when she didn't win against fucking Barack. You know what I'm saying? So, like, literally,
Well, she became Secretary of
only
State.
fucking right, and she fucking hated it because she was Barry's bitch.
Yeah, well, today she's on Air Force One, dude. She's campaigning
Oh,
with the
yeah.
president.
Yep.
It worked out.
Sure.
It worked out.
Whatever. So I'm just saying the only way for like the fucking literal good guys to win this goddamn game is if fucking Bernie says, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm gonna do it anyway.
See, I mean,
because
this
hey, I
is
tell
not
you what,
based on
because
facts.
there
I
are
just
enough
think he
people
was
who
waiting
vote
for today.
Bernie. Oh.
I think he was waiting to see what would happen today, and it happened today. I mean, there was no guarantee that it was going to happen today. That's the other thing about the timing being so perfectly for being like, wow, this is horrible. They could have waited until after the
What if he
convention. They
gets
could have waited
incensed?
until after the election. They could have waited.
What if-
they didn't
what if
have
Bernie
to do
gets
it today.
at the news today, though, DB? What if somehow there's some kernel of fucking character in that guy or something. Not being a character, I mean having character.
Where he
Well,
says,
if
this
he
is
runs
exactly
third
the
party,
shit I was talking about.
yeah, I think
Now I'm
he should.
pissed.
I mean, I really do think he should. I think those people who are his supporters are as shocked and fucked up over this thing, like, they can't believe it. Look at Instagram. You see it. Like, you see a lot of people on Facebook. Everyone's memes are the same. Like all those memes that all the right people are doing, the left, the Bernie people are basic. They're the same exact photo with the same exact words on them. Like,
wow. I mean, I know I was talking shit for a second there, but like literally, that would be the only thing, just about short of like Dr. No's theory of the asteroid coming, you know, to stop this train, so to speak, man. Like that's it.
That is my only political affiliation, Giant Asteroid 2016.
Right, mine was Cthulhu 2016 for a little while there. Why choose the lesser of two evils?
I love that one too. Unfortunately, I saw the asteroid one first, and I figured it would be disingenuous for me to change parties this deep in the cycle.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? It happens all the time, apparently. Each time a fucking Republican dropped, people were fucking changing their bandwagon. Man, I hope fucking Bernie has more balls than brains, fellas. I ain't gonna lie now. I might even start extolling the virtues of fucking Bernie. You know, as like a decoy, as a smokescreen, as a distraction.
In my current situation where I sit right now at the age of 51, having led the life that I lived, I can most definitely go along with the fuck it, it's been a great ride, what do I have to lose? Okay, now imagine how further he could take that thought and run with if he chose to.
Well, he ain't gonna win.
Politics is the only thing this guy's ever done.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't need him to win. I just needed the motherfucker to keep running and steal those fucking votes. And here's the other thing. It would only be a temporary solution. She'd probably come back in 2020 and fucking crush, you know, or what have you. I mean, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not even trying to say that it's a fucking win, really.
How many times does she have to lose before she's just like, well, it's just not going to be my time?
She'll fight until she's dead.
Oh man, or until literally is promised that the fucking presidency goes to Chelsea. No fucking bullshit, no strings, no nothing. Like that shit's Chelsea's job, and that's it. If at some point she could get past that, I think she would. If she doesn't win this time and potentially doesn't win next time, because then she'll almost be 80 years old.
Also remember this. Barkey came out of nowhere. Nobody knew who this guy was. And he's the president of the United States. So you have no idea.
Oh, he's
I mean,
talking motherfucker.
Yeah, we can talk about Hillary, we can talk about Chelsea, we can talk about the Trumps, but the fact remains is in the meantime, we also have to be conscious of, do we have any indications of when we're going to get blindsided by the next wild card?
Right. And that's the thing about the fucking wild card, dude.
There is no way that you can tell me...
The lone wolf.
Yeah, there is no way that you can tell me that from day one that it wasn't a conceived conscious plan to groom Barack Obama into exactly what he was and did what he did, because there was absolutely nothing organic about his ascension to power.
No, that was a plan executed perfectly.
I was gonna say it was pretty good. Yeah, but what's the use of crying over spilt milk, huh? And I say that to the NSA listening right now. Actually, is that a black helicopter outside? However, we get those all the time out here, actually, to be honest. So if it was a black helicopter, actually, it's not out of the norm. I didn't mean to kill the chat with my particular form of bullshit, but if it's causing reflection, I'm cool with that.
I still have hope that Trump will win. It's really all I can do at this point. Buy what I want now and hope that Trump wins.
Well, and here's the reality of the situation. If there is no grandfathering, we're fucked anyway, right? So, like, whether you turn them in or you don't turn them in at that point, you know, the shit will be what the shit is. If she fucking causes shit that we can't have anymore, you know, do you hope that the next person that gets in there decides to somehow undo all of that shit, or that the American public actually gets together enough to say, you out of your cotton picking mind?
Well, I mean, how often has it been where someone or would introduce some legislation or whatever, and then the new guys get rid of it later, or just continue to pile more shit on top of it?
I don't know, how high can you stack shit, Flippy?
Pretty fucking high, apparently.
It is exceptionally rare that a law or a piece of legislation gets out and out repealed, as opposed to being patched and amended to elicit some sort of calming effect.
Wait a minute. What?
You talk about like the out and out repeal of laws.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, is exceptionally rare.
Like literally, some of the only ones that have been repealed is like prohibition, and perhaps one or two others.
Yeah, they're no small events.
Well, and
Hence,
here's the
we
other
having.
thing. Like, I learned. You go.
I was going to just say real quick. Everybody's read those articles about like some of the crazy laws that are still on the books in your state. You know, it's illegal to walk down the street with an ice cream cone in your pocket, shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, like I guess one of the other ones that like G-Webs even just talked about the other day, not the 1934 NFA Act, it was like the 1938 firearms, like the FFA, sometimes a Federal Firearms Act or something like that. That the only way that it got actually repealed was in the 68, either crime omnibus or the other anti-gun law in the 68. So they repealed the one, but they didn't get rid of it. They just stripped away what they didn't want, rescinded the first one, and added to it and made it the 1968 Gun Control Act. So like, even if it did get rescinded or ended, there's no guarantee that whoever that person is or whoever's in charge at that time won't just fit that square peg in a round hole at the time that they need it to. But yeah, as far as I know, I mean, shit, it's fucking literally prohibition. That's the only one that I can really think of. Now, granted, I'm not a federal law scholar or anything like that. I mean, that's not me.
Do you mean you're not a constitutional scholar?
I'm not even a constitutional lawyer or a community builder, community planner. Like,
did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night?
No, unfortunately, I did not.
I'm trying here. Work with me.
I hear you. Hey, sometimes my bullshit can be just as smooth as the fucking next person's, though. Sometimes. Wow. Houston police arrest 130 in massive music gear theft bust. Holy shit.
Those are those guys that were robbing like vans from bands and stuff, right?
Think so. Filing over 200 charges for the fucking theft of musical instruments and more. No shit. And Zane Williams, I guess, played a major role in this discovery of the crime ring. Who I don't know who that is, but apparently he's probably pretty popular in Texas.
Which is actually pretty interesting. I didn't hear about that, but one of my friend's sons was on tour with his band, and they were coming to stay here with us and visit, and they got robbed while they were down here.
It's like if they freaking know, then yeah, you're a fucking huge target. Anybody in the chat, internal, external? G's asking for some questions. He has some questions. He's asking about topics, whether it's gun history topics, gun business topics, Second Amendment issues, CCW topics, anything that we can help would be greatly appreciated. I'm sure Daniel even has said types of CCW holsters. I mean, because we've pretty much beaten this fucking Hillary. I mean, granted, I added a new twist with the Bernie fucking bullshit, but I mean, we pretty much literally beat this horse that was already dead.
I'd like to know the history of the PDW.
Like as a phrase, or
well, yeah,
what?
and just like as a concept, and you know what was actually the first? Maybe it wasn't called that at the time, but what was the first PDW?
Well, wasn't it Troy? Weren't they the first one to actually make a rifle and call it a PDW?
I would have thought it was a ROM.
What does PDW stand for? I don't remember.
Personal defense weapon. But I mean, we had the PS, you know, the P90, the MP7, the MP5 for a while, the Uzi. I mean,
no, but I mean literally, it was after freaking Sandy Hook, I think, and it was freaking. I swear it was Troy. They made the fucking the rifle, and they called it, like, literally the model was a PDW.
Well,
but I do like Noah's probably right in that it was a rock or a fucking branch, but
you know, like as a concept, you know, what we now call a PDW for a long time was filled by the Uzi, an MP5.
How do we know that the PDW isn't just a hipster term?
Could be. All right.
Because we got so many people tired of fucking saying assault rifle that we had to come up with something just as innocuous on our side.
Well, no, a PDW is different than an assault weapon. PDW basically covers like.
I know H&K called the MP7 a PDW.
It's like a small machine gun, basically.
Yeah, concealable.
It can't be a machine gun because machine guns are prohibited by the NFA. So if PDW stands for personal defense weapon, then what Z said is right. What are we restricting the terms to? What exactly, by definition, is a PDW? Because to me, it's the ashtray on my desk if I beat you with it.
Well, I think we generally want to talk about guns, but.
Well, I will say, which is not any type of indication of anything other than fucking what EA says, but in fucking Battlefield, they classify the submachine guns and the small things.
Well, I don't know if FM coined it first with the P90 or if heckling H&K used it first with the MP7, but I'd like to just know more about that genre of weapons. The submachine guns that have been used for protection detail, and the evolution of them. Now that they started to, develop their own calibers for them with the 5.7 and the 4.6, and that there's been a lot of evolution in that realm, especially in the last 20 years. I think probably if you go back, the sawed-off double barrel on the stagecoaches was probably one of the first ones.
Oh, no way, man. The fucking first Chinese dude to realize that, hey, if I don't use a rocket and I just use the launcher, I can fucking really fuck some shit up. Because have you ever seen the hand cannons from
Yeah,
back in the
like a
fucking
whole
day, dude?
blunderbuss.
Literally, it's like brass or bronze with some fucking wood, dude. And but
But in a semi-modern sense, I think like,
right,
well,
I definitely got what you're saying.
I think the Secret Service even used like Mac 11s for a while or something, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's just like literally a submachine gun, right?
Well, I typed
Yeah,
in PDW, and the first thing that popped up was a bunch of medical terminology. The third thing, however, was Heckler and Koch's MP5
There you go.
media
Now,
page.
as in, it was defined as that, or that's to believe to be the first one, or what?
like the K model, I think was, you know, like I said, PDW. I guess let's not use it as a hard definition, but more of like a genre of firearms that were used for personal protection, or not personal protection, but like um, high value protection, by
Isn't
Secret
it
Service or
supposed to
whatever.
basically just be a concealable machine gun, basically?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
number one, he was just asking for topics. He didn't ask the topics to be defined, gentlemen. So we can choose more than one topic, right? Just saying.
yeah, yeah.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
We don't have to solve that portion of Bro's
That topic
problems.
came out to be interesting. It's something I cared to figure out what
Well,
the
you
fuck
know
it
what? There
was.
was so much interest in it, he might actually put it into the fucking show. So that's a good thing. Anybody else got any, gun history, gun business, Second Amendment issues, CCW, types of
History of
CCW
the
holsters,
mini.
apparently.
Yeah, that's a good one. Kydex. The history of Kydex.
Didn't that start out with like milk,
Milk
those
crates.
plastic milk cartons?
Excuse
Yep.
me?
Yeah, Kydex started out as like plastic milk cartons that people would
God
vacuum
damn
form
it.
around their guns for
Back
competition.
Okay,
yeah,
now I
back
gotcha.
in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, the competition shooters were melting and forming plastic milk jugs into holsters.
Oh, milk jugs, not milk crates. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense to me. Gotcha.
I actually
And
just
I can
found out
see
a
that.
buddy of mine has a mold to make Kydex. I'm gonna go try and make a holster. Just as fun though.
Well, I hear that you can use PVC if you don't want to use
I was,
Kydex.
I was just going to say that was until the
And
Kydex technology got supplanted by PVC.
now, and in all fairness, apparently, it is quite effective. I mean, so I think I'll leave that there. But yeah, because see how I turned that to nice, and then I just dropped the motherfucker.
Oh, the honey badger is apparently the AAC honey badger is apparently a PDW.
Like AAC, the people that make the Grendel and shit, Alexander Arms something.
Yeah, they make a gun called the honey badger, which is a 300 blackout AR with I think a 7-inch barrel, and then the rest of it is suppressed. And it has that
Yeah,
like
it's an integrally suppressed 300 blackout.
yeah, and it has like that Troy styled like buttstock that fully collapses in.
And Dano, don't be giving away none of those pop quiz questions like that. I'm not saying that was a pop quiz question, but boy, could that fucking be used as a pop quiz question, bro. Come on, man. Come on. They can't be all easy movie questions like the ones I put in there. Yeah, we gotta save that. Yeah, right. We gotta save them. Yeah, but that was a good question, bro. Hello. And Second Amendment issues, shit. How do we narrow that down? Like, is there anything positive? Is it like we were talking earlier? Who's getting constitutional carry anytime soon? And anything positive happening? I haven't seen a whole lot of positive shit about firearms lately, past week or so.
Well, no. Have you noticed any other fucking things that anyone's pushing right now? Because pretty much after the whole campus carry thing, like, I haven't read anything new, Texas-wise.
Yeah, I'm not a member of Texas Carrier or Texas Rifle Association, so I'm not sure.
The two things that are going on right now is the ongoing battle and prosecution of the government buildings that refuse to comply with the law. A lot of municipalities, because one of the laws was enabling carry in government buildings where it wasn't allowed before, and a lot of the municipalities, not a lot of them, but several, decided that they weren't playing that game, and the Attorney General said that he would prosecute anybody that didn't, and there's a very specific laid out thing about compliance for it in the law, like the part of the 3007, and so they've literally been going to any government buildings and checking the legality of being prohibited to carry firearms, and then you fill out this report, and then you send the report, online. You send it to the state attorney general's office, and they send a letter to the municipality, and the municipality, I think, has got like 30 days to comply, or they have to decide to fight it. And then the other thing that's going on is, like I said, the day after they got open carry, they were like, okay, open carry is not good enough, and we still don't think there should be any laws, and we're pushing for constitutional carry. So that's the only two things. That the campus carry thing has died down significantly.
Well, I mean, like, campus carry passed, and then, like, there was, I think, 2 schools in Texas that were like, yeah, we're not going to do that.
Well, campus carry passed. However, the contention was the way it was worded and what parts of the campus carrying will be allowed was left to the
discretion of each
itself.
school, right? Yeah. And gentlemen, may I say, I know that there's a new Bourne movie coming out, and I don't know if anybody else saw this out there, but I want you all to know and share this with any of your friends that are thinking about going to see this movie, that Matt Damon wishes America's gun laws were as sensible as Australia's.
And he's a cunt.
So, I'll put the article and stuff like that out there so everybody can read it. But basically, he's a fucking douchebag, and I, as Island Z, am going to request of you, the gun culture, gun community, whoever happens to be listening to the sound of my voice at this time, that if you actually do care about your Second Amendment rights, whether you own a gun or not, but you care, actually, you know what, shouldn't even limit this to the Second Amendment. This is about all of your fucking rights, not even just the ones in the Bill of Rights. Because if they can take one, they can take them all. So I would request that you vote with your feet, you vote with your wallets, and you fucking give the cold, hard, huge middle finger to this son of a bitch who's made lots of money over the years by using shit with gunplay and whatnot, but yet he thinks that, you don't need those rights.
Is this new Bourne movie even about him? Because, like, the last Bourne movie was some other bloke.
He's actually in it in this new one. I did see an ad for it the other day, and up until this exact moment, I was thinking about going to see it, and now that is gone, and I might try and see if I can get a little social awareness going on this. Which I don't know how I'm going to do that, but that's beside the point.
I'm not advocating piracy by any means, but if you were going to ever pirate a movie, this would be the one to do it.
Well, and we gotta not go see it. Gotta get people to not go see it. For what? For people on the left You tell them, oh, there's so much gun violence and everything like that in it that you wouldn't want to see it because that's what it promotes, right? So you get the antis to not go see it on that way, and then you get the the pro Second Amendment and rights community to see the other side of it, where what his personal feelings are, and not go see it that way. So technically, you could have the freaking perfect storm on either side, and you know you could actually crush it. I mean, it is theoretically possible, and it has a better chance of doing that than Bernie does a fucking running against Hillary. But
What we really need to do is set up some kind of scandal in which we make it look like Matt Damon threw his cell phone at his wife or whoever the fuck it is.
oh no, I don't. Yeah, right.
And do that
Johnny-
right before
Johnny
the
Depp.
movie comes out.
Johnny Depp. Yeah, no.
Which apparently Johnny Depp's daughter came out and was like, yeah, no, that totally didn't fucking happen. She's faking it. My dad
she's
never hit her with a
faking.
cell phone.
Yeah, she's fake. She's crazy, and she's a conniving bitch. Is basically what's coming out from everybody surrounding those people, other than her friends directly, which you know. But anyway, back to this dude supporting a gun ban. Let's be real. Let's do what we can, folks. I mean, is it really that tough to get a movie to fucking tank with some social awareness or anything, or is it next to impossible?
Considering some of the emotions that I have seen expressed during the Never Enough Ammo's movie and TV show chats, I'd say it's pretty much fucking impossible.
Oh, okay.
Well, that depends on the movie. Like, there's some new movie about how Democrats are all nothing but a bunch of con artists and monsters coming out, and that's going to tank like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but see that one I might go see.
Like, they were advertising it during the, what the fuck was that movie I went to see? Now You See Me or whatever, that fucking magic movie?
Right, the second one?
Yeah, I
Or-
went to go see that one, and, like, they were advertising that fucking movie, the beginning of it. They, like, specifically show Hillary Clinton at a few points, and, like, yeah, this bitch is evil. And she literally just wants to steal America. Like, that's a direct quote, was, these motherfuckers want to steal America. From, like, the fucking trailer. It was funny.
What other questions did G-Webs have for the daily chat? Gun topic. What else?
What was it? It was. Let me see. Hold on.
How many
Gun history. Hey, knock it off. Gun history, gun business, Second Amendment, CCW topics, and then any of those. And Dana was asking about CCW holsters.
You know what I would like to get a picture of in gun business? The amount of AR-15 manufacturers that have grown in the last 20 years. Back in the day,
a bar graph or something like that, where literally you're going to see that fucking spike.
Yeah, because once like Colt, it was Colt and Bushmaster and who else for forever. I mean,
wasn't it Armalite? Armalite, Colt, Bushmaster.
Yeah, that was pretty much it, wasn't it?
Then DPM.
DPMS.
Out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm on Facebook, and I this Deneen Borelli. She's actually a pretty good, solid, from what I can tell, information source, I guess. So the tagline is a Republican primary turnout up, Democratic primary turnout down. So then, like, the header is basically primary turnout shock. GOP up 62%, Dems down 21%. And, like, literally the first freaking comment that I see, dude, from douche bag with a koala bear as a avatar, Donald Trump and I said koala.
And that's what I'm saying. That's how you know they're a motherfucker.
right? Donald Trump and the this is all in bold, like they're literally yelling at me. This is all capital letters. Donald Trump and the Republican Party is the biggest threat to the country and the world. And then it goes on. Donald Trump and the Republican Party is a threat to America and the world. Trump has no experience on any area of government, and his temperament is that of a teenager, a stupid teenager. We witnessed what happened electing a stupid Republican president with G.W. Bush. The Republican Party is about empowering the Republican politician over what is good for the country. It was also obvious with the election of the first, wow, with the election of the first black president. Instead of working with President Obama for a better America, wow, 15 white people held a meeting and a plan to be obstructionists in 2008, 2 days prior to President Obama taking office. So if the recovery they cause is too slow, it's the Republican Party's fault. Wow, and they go on like for 5 more paragraphs. So I'm gonna stop talking about that person, but that person is one cuckoo for coconuts, motherfucker. But
Find out.
I'm actually.
Can't
I'm
Is
actually
this
gonna.
the one in the pink shirt? Is that the one you're talking about? Like the video with when the woman's wearing the pink shirt? That.
No, it's no video. Oh yes, that is the lady that I'm talking about. That's the page that I'm
And
referring.
where's the comment
at? Like it's on her Facebook post that she put up.
Oh, okay.
And it's the first one. It's pretty fucking stupid. But this is the actual article where it has the meaning part. GOP up 62%, Dems down. Now, is she just the same thing as anybody on the left is, but she's on the right? I think that's entirely possible. But she was on point on one or two of the other I want to call them articles, but like videos she's done. So, but back to No's point, way earlier that got us all going was, it's not that what's the point. It's definitely good to be knowledgeable of either side, basically. But basically, it's good to be knowledgeable about to make an informed decision. I guess it's easier to do that way.
Did Heavy even say anything when he popped in, or was he like having trouble?
Maybe we were just having trouble.
Yeah, I think he had a connection problem because he tried to say something and then no one could hear him.
Oh, so I see what they're saying. The Republican turnout in 2012 was like 19 million votes in the primary. In 2016, there was 31 million, so that's basically a net increase of almost 12 million votes, like basically 11,894,000. So that is an increase of 62%, at least voting in the Republican primaries. In the 2000, now see, I don't know why they did it like this, so that's how they're skewing this shit. Is they went back further for the Democrat Party. They in 2008, which I think is when Bumma first got elected, there was 38 million Democrat votes in the primary. In 2016, there's basically 30 million, which is like a decrease of 8 million. So that's like 21% is what they're saying. But when you go toes on the nose, it doesn't say one compares 2012 to 2008. So that's not a fair comparison. If you want to go literally to numbers for 2016 to 2016, it's Democrat primary votes was just under 30 million, and basically Republican votes in the primaries in 2016 is just over 31 million. So in essence, there's a difference between the two of 2 million votes, or 1 and some change, let's be real. So 1 million people, 1 out of 300 are going to determine potentially who's fucking president.
Yeah,
That's
I'm a
scary.
fucking crazy person because I still like believe Trump can do it, and then it's not already won for Hillary.
Oh, and that's where I'm at, dude. You know, whether that's even the lesser of two evils, if that's gonna be even worse, I don't know. You know, I couldn't say. I just know that I feel like I have a pretty good guess of what's gonna happen with Hillary, or at least if it's fucking Donald, it's gonna be exciting, fellas. I ain't gonna fucking lie. It's probably gonna be quite the fucking roller coaster ride, having a cowboy back in the fucking hot seat, you know. And that's if all his bravado is real and not false, you know, fake. So I guess we will see, Revit.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one.
Well, I mean, compared to the two, like I feel like the worst that will happen with Trump is just business as usual. Like nothing will really change other than him just, being him.
Okay, so let's go to the tinfoil hat thing. Hillary gets the nomination, Trump gets the nomination, then in a surprise agreement, they accept each other as co-running mates, and a vote for Trump is a vote for Hillary, and a vote for Hillary is a vote for Trump.
And then if she wins VP,
Wow.
you know she's gonna kill him.
Exactly.
Wow. I'm not even gonna call that crazy talk because there's a fucking thread of reason in there that is horrifying.
And you know what they say? You know what both of them say is their motivation? You guys said you wanted the end of the two-party system, so we're ending it for the one-party
For
system.
the one-party system.
Hey,
He's
I'm
in
not
for
gonna
two.
say
I'm in for two.
I'm not gonna say it's not an absurd, unrealistic thought, but it is most definitely an easily reachable one based on the turns that this election has taken so far.
Oh man,
That's the
you
final
know what?
step of their shock and awe
And as
campaign.
crazy, yeah, as crazy as this whole fucking thing has been, it ain't even close to being done with the crazy yet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Like
no, the
it
The
ain't
crazy's
crazy's just
just
getting
even
about to
started.
begin.
close. Yeah, here you go. Here is day one, like you were saying, like DB was saying about the shock and awe, the fucking crazy shock and awe road trip 2016 coming to you
That's the shock
July
and awe
5th.
nuke.
Yeah, July 5th to what? November 6th. Yeah, it's on, fellas, and man, I don't know. Shit, I think could be pretty fucking pretty interesting.
Well, it's going to be
Magazines and
entertaining.
ammunition, boys. Magazines and ammunition.
I mean, I still believe in the United States of America and all of that. I still believe that whether it's the judicial system, the legislative system, or whatever, I still believe that. Like I think I said it earlier. I still think this is some of the fucking greatest. Like, dudes, even though we're bitching about all of this shit that we're bitching about, what fucking country do you want to go move to? Anyone on this fucking panel right now, you tell me, other than Switzerland, who guess what, won't have us unless we marry a Swiss bitch. Excuse me, Swiss miss. Basically, what country in the fucking world are you gonna go to?
I want to move back to America in 1965.
I don't know, man. That's pretty crazy shit going on back in '65 too.
I don't know if I want to be in 65. There's no internet porn. There's no internet.
Yeah. Okay. So those
I
aren't
hate to
countries, gentlemen.
I hate to disappoint you, Flippy, but there is an incredibly fulfilling life to be had before the internet.
I mean, there was then,
Yes.
but this is now.
Yes, sir.
You know,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry, but
cocaine wasn't addictive, and sex wasn't dangerous back in the day. I mean, shit.
and playing a plastic guitar in front of your television just doesn't provide the same feedback as the 16-year-old male delusion of I'm gonna be a rock star.
The fucking Marshall stack vibrating every fucking grain of your being as you hit the fucking power chord.
or actually paying the repercussions of not landing the jump on your motorcycle, as opposed to saying, I'm pressing the reset button and putting the cheat code in.
Yeah, because you just broke your fucking arm, your sternum, and your shin, probably, actually, you know, or at least an ankle. You had to have broken a fucking ankle.
And plaster casts have no reset button.
No. Now, I will admit, sometimes chicks do dig the cast. Ain't gonna lie about that. Yeah, sometimes living is wait, what is it? Sometimes living well is the best revenge.
Yep.
But anyway, you gentlemen are deflecting the question. What country, if you had to pick one other than the United States, or is there no substitute for the United States of America on this planet, gentlemen? You
Well,
can say
that's
that too.
That's a simple question, but again, it's because of my perspective, and I cheat. Okay? If I could choose to go anywhere I wanted to, I would grab one of those unclaimed islands, do the squatters thing, file the paperwork, make it my own nation, and that'd be that.
Yeah, if you're
There's
talking
plenty
about
of them out
Now, who comes to defend
You're
you?
talking
Oh,
about-
you'd probably have all the peace accords and arms treaties and stuff like that to have defense if anybody else tried to come and take your island from you, yes?
Hey, a guy successfully squatted on an abandoned oil rig, I believe off the coast of Norway.
Yeah.
Became his own sovereign nation.
Yeah, I might go the snake route and just Metal Gear Solid it and build myself an oil rig or
Build
take over an
yourself
oil rig.
outer heaven?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Full
down.
extract
That
my way
sounds
to
cool.
paradise.
That sounds pretty cool.
if I got kicked out of here, the only other one I would probably want is probably Switzerland, maybe.
Oh, and I didn't say nothing about getting kicked out. I'm saying you leave of your own volition. But I guess I can also see where you're saying if I get kicked out, it's because of the choices that I make or whatever no longer allow for me to, be here. Fucking National Rifle Association has latched on to this Matt Damon thing, fellas. That's
back
fucking
one second.
cool.
Okay,
Fuck
so
yeah.
here again is my thing. Other than boycott the source of the money, like you said, my thing is this. Why does anybody give a fuck what Matt Damon says?
Then that's the
Seriously.
whole problem, dude. That is the whole problem. Is that
Seriously.
why do these people that have no bearing on my life, your life, or actually have done anything other than either, no offense to musicians or anything like that, but why do I give a fuck about how it affects my life if it's a musician or an entertainer in any way,
No,
shape, or form?
So
Musicians-
in my
musicians,
perspective,
same
the
boat.
NRA latching onto this is actually validating the fact that his opinion matters.
Ah. I can see that being a thing. I could see that being a thing. Because now we're feeding into the fact that, Matt Damon manners. Which, again, I think I was talking about it either yesterday or the day before or earlier today. It's like, I have definitely come to the full realization, and I feel almost bad that it actually came to this, that it's not one of these people in pop culture or any of that type of whatever. They have no bearing on my life whatsoever. Now, if they incited a riot like they said, oh, Island Z, the Kardashian said that everybody must go out and beat the living shit out of you and kill you. Well, they do have enough fans out there that could become a credible threat to me. But at the same time, that would literally be the only way that they could probably affect my life.
And so what's the phrase I used earlier? Matt Damon, not at the end of my fucking driveway.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I can assure you, he wouldn't even make it that close because of the rest of the population in town You know, I don't see him being served in the local restaurant, not because I orchestrated any huge anti-Matt Damon protest. It'd just be like, Dick, get the fuck out.
It would be one of those things where it's a known commodity, or it's a known, yeah.
Or we'd
Yeah.
get something colorful like, we can't help you. We don't serve kangaroo here.
Oh yeah. That would be somebody trying to be nice to him to do it too. That is no guarantee.
But yeah, that's the big thing is who you choose to battle is as important, if not more important, than how you choose to battle. Okay? Don't empower the little bitches. Okay? Your opinion of me is inconsequential. What you have to say is inconsequential. It affects my life none. Okay? So don't make him consequential.
Like that. Like, guess what? I'm not only.
But unfortunately, I think the entertainment industry is so interwoven with everything else anymore.
And there's the beauty
That's
of
part
it.
of the problem.
The entertainment industry is, and yet his movies are pro-gun.
Yeah, and that's what the NRA is pointing out, the hypocrisy of. He's got a gun in practically every fucking movie, multiple guns, but,
But that's exactly my point. Instead of arguing the hypocrisy, and instead of putting a spotlight on his statement, I'd be telling everybody to go see the Bourne movie because the gunplay is awesome.
Well, I thought the locations were a bit better.
I think
About them.
the clean
They came to
shaven
Vegas.
and Euro chicks that he was always banging in those flicks was the reason I was going, but okay.
No, they could have done better in the first one. That first one, she was kind of a dog.
What, the German chick? She was awesome.
She was not hot.
She did not have hairy pits, so.
I didn't see any of them, so I'm at a loss. Who are we talking about?
Hey, you weren't really. Well, you
Bourne,
ain't really
whatever.
missing out. I couldn't even tell you her name. Couldn't
of
even
course
tell you
there's-
the actress's name.
Then there's Julia Stiles. Yeah, she's awesome.
She's
To be
one of
honest,
those ones
I've
that
seen all
she's
the
cute.
Bourne movies. I just don't remember any of the plots to any of them, other than like, dude wakes up not remembering anything.
And people are out to fucking kill him.
Yeah, that
That's
and the
Bourne- that's
fucking
Bourne-
newest
that's
one,
Bourne
which
in a
was
nutshell
basically
right there.
pills.
Like Julia Stiles, the chick. I think she's going to probably be in the new one. I don't know. Probably be her last flick. She's getting too old.
No, I am going to go tinfoil hat for a second here. Okay. We can't, literally, the dude says we cannot indict her on, or we're not going to indict her with the evidence that we have on this email bullshit, right? Why can't she get indicted on the fucking RICO statute from the FBI for the Clinton Foundation, though? That's totally an unrelated set of charges.
Well, yeah, it said that earlier. That investigation's still ongoing, so, you know, who knows what deal was made there. I mean, will he step down over this before that indictment, you know, before that investigation's done? Will that one just fade away? You know, who knows at this point?
Yeah, that would be something interesting. Now, do I think that it has any teeth? Do I think that it's going to happen? Not so much. Would I believe that it could happen? Sure. Sure. Might still believe in Santa Claus, you sons of bitches, so I'm quite possibly willing to believe anything.
Apparently, Devil Goose is dead now. That Romanian hacker who claimed that he hacked Hillary Clinton's servers. They found him dead in prison.
Yeah, funny how that works. Dead as a motherfucker.
Somebody probably got paid off.
How can you not love her? The bitch has killed more people in smallpox.
Yeah.
And she just continues to get away with it too. Like it doesn't fucking matter. Like whatever.
And again, they're not even discreet about it. You know, what's his name committed suicide by shooting himself in the back of the head twice?
Yeah. From several feet away, or a couple of feet away. Or like you said, the guy earlier who had the sweaty hands while working out and crushed his throat with the what was it, the weights, right?
Yeah.
While exercising, there's been several fucking heart attacks and strokes and thought to be normal, natural causes, of course.
Don't forget the plane crashes.
Mysterious accidents and
Hillary
whatnot.
confirmed
Plane crashes.
Hillary Clinton killed Scalia.
Oh, right. Then there's that. That would be the only way I think she gets indicted, or actually would go to prison, as if somehow, some way, it was apparent
Murder.
that she had it done. Now here's the thing, she would be like one of the mob bosses in that, which is also like the RICO thing, and that if her underlings did it, she would try and claim that, just because somebody under me doesn't mean that I had them do it. There's still the chance that federal statute could get her on that, but
And well, also too, let's not forget the stage that's been set. Firstly, an indictment's no guarantee of a conviction.
true.
Okay, and secondly, look at the court of public opinion. Okay, the Clinton Foundation and the investigation are what you would public perception is private business entity. What does that have to do with the government? In her professional capacity as a government servant, the FBI investigated her and they chose not to indict. And so you have to say at this point in time, not only does an indictment not guarantee a conviction, not only will that trial, if there ever was a trial, be the biggest dog and pony show that will last multiple years that there is, but who's got the attention span and who's going to latch on to that when, basically speaking, she got away with the email thing, not to mention the Benghazi thing and everybody else. So in people's minds, they're completely separate issues. And
What difference does it make?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's a sad fucking reality. Terrible.
I could just hear it now. Well, maybe she didn't make the smartest business practices, but what does that have to do with her being the president?
Trump claimed bankruptcy.
Right.
That was dumb business.
Hey, wait a minute, and now let's not pretend like fucking Trump may not have been fucking involved in a potential RICO statute violation at some point in his life either.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think he has 30 bodies under him, though.
He might not. He might not. And let's be real. Like, probably indirectly, sure, maybe or whatever, but directly, like Hillary does, no fucking way. No fucking way. She is the fucking angel of death. She is the
fucking Black Widow.
Yeah, but you're a tinfoil hat wearing motherfucker if you don't believe that, to be a land developer in New York simply means going to City Hall, filling out a form, paying a fee, and have all your permits supplied to you.
You're going to pay a fee, but it's
Lord knows
personal payoffs.
Lord knows the waste management industry is fertile and just deep and wide with competition that will guarantee you good service at reasonable rates.
Yeah.
And yeah. Cement falls off the trees in Central Park.
Yes, sir. And yeah, that's one of my favorites. It's a fucking commodity. People don't really understand what it takes to fucking just make cement. Cement doesn't just fucking happen. There's a whole. If you hey, guess what happens if you don't have a fucking aggregate? You don't fucking have cement. So that means you don't have a fucking building, or a road, or a bridge, or a fucking parking structure,
Or a
you
toll booth.
Yes, sir. You are correct, sir.
So, Doctor, I'm assuming that you grew up in New York and you now live in Texas, is what I'm gathering from this.
Yeah.
Good choice.
I was born and raised in the Bronx.
Nothing wrong with New York. In my eyes, I have some really close friends that live there. Or I should say nothing wrong with being from New York. But I think you made a good choice moving to Texas.
Hey, the only difference between the way I was raised and the way people down here are is that people down here are still that way. I mean, you know, I'm like first generation American, and I was raised in like, you know, real strict old world values, and that's pretty much gone in the Northeast. And it's still, I mean, to me, it's still alive down here. Although my friends that are all locals say it's like, oh, you should saw it was like in the old days.
The good old days, once again.
But
Makes you kind
people
of wonder what the fuck was it like in the good old days? If like friendly as fuck, everybody waves people here. How can you be nicer than that?
Dude, seriously, growing up in the Bronx, we never locked our doors. Okay,
That's what I was just gonna say.
you knew the cops that were on the beat personally. They lived in the area. You socialized with them. You knew the cab drivers. I ran away from home when I was 4 years old by walking down to the cab stop, getting in the car, and saying, "Take me to Grandma's house," which only worked because we had a cab driver that we all knew, and he knew who my grandmother was and where she lived.
Nice.
Oh, and G in the chat is asking for a list of gun movies.
Oh shit. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding? Come on. Gun movies?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I could come up with
I think we
7
need to-
million fucking
I think
gun
you need
movies.
to do a review of 13 Hours.
We talked
Exactly.
about that. We talked about that one the other day.
We talked about that one actually quite a fucking bit.
No, I meant actually on Gun Chat.
Oh.
You know what's funny? The one night he's not haunting in a chat like he normally does, he's in the lobby trolling us.
I know. I like that actually. It's good for him actually. He's probably laughing his fucking ass off at us right now. Let's see. Good gun movies. The Crow. There you go. I'm gonna throw that out there. Assassination with Charles Bronson. That was the first time I learned about what a sniffer was. And it's
The
not to be
Expendables.
confused- Not to be confused with a fluffer.
Okay, Showtime with Robert De Niro and Eddie Murphy, starring the commie gun-hugging lover's favorite gun, the Saiga.
Nice. And what was
Fucking
Showtime?
Heat,
Was that the
bro.
was that the one with the Russians and the or was that 15 Minutes? Was the ones where they were like the Russian mob guys and they wanted their fame and they were posting the killings or something like that through video or something like that.
Oh,
I think that was 15 minutes. Yeah.
What was the one with Ed Norton, and he had a buddy that was like a Russian, like his bodyguard was like that big Russian, and he kept calling it a bull pit. It's like, is your dog bull pit? That was a pretty good one. Fuck, what was the name of that movie?
Ed Norton? I don't remember. I don't know.
The Italian Job?
No. Ed Norton was like the main character, and he played like a Russian mobster, or friend of the Russian mob. Pretty good gun movie.
How about A History of Violence with Viggo Mortensen? That'll fucking
That'll get you going.
Eastern Promises, another one with Viggo Mortensen.
I love Eastern Promises.
How about Red Heat with Arnold Schwarzenegger and
Jim
Belushi?
I like him because
9.2 millimeter Podporov, the most powerful handgun in the world.
yeah. He's like, you might not. I'm trying to remember the line. It's like, you might not know, not being from America or something like that, because he tries to go with the 44, right? Isn't that what he tries to tell him? And
Yeah.
that's when Arnie has to break it down for him. No,
which was some Hollywooded up Desert Eagle.
Yes. Because that was still, if you remember, Red Heat came out, we were still in the middle of the fucking Cold War, so let's just say that there weren't too many of those with pictures that we could check out, other than, if you were seeing them firsthand, which meant you were probably dead.
Oh,
Oh,
right
now
on.
we're being
Behind it.
now we're being trolled for not typing our answers into the chat and just saying them. Do we need to type them in the form of a question as well?
Oh, wait a minute. I know why he does that. I know. Okay, yes, I got you. We can do that because I think he copies and pastes some of them and he makes a list that way. So yes, we can do that. Or I say we, I mean me.
Okay,
25th hour.
all right.
That was the one with Ed Norton I was talking about. When you said 15 hours, that's what reminded me of it. 25th hour.
Okay, I got Red Heat, 25th hour.
We're typing Showtime.
15 minutes. Showtime. What was that real crappy movie they made in the 80s about, like, the Cubans and the Chinese invading America and a bunch of high school kids, like, defended the country?
Hey,
Red Dot?
I know we've definitely covered that. Covered that one.
Dare you?
But I know we haven't done this one. I'm pretty sure.
Hey, do
How about
torpedoes?
Die Hard?
Those are movies that we cover commonly. We're trying to think of real weird ones.
Yeah, I was definitely trying to think of, because I don't know that we've done Invasion USA in the daytime chat.
Do torpedoes count as guns?
What would you got in mind?
Down Periscope?
Down Periscope just has to be on a list because I love the movie.
Yeah, the movie's fucking great.
And I don't seem to recall any guns in it other than torpedoes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna tell you to type. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell you to not type it. So, let's see.
And Lauren Holly out of uniform is most definitely worth it.
Oh, she has a red head, so I mean, I understand. Let's see.
Man on Fire.
That movie
original
was
or remake?
I'm trying to
never saw
remember
the
the original.
So I'm going to say remake.
That has some good gun scenes in it.
Oh, fuck, what was somebody put Act of Valor. What was the one that came out before, it was like the first SEAL movie or whatever. And I don't mean
Navy
SEALs. No, not Navy SEALs, even though I will type that in because that was
Flipper?
when you talk to God or whatever. But, no, it was, oh shit, come on. It was, I'm thinking, you know what? It is Act of Valor is the one I'm thinking of because I'm thinking of Uncommon Valor with fucking Gene Hackman was what I thought that was.
Is that the one where he goes and rescues the guy, the airplane movie?
No, that is Bat 21.
Oh. What's Uncommon Valor?
And not to be confused with, what the fuck was that one? Bat 21 and Flight of the Intruder were not the same story, but they were both fucking good.
Yeah, like Vietnam Rescue. Bat 21 is where they use the like golf course as the way to get him back. Like they're talking to the pilot and they're like, oh, go to hole 18 or whatever.
Yep. It was the golf course that he was familiar with or what have you. Like his hometown or whatever.
What was that fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Breach or something? What? Sabotage? Was it Sabotage?
Sabotage I heard was okay. I'll type that in. I never saw it though. I'm waiting for it to be on whatchamacallit?
Netflix?
Prime at least. Oh nice. Who put in the Wild Bunch? Thank you so much, dude. Gun loving machinist. Thank you, bro, because that fucking movie is awesome. The Wild Bunch? Come on. Nobody in here knows what the fuck I'm talking about? You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, Dirty Dozen?
Sure, you can always type that. You'll always get a smile out of me talking about that one. Kelly's Heroes is the one I'm gonna type.
Defiance.
I really like Defiance. Yeah.
What about Blood Diamond? Anybody say Blood Diamond?
I haven't seen Blood
Matt
Diamond yet.
Damon.
A Christmas Story?
I'm not supporting Matt Damon.
I think
Fuck
there wasn't
Matt
No,
any
Damon.
Blood
that's
Diamond.
Leonardo
That was
DiCaprio.
Leonardo
Oh,
DiCaprio.
Hey, you know what? Fuck that clown too. Just for making me think that it was Matt Damon. Now let's see. Does Team America count as a gun movie? I'm typing it in because there's plenty of guns in it. Oh, nice. All right, that takes the show out to September. Excellent job, everybody. Big J, good call again. Machinist with fucking some quality out there.
Oh, Black Hawk Down.
Excellent movie.
Long Kiss Goodnight.
You know, I never thought that Gina Davis was hot so much. But, oh, Westworld. Excellent choice there, too. Who did that one? Thanks. Six String.
Wait, did Westworld come out yet?
No, the original, man, with fucking Yul Brynner and shit.
So not that
James
new
Brolin
TV
gets
show
shot the
that,
fuck.
not that new TV show that's coming to HBO.
It might be based on the same thing. I'm just saying the movie came out like in the 60s or 70s, and it was
they're HBO is doing like one of their original series is on it, and it's the same thing.
Fuck.
It actually looks pretty good.
I need to
Yeah,
get HBO
it
then.
looks
Son
neat.
of a bitch. Or at least HBO Go so I can watch it on my computer.
Just message me. I'll give you my account to use.
I might just fucking do that. Rapid Fire with Brandon Lee. I like that one.
What was that movie where Clint Eastwood played Gunny Highway?
The Quick and the Dead. We just did that one the other day. The Crow we mentioned
Heartbreak
earlier.
Ridge.
Heartbreak Ridge.
Yeah.
This is the preferred weapon of your enemy. It makes a distinct sound when fired at you.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Cheers to the Sun.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I really like that movie because of Monica Bellucci. Because, I mean, fuck you if you don't think that bitch is hot. Or, excuse me, that lady. And now, you know what? I think she's almost 50.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, no kidding. The answer would be yes, ma'am. How may I help you?
Now apparently we spoiled our lusterless leader, and he's looking for topics for the other segments again, and apparently we're going to have to type as well.
Okay. What are we talking about when we talk about gun businesses, gentlemen? Do we want to? Are we talking like, for example, somebody that refinishes firearms, somebody that makes barrels, somebody that, you know, what are we talking about when we're talking gun business? Are we actually talking manufacturers? Are we talking stores that sell them?
Do we want to highlight a specific business, or do we want to talk about the business of selling firearms? I'm confused.
I think any and all.
Is this the portion of the podcast that G can monetize on by selling advertising for local businesses or other businesses that are gun related?
One of the topics could be how Common Core math killed the Second Amendment. When Hillary becomes president, what they could do is in the Common Core math program just remove the number 2 from the numbers they teach the kids, and then by default there will no longer be a Second Amendment.
There you go, because 1 + 1 never equals 2 anymore, right?
2 generations later.
Right.
It's all
Common
gone.
Core math. 1 + 1 = potato.
Yeah.
Hey, gun business that might be worth talking about or exploring is aftermarket sites. There's been a lot of, like, it used to be basically you could get your stock sites or you could get night sites, but now there's the fiber optics, you know, like the high-vis stuff. There's the XS Big Dots. There's a bunch of different, you know, sites.
That could also be gun tech.
Yeah.
Commercial versus military?
Oh, shit. Why do I gotta send it? What the fuck? I think I gotta. You got to refresh and probably sign back in. Yep, son of a bitch.
Terrible.
Oh, and then it tells me the gunchannels.com page isn't working. What a bunch of bullshit.
G-Webs, get it together.
No, it ain't G. It's probably my internet if I had to guess.
Up, yep,
Hey,
it's that
he's
time of
the
the
one
night
making
where the
us
fucking
type this shit.
website resets.
Yep,
Hey,
that's all
he's
it
making
is.
us type the shit. Let me give him a little grief, okay?
Hey, feel free, man. That's America, bro. Yeah, because it wasn't letting me put in any comments, and now I can't reload the lobby. But I can reload the but I can reload the members.
I got one for like, maybe it's gun tech, maybe it's gun business. What do you think is more customized now, AR-15s or 1911s? Because forever it was the 1911, but I'm pretty sure the AR-15 is.
Well, what's more customized now? Fucking Glock versus everything else.
Oh, you can still customize an AR in more ways than you can customize a Glock, in my opinion.
Fucking every company now is doing their own kind of like custom Glocks.
And actually, too, if you look at it, and here's the deal again, everything was Glock, 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 and some of those Glocks those crazy built Glocks are like great, but you know what? Instagram got Glock burnt out, so what's becoming fashionable again? The 1911.
Yeah.
The Nighthawks.
Everything is cyclical.
Exactly. So now all of a sudden, like 2 years ago, it was the AARP gun, which we all made jokes about and ran with anyway, because it's just the thing. And now I'm seeing more and more and more custom 1911s and high-end 1911s. I mean, there was no we'll call them boutique guns. Okay, when I was in my 1911 heyday, especially because they were all 10 millimeters, you either bought a gun box stock, or you bought a gun and sent it to a gunsmith or did your own gunsmithing work and had a custom gun made. Okay, now there's this whole giant boutique 1911 industry, you know, if you want to call Cabot Arms the pinnacle of that period, but you can get everything from like $1,200 plus guns out of the box. You can get multi-$1,000 guns from Colt or whatever now, like literally off the shelf. Okay, you can still have them custom built. Or
look at that Springfield Chris Kyle. It's like a $3,000 Springfield from them.
Hey, anybody out there? So, like, if I typed in for G gun customizers, and then I went with the IE like cylinder and slide. So, is that also going to be like Salient, and who else would be on that list of gun customizers?
Agency. Alien.
What's that? AX? Is it AXTI? What is that?
ATI?
No, it's
Oh, here he's got the idea.
Oh, there's Bowie, or not Bowie. What the fuck it is? Is it Bowie?
It's David Bowie. Yes, it's Bowie. Bowie Tactical, I believe. That was the joke.
So Mel brought up the AARP thing a minute ago. The other day I was at my parents' house, and you know my dad's old school, big 45 guy, you know, and I taught my niece the FX Hummel song. All guns should be Glocks, all Glocks should be 9mm, and all 9mm should be 19s. And I had her say that to him, and he almost lost his shit because I mean he carries a 1911, right? And he's like, his eyes got all big, and I was like, don't worry, he's one of those 45 AARP guys, and he's like 45 ACP, and he like looked at me like I didn't know.
Yeah,
ACP, motherfucker.
Right. I brought you in, you son of a bitch, and I can take you out.
Oh, it was fucking hilarious.
Because clearly, okay, I'm assuming he's that much older than you, where he may be of the AARP age.
Oh, he's getting close.
Okay.
And I think at first he didn't he thought it was he didn't get AARP at first, you know. He just was like, what? And he had to correct it, and then he realized what I said, and he was like, oh, he's making fun of me for being old.
Yes. That is what's going
Okay,
on.
and so here's the next trend that's coming back around again. Down with the striker fires and up with the double action, single actions.
Right. I'm gonna type that in. DASA.
And the other trend is now people are going to like old school style ARs. They've like bucked the trend of having, all this
Rails and rails for days to like classic.
straight plastic handguards and carrying handles.
The first time I saw a quad rail, my first thought was, what frustrated Italian cheese grating motherfucker thought this was a good idea?
Because here's the thing, dude. They didn't come out with ladder covers when they came out with the fucking quad rail.
No, they did not.
It was after. It is after
Yeah,
the
that took a minute.
motherfucking fact. And it wasn't even like, I don't even know that it was in the same year or anything like that. So
Homie used a lot of duct tape.
I was gonna say, who fucking did the T&E on that shit before they fucking
Not a
came up with
shooter.
that? Yeah,
Didn't
that's
you
I guess
just
what
put
I'm
like
saying.
a fucking pistol grip on it and just call it a day?
No.
You still gotta grab around it, bro. And I don't know that pistol grips came out at the same time as the quad rail either. To be
Oh, they
honest
came out
with you.
before the quad rail.
In that there were pistol grips, like on an AMD 65 and stuff like that. Yes.
Well, no, I mean on like fucking M16s and like all that shit, like the whatever the Troy one is that they're basically remaking. They would take the actual like A1 grip, like an extra one, and they would attach it to the front. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Nice. G-Web said thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Alternative gun topics. That's tough.
What's an alternative gun topic? Like
That's
guns?
what I'm saying.
Is
Pink
that
pistols.
like
Hey,
an
pink pistols.
AR-15 that identifies as a Steyr?
No, it's
Nah,
like,
it's an
it's like the
AR-15
Nirvana
that
and Stone
like
Temple
predates
Pilots.
race. Ah.
Second Amendment topics.
Did we just go to the same thing again,
We just went
Flippy?
to the same fucking thing.
That's like the third time tonight.
I'm
Still,
just
I love
trying
you,
to
bro.
think. I'm just trying to think of what topics the Second Amendment has going on right now, or not even just right now. Not even just right now. Just Second Amendment topics. How they're just trying to crush it. Who's against it? Who's for it?
How we should all in that motherfucker and be like, yo, we can just do it right now. Let's either abolish the Second Amendment or like make it like a thing that's a thing.
How about pop culture's opinion dictating what we do? I'm typing this motherfucker. Pop culture dictating what we do with the Second Amendment. There you go. As in, that shit should not be happening. Dictating.
How about we need less dick in the Second Amendment all the way around? No pop culture dictating and getting women involved. We still need to get more women involved.
True. Women and children, let's be real. It needs to go back to the day of like the 40s and 50s, dude, where your fucking kid learned gun safety, knew how to fucking handle a firearm.
Well, and the more we get women involved,
And I ain't saying you learned back in the day to learn to handle a fucking revolver or a 1911 either as a kid. I'm just saying you knew how to fucking, you were trained, I'm going to say, you were trained in how to operate either a shotgun, whether it was single or double, and perhaps a pump, even though that has a slightly more complicated manual of arms, but not much. You were also indoctrinated into, and I'm kind of going way back to when this was in school, like bolt action or lever action. You were definitely, because those were usually your hunting guns back then too. So you fucking were definitely proficient.
I remember, I think it was sixth grade. Yeah, it was sixth grade. I actually had a hunter's safety / gun safety course where a guy came in and taught it in the classroom. And it was a real basic course, but it basically taught you how to, if you stumbled across a firearm, how to clear and make it safe. Whether it be a semi-automatic pistol or a revolver, a bolt-action rifle, I'm pretty sure he even had an AR-15, like a magazine-fed rifle. But he came in and he taught basically, I think it was 2 hours because it substituted 2 periods. And for like 3 days he came in and just taught gun safety. Why can't we do that again?
Some schools have actually started to come back to gun safety classes and starting for elementary school kids.
I mean, we had a gun safety class, kind of. A police officer came in. It was called DARE. They told us not to touch a gun. If we saw it, run, cry, and call the police.
And actually, think about all the other weapons that we had to learn how to use. There was wooden spoon fencing, beware the flying slipper.
Exactly. Incoming, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, and here's the other thing. You were never as funny as you thought you were.
No.
Ever.
But quite often you were a smart ass.
Well, and you know, I learned this at that age to not say this to whoever was disciplining me at this time, but when I hear it now, they tell me I'm a smart ass, I tell them it's better than being a dumbass like you. Now, I would never say that to whoever the fuck was disciplining me at the time when they're calling me a smart ass.
I said that to a teacher, but I didn't say like you. I said, well, it's better than being a dumbass. And I was on my way to the principal's office.
Yeah, exactly. Do not pass, go. Just saying.
The funny thing is that teacher actually recommended from my career to be a police officer later that year. I was like, this doesn't make very much sense. One day you send me to the principal's office, the next day you're telling me I should be a cop. Something's not right here. Sorry.
So, did we cover all the topics?
I think you should do.
I'm still kind of confused on what alternate gun topics is. Does he just like want alternate subject matter in the gun industry?
Well, I thought you said alternative gun topics.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like alternative to what? Like not about calibers, not about guns, like some sort of alternative subject matter that we can delve into?
Like guns in the art space or whatever?
How about vehicle-mounted weapons? That would be cool.
Non-standard? Okay.
Now that could be an alternative gun topic, vehicle mounted.
So like automatic guns as opposed to manual guns?
Well, and if we do vehicle mounted weapons, I want to do the fucking brrrt off the fucking 810. Off the 810. That's the first one I want to cover if we're talking alternative gun topics and we're talking vehicle mounted weapons. That's my joint.
I want to go blow up a pig with a tank.
I always call it General Dynamics for the minigun, but it's not. It's something else. It's
Could you suppress a minigun?
I don't think so. You'd have to put like 8 of them into that thing.
You'd put like a suppressor on each barrel.
I think when you're throwing 6,000 rounds a minute at people, the fact that it makes noise is the least of the concern.
Yeah,
Not
but then
to-
think of all the
And
less you
actually,
have to concern about.
no. You want the noise. That's what puts the fear of death into those motherfucking goat fuckers.
Not to mention the fact that you've just severely magnified a heat dissipation issue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
that
general
actually that shit
dynamics.
would glow even more than it does. You're absolutely correct on that.
Dylan, that's who makes it. It's the Dylan minigun. I want one of those for my birthday. My birthday's Thursday. If you guys want to give me anything, I'll take a Dylan minigun.
Yeah, they're just like the continued evolution of the General Electric.
So General Electric had one. That's what threw me off.
Yeah. General Electric had a 9mm one too.
Oh boy.
And because it was General Electric, that's what the battery power was good for and all that, yes? Because it was electrically powered machine gun, isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, was that DC or AC?
It swung both ways. Don't be a sexist.
Right? If you should fucking make you a goddamn sexual Tyrannosaurus.
Well, what movie was that from now? I get stuck
Predator.
in my head.
Ain't got time to bleed.
It was the first Predator movie.
The first Predator movie. Okay, thank you.
That's one ugly motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Fucking Predator, awesome fucking movie. That should be on anybody's list.
Oh yeah.
We might not like aliens, we might like aliens. We might like some of this, we might like some of that. But fucking motherfucking Predator 1, goddamn.
I don't know. The idea of not liking aliens is just weird to me. Like, I don't understand it.
I mean, I can understand it. I mean, that's not how I feel about it, but I can understand it. People are different.
Yeah, but are they really that different?
You know what it was always striking to me was the difference between Alien and Aliens. Like they were two totally different genres of movie. One was a horror film and one was an action film. Both good in their own way, though, you know.
Yeah. Although I will say, and I'm still like convinced that the main fucking villain of the first movie was the goddamn cat and not the actual alien. Because all that cat did was fucking set up the alien for all those murders. Like legit, how many times did Jinxie like run off from one of the crew members to chase it? For it to then like back up into the corner and the alien plopped down on its head.
So Circle 10 AK is saying that they're expecting this Chiappa 9mm AK pistol to go for around $450.
They're making a 9mm AK pistol?
They just got them in stock.
Is it a revolver?
No, it is a semi-automatic magazine fed. Looks like a blowback.
Because a 30-round 9mm cylinder would be tits.
It'd be awesome. Yeah, it looks like. Huh. If you go to Circle 10 AK's Facebook page, you can see it. Yeah, Chiappa Firearms. PAK-9 pistol. The MSRP from Chiappa is $569. DB.
Now, has anybody watched Sci-Fi yesterday, starting even the day before, I think.
Nope.
Because basically they had a fucking Twilight Zone marathon. All day, all night, starting at midnight or whatever on the
That's
4th.
connected to Ghost Rider.
I tell you what, I forgot how fucking good that shit was. Now, Flippy, you ain't gonna like it. It ain't got no razzle dazzle. The fucking writing is where that shit was at.
Dude, I've fucking seen it. I know.
The
I
TV
understand
show?
Twilight. Yeah, I saw the Twilight show.
No.
No,
Twilight
not the
Zone.
not the vampire ones.
Yeah, not shiny, sparkly vampire shit.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of the fucking black and white, always
Okay.
fucking with motherfuckers' heads.
All right, you just kind of went up with a little credit in my mind.
I mean, I'm about to go down with some revelation that I also enjoyed the newer Twilight show that came out in color later on. That was less about fucking with people.
Flippy, go to timeout. Flippy, go to timeout.
More about just being fucking weird for reasons unknown.
Oh, like Amazing Stories, and also what was it? Night Terrors?
No, it was legit called the Twilight Show, but it was like
Twilight
in
Zone.
color and newer.
God damn it!
Yeah, Twilight Zone, whatever. But it was newer and in color.
I think I remember that too, and it was not as good as Rod Serling's original shit.
It
What
wasn't.
about the John Landis movie? That wasn't so
The
bad.
one where Vic Morrow died? That one?
Yeah. I always thought it was Van Morrison, but then I figured out
Spoiler alert.
it wasn't
No.
Van Morrison that died that day.
No, it was Vic Morrow. Yes. Actually, you know, it was pretty good. You want me to scare you? Come on. You want to see something really scary? Come on.
No dick
Creep
pics,
Show is
please.
better than both of them. Creep Show is
I like Creep Show.
my generation there. And I had about the same amount of cockroaches.
Because
Right.
Creep Shows were the movie where Stephen King shoots his own head off with a shotgun, if I remember correctly. When he the alien meteor, and it turned them all into like green whatever, green and planty,
Green slime.
green like plant covered or moss covered or whatever.
Oh yeah. Swamp, like a swamp
I'm pretty
thing
sure he
kind of
was.
thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was sitting in his chair watching TV, and then that's when I think he either single barreled, double barreled, or rifled. I don't recall it this time.
What was the one with Kathleen Quinlan in the spandex top and skirt, and she plays a teacher?
Teachers?
Creep Show?
Her
Cat's
car-
Eye?
her-
There's
it
only
was-
a few.
Yeah, it was another one of those like It was a movie, but it was like 3 different tales, and hers was the last tale. And she's a teacher, and her car breaks down, and she comes across this little kid who can
Trilogy of Terror?
who can manifest reality.
No, that was either
Cat's
Dude,
Eye.
that was
There was
Twilight
Creep Show,
Zone.
Cat's Eye. I'm trying to think of like movies that were the Twilight Zone John Landis movie. What else? That were like 3 vignettes or whatever they call them.
and they didn't know why the kid wasn't disciplined. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Like yeah,
No,
but
Google.
like he made his parents do all sorts of crazy shit, but really just ended up wanting to go and be a normal kid with her.
my favorite still was my 2 favorites. The one where James Woods has to quit smoking, and the
Yeah.
one where John Lithgow plays the part of Bill Shatner with the
Yeah.
gremlin on the plane. Those
Yeah, so that's Cat's Eye and Twilight Zone.
are my 2 all-time favorites.
Yeah, the plane one was awesome.
The fucking quitting the cigarettes thing was awesome. It really was good.
The electrified cage with his wife.
That was crazy, yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna quit smoking when someone does that to my wife.
And what's his name that played the head of the quit smoking company, the stand-up comic? His performance was flawless.
It was Alan King, right?
Yes, thank you.
And he was definitely trying to play a stereotypical mob person, I guess is how I want to say it without being.
Yeah, but that whole tongue-in-cheek, like, you know I'm a mobster, I know I'm a mobster, but we're not going to say the word mobster.
Yes, then that was fucking hilarious.
And one of my other favorite mobsters, and he never gets enough credit. There was the movies. The movies weren't that great, but there was a movie where Billy Crystal plays a psychiatrist, and Dennis Farina is the mob boss.
Isn't that Analyze This or whatever?
Well, Dennis Farina's been in a bunch of crap. Oh no, wait, I'm getting movies mixed up. I think. Did Dennis Farina was Midnight Run?
Dennis Farina was in Get Shorty.
He's been in a bunch.
He was mob in Get Shorty. I remember that. No, he was like a diamond dealer or something in Get Shorty.
No, he was mob. He was mob because he was trying to take over part of. He was trying to reclaim Chile, if I remember correctly.
What else was he a mob dealer? Yeah. He was Billy Crystal was De Niro was the mob guy in that Analyze This, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Man,
so
you know what?
So then it was Midnight Run. See, the problem
Midnight
is Dennis
Run was
Farina's
Billy
only ever
Crystal.
played two parts. He's either a Chicago cop or a mob boss. That's it.
Midnight Run was Charles Grodin.
Charles Grodin and Robert De Niro.
Right. Oh, right. And there was a mob guy in that movie, obviously, who wanted Grodin dead, right?
Yeah.
Was that Farina?
I believe so.
Or was Farina the other bounty hunter guy? There was another that was like one of those two bounty hunters, one MacGuffin.
I'm currently IMDbing right now.
We are currently movie trivia night at the
I
Apollo.
can't IMDb because I'm too busy being G Webb's secretary in the text chat.
That's all right.
You're taking the minutes. Can we have the minutes now?
Fuck, he was in JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling, which is Richard Pryor. Manhunter, which was good because that was Red Dragon before Red Dragon.
Well, that was the original Red Dragon.
Code of Silence, which was that Kurt Russell or was that?
I think that was Chuck
Tex
Norris.
Walker. Yeah,
I was going to say, I thought Chuck Norris was Code of Silence.
I think you are correct. Fuck, he was in Thief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had the shotgun at the end.
Let's see, what do we got here? What were you trying to say?
Midnight Run.
Midnight Run, okay.
All I remember is that I believe it was Midnight Run. Dennis Farina has a rant on the phone where he's yelling with his henchmen.
Oh, he's the Bond. He's the guy with the Bond.
Yes.
Okay,
And
sense.
like the culminating line is, and if you don't get your shit together, I'm going to stab you in the fucking heart with a pencil.
Man, you know, that sounds like it. And he was definitely in Snatch, which was also good as well. Because that was the guy that fucking didn't want to die was the Russian dude. But Out of Sight, he was... Wasn't he J-Lo's dad in that one? Let's see, Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, he was a cop.
He was the sergeant in that Bruce Willis movie where he's the water cop with the ugly chick. With the ugly chick from Sex and the City.
Crime Story was awesome.
The
How many years was Crime Story on? Like 3 or 4?
Crime Story was awesome.
Yeah, I was a tiny kid.
I think that was Striking Distance, is the one you just named.
Yep. That's it. That was just on recently.
I think he was a real cop in real life.
What? Dennis
when
Farina?
Michael Mann discovered him, yeah, he was a Chicago cop.
And yes, he was in Midnight Run in 1988 as Jimmy Serrano. And did you just look that up so I don't have to look that up? Is that what you just said?
No,
What?
G's saying Out of Sight was awesome.
He was okay.
J-Lo had a nice ass. I mean,
She was still good looking. She's still good looking now, but she was in her prime, I guess.
yeah, yes. USDA prime.
Close to the prime.
I never thought she was good looking.
She was downright not good looking during like the In Living Color days.
Yes.
She got better looking somehow.
As time.
Yeah, she got richer and got More
chub,
money.
the baby fat kind of went away on her face.
Went away, and her olive complexion shone through a little bit when she actually went out into the sunshine instead of being a
she got rid of that.
albino.
She got rid of that, like, PR, baby hair gel down, and weird look. I hated that look.
Well, that was street, man.
It was a gross look.
Terrible.
The baby hair look was gross.
Another stakeout, which was terrible. Little Big League, terrible. Get Shorty was good, and I liked his role in that one. I did like his role in Snatch.
What was Little Big League?
Snatch. Oh, it's terrible. Let's see. I think it was just a straight up ripoff of the Bad News Bears. Oh, he owns the fucking baseball team. I think he owns the Twins or something. Like a kid ends up being given them a fucking.
That's right.
Yep, yep.
What was the one where the kid broke his arm and he became the picture? He like broke his arm, and then it like made him throw like 100 miles an hour.
I don't know if it's the Rookie because I thought that was Dennis Quaid, so I don't know.
Hey, what's up with these paracord? What's up with these paracord AR slings? Are they good or it's like total bag of dicks?
Well, I know that somebody in the chat actually makes them.
I have one for an AK. Pretty cool.
No, I saw one on your Instagram. I was like, I always wanted one. I'm just wondering, are they good? Will they hold up? Or what?
Yeah,
well,
I mean.
And here's the thing: comfortable for starters, right? But are you counting on that for as a go-to, last forever in the thick of the shit type of thing?
I don't. It looks like it's got QDs and all that shit.
Yeah,
or
you
do you
can
just
get
like it how it works?
And the one I got isn't adjustable. It basically replaced a mil spec, or a mil SERP cotton sling on an AK for me. But it seems really heavy duty, and you can get them with QDs and stuff.
Yeah, they look good. How much are they?
That one I think was like 65 or 70.
All right.
I mean, Dead Horse fucking makes them. You just ask him.
I'm not paying Dead Horse for shit.
Okay.
I like Dead Horse. I'll give him some. What's his Flippy? What's his PayPal?
I don't know. I haven't bought anything.
Send me his PayPal. I'll just send him money. Just fuck it. Uh-oh.
Well, now just take it easy there.
Fuck you fucking piece of shit.
Bucket money bags.
Who are you?
Fuck you. I'm getting urgent breaking news now about BlackBerry. BlackBerry kills its classic phone. Oh shit. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
It's still around.
Like 5 years ago.
I was going to say, I would have thought that thing died years ago.
Loved for its handy keyboard and hated for its terrible web browser.
Terrible.
Yeah,
terrible.
That's pretty accurate.
It's over now. It's over.
Hey, even before the BlackBerry, the tragedy that was the Palm Pilot.
I had that shit. I had the Trio 650.
The Trio was the shit back in the day.
The Trio phone, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dude, before that went away, right before it ended, they had a fucking tricorder adapter you literally could purchase for a couple $100 and put on the fucking top of it. Now, I know that's some Star Trek geeky shit, but I didn't even own a Palm Pilot at that time, but I had myself worked up that I needed to have one just to have the fucking tricorder.
My first kind of real job, I had one of those remember Handspring? I think Handspring. It was like the fake Palm Pilot, but it was cool as fuck, man. Then I think they merged. I think Handspring and Palm, like, they either bought them or whatnot, but they became one company, and the Trio came out. The Trio was a Palm, right? It was the Palm phones, man. They were fucking awesome, man. People at the time had the T-Mobile Sidekick, which was a sweet phone, but the Trio was just way better.
Think about it.
The Sidekick was endorsed by Snoop Dogg.
When the Palm was going, the Trio like that was going popular or whatever, like the internet wasn't even as surfable as it is today. You know what I mean? Like,
What?
Well,
I mean,
the Palm Pilot had a real web browser. Like it had, you know.
Yeah. I
yes,
was on that.
but what I'm saying,
DansMovies.com.
it was one of those things that was literally kind of ahead of its time because it was a smartphone before there were smartphones, right?
Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah. It had a card
That's what-
chip. I
that's
had
what
a
I'm
smart
getting at.
card. This was like 2004, and I had like
Yeah.
a smart
Earlier.
disk slot. Well, maybe no, it was probably 04, 03.
Yeah, I used to put my
Ooh,
memory
yeah, it
card
was
in
after
there and download
01,
porn. Then I had porn everywhere with me.
My favorite 9/11 story I know for the rest of my life was after everything happened during that day. I called the Israelis on like in Times Square. I was like, "Do you have my phone?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, but we're about to close. We got to get the fuck off this island." And I was like, "I'll be there in 45 minutes. I need my phone." And it was the Motorola Baby StarTAC, the Baby Tac, the baby flip phone. It was that was 01, 02. I don't know what the fuck I had. And then like 03, 04 was like the trio days. Like that was the cool phone.
That was
at the
so
time.
absurd. Does anybody remember the Saturday Night Live episode with the flip phones getting smaller and smaller and smaller?
Yeah. No, I don't remember the skit. I remember when they were getting smaller. I had that Baby Tac flip, and then I think after that came like the Razor, and it was just super thin.
Yeah, because they
Yeah,
couldn't
I
make
had
them
a-
any smaller. You couldn't use them.
I had a
Oh.
Razor.
The
They
Razor
made-
was awesome.
After the Razor, someone made one for T-Mobile that was like literally the size of your key fob on your car, and that's when people were like, "Okay, that's just fucking ridiculous."
Oh
Stop
no,
it.
it was like the chocolate or something like that.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Now, you youngsters know about old ass phones, man. That's awesome. I'm old as shit. So now,
Yeah, learn about that.
And now we're up to the tablet.
yeah, this phone's
So-
getting bigger and bigger and bigger so they can't even fit in your pocket again.
Well, sure,
and we're all
because
going
now
blind.
now that they got screens on them, nobody can read the freaking screens.
Yeah, well, honestly, the iPhone era, I think I saw something in the news about it's affecting people's eyesight because they're staring at their phones for so long. They kind of replace their computer screens with these smaller phones, and it's fucking with people's eyes. Like, anyway, I know it's probably fucked with mine, or I'm just getting old anyway, but staring at your little ass fucking screen all day sucks, man.
Yeah, I had to buy the largest like iPhone they had.
It's affecting children too. I mean, like, look, I didn't start doing that shit until I was like in my late 20s, and now, you know, there's kids that are growing up staring at these little fucking screens. Like, it's gotta be fucking with their head.
Well, here's the other thing too, and I literally can't do this. I can't walk out in public with earphones in, let alone the way these people walk around so completely and totally oblivious. And it was like, it started out, I guess, kind of like a joke. But I mean, I can't tell you, in the course of a week, I see at least 3 people who are almost hit by cars, who walk into walls, who just like, they're out moving through time and space.
I don't move for people looking down on their phone. I just stop and wait for them to run into me.
I'm guilty of that since since the fucking Walkman. I mean, I used to put my headphones on and just go for a walk for like hours, like on my days off and shit, and just listen to music. But my head was up. I was kind of paying. You know, if someone was screaming at me, I might not have heard it. But you know, that was like one of my favorite inventions. Well, not inventions, but like I bought something called an open ear headphone by Sennheiser at the time. And it was like, you could listen to this music as loud as fucking you wanted, but it was open ear design, so there was no enclosure on the out. So if someone's like basically just was talking to you in normal volume, you'd hear them, even though the music was loud as shit, you know? So, I don't know, but people have been listening to music walking around forever, but it's just it's worse now because they cut off their ears, and now they're like sticking the thing in their face, so they're basically blind and deaf.
Hey, it's Tommy. Pete Townsend is timeless. Pete
Yeah.
Townsend is relevant in any generation, and so now all we need is a bunch of pacifiers for the whiny millennial babies.
Yeah, I don't like it because to me it's bait. It's like especially at night if it's like later in the evening and shit, I'm walking around the city with headphones on, it's almost like you're asking for it.
I can't do it. I physically can't do it. I freak out.
You look like a victim with the headphones and the virtual reality glasses.
Like Hillary was wearing during her congressional appearances there, her Senate interrogation.
This is nothing new. I mean, I had friends that had I don't know, you guys probably don't remember this. It was called the Archos, and it was it was like the iPhone before the iPhone. It had a hard drive, and it was a big screen. It wasn't a phone. All it was like a mobile television, and they were fucking expensive. And people at the time would come by my job with like hard drives with like every movie ever, and they would load up your Archos. I didn't have one because I didn't have the money for one. So like these guys that thought they were really cool were like, yeah, I got like 50 movies on my Archos. It was fucking whatever. So people would walk around looking at movies with headphones in, like going to walk to their cab and shit. It was just weird, Not a very good situational awareness thing, but shit, I still do it. I'll put in headphones because it's the only time I can really walk, and listen to music. It's like exercise for me or whatever, to zone out. It's hard for me to walk around without listening to music for an extended period of time. But whatever. Keep my head up. I look around a lot. Try not to blast the music.
I remember being immersed. What was that thing? They were like paper discs about 4 inches across, and they had the pictures in them, the cellophane things, and you put them in the.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the Discorama, or what was it called? The disc
Viewmaster, motherfuckers.
Viewmaster.
Yeah.
Yep, and those were awesome.
I remember the big event was when Viewmaster went high tech and became talking Viewmaster.
I had the Star Wars one, and I think I had Alien or some weird shit, like from the late 70s, early 80s, Viewmasters.
Yeah.
Tron, maybe?
We had bunches of them, because it was just like one of those things. Once you had a Viewmaster, you were guaranteed that like for every holiday you got some sort of pack.
Yep, one of my favorites was National Parks, or National Monuments. No, I think National Parks, but like, it was shit like where it'd be a huge fucking picture of like, like painted desert, petrified forest, like super epic photos.
I don't think we had that one. I remember the Smithsonian Institution we had, because that was like a multi-disc set.
That would have been sweet, dude. Like, you're talking literal pictures of the fucking exhibits and stuff?
Yeah, as if you were on tour in the Smithsonian Museum.
That would be some cool shit, man. I've been to Smithsonian, and I would probably check out those reels.
I had the Jurassic Park one. That was really cool.
I'm trying to remember, because basically they weren't negatives, they were positives. So that's basically a what do you call it? Like a slide or whatever, where it's a positive image instead of a negative. It was just the way the mirrors were set up to do like a stereophonic, like you would do back in the late 1800s kind of a thing, yeah?
Well, yeah, I mean, the technology's been around like forever, because like literally in the 1800s, they were paper photographs, and they went on a wire frame, and then you moved them closer or further away from your nose until you hit that sweet spot that your own brain, because you parallax in your eyes, your own brain did the work for you.
No, my red dot's parallax free.
Nice.
No.
Okay.
Elitist.
Gun humor.
If a red dot's parallax free, it by definition doesn't work.
You and your fucking EOTech?
No, I don't have that. Right now I got something better. I made my own. It's a piece of saran wrap. I just took a red Sharpie, just popped that on there. I took a paper
Saran wrap
towel
around the
roll, I
tube-
cut it
the
in
tube
half.
itself. Well, really, if you
Yeah,
just wait
put a
till you're
little
done to the
keychain
end
light in
of
there.
if you're down to the end of the saran wrap, you can actually use that tube that the saran wrap's wrapped around. Just
Battery
saying.
life is
At the end of the day, does it kill people? Yeah, I mean, it kills people.
Or do you just make the micro and use a toilet paper roll?
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know anymore. I'm just
I
gonna
like
take
that.
a
Sure,
bottle
it's
of.
not like that.
I don't even know.
Just gonna take a bottle of Frank's Red Hot sauce and just
Put that shit on
duct
everything?
tape that shit on
No.
my fucking joint.
Don't you? Isn't that part of your EDC living in Atlanta?
Oh, I
Hot
carry
sauce?
hot sauce everywhere I go.
You and Hillary.
Yeah,
we're-
I love when black
yeah.
people. I carry hot sauce everywhere.
I might as well be Cajun.
Well, I don't know
How
about
insulting
that.
is that? That's like telling a Jewish person, like, I might as well be Jewish. I carry blank in my bag.
What was
My
that?
Kosher salt, kosher
I carry
salt,
a
bitches.
chunk of gefilte fish.
Nice, actually, that would be something. She just carries the gefilte fish in her purse.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was clearly. Oh, she was thinking on her feet, all right. But I don't know what the fuck she was thinking. Hot sauce.
I'm a 40 guy. I'm a 40 guy.
I haven't shot one. I don't. Well, actually, you know what? When I took my gun safety course, actually, my pistol safety course, I actually did get a chance to shoot a 40 one time.
Oh shit! That's
One
what
time.
My friend sent me the photo of the New York Post. I put it on Instagram for a second. But the cover of the New York Post was like redneck gunmen or something, like redneck rescue. And these guys from God knows where drove into New York with 7 guns. With the
Pennsylvania,
truck.
yeah.
Yeah. So he sent me that, and I go, looks like a 40 guy. This
Oh
guy's
shit.
definitely 40 guys.
We talked about that the day it happened because the article that that I originally saw was titled something like the Gray Man Rescue Squad or something, something like sarcastic like that, because that truck was such a fucking eyesore.
It was
What
red, green,
happened?
black. It had targets all over. It said something like indoor firing range. It had shoot your local heroin dealer. It had skulls everywhere.
Which is the whole reason they were going. You know that, right? They were trying to rescue somebody's family member from like a heroin house or some crazy shit like that, supposedly.
Apparently, his daughter died. His
Oh,
daughter
shit.
died in a heroin house or something like that. And the mother said, like, this guy's so full of shit. Like, he hadn't talked to his daughter in like 10 fucking years. He was just crazy. And, was just a nut and was trying to seek fame and stuff, but he got it. He's definitely got it.
Wait, so what the fuck happened?
He drove into Manhattan. He was driving into Manhattan on a mission to like rescue somebody. I don't think it was his daughter. His daughter died already. But that's what he was saying, like to rescue somebody from like a heroin shooting, a shooting gallery. That's what they used to call it. But just like a house where people do heroin at. And he had 7 guns and 2,000 rounds of ammo and all kinds of fucking...
In the truck, right?
Yeah, all kinds of magazines that he shouldn't have had and guns, and he had a cracked windshield. But like the cops said we pulled him over for the cracked windshield, but they could have pulled him over for that truck in general. Like
they had a heads up from the toll booth guy or something, because they had at some point literally one of the weapons out on the fucking seat at some point or something.
But here's the thing that got me most of all. Did anybody notice the front bumper?
No.
I mean, it was a pipe bumper or whatever, wasn't it?
It said the Nut and Fancy Project?
No, it's got one of them big giant Yeti coolers on it.
Yes.
Yeah, I sold my Yeti coolers after I saw that photo. I don't want to be associated with that. With that mess.
It was like the zombie apocalypse gun truck and surf rig.
Definitely, yeah. That's definitely the Smith & Wesson 1911s.
Oh, and Dr. No, you son of a bitch, that fucking dog covering over its other fucking dog friend, that's terrible. I mean, it sucks. I mean, it's
Is that the video where the dog got hit by the car?
and the other dog's covering him, saying, "Don't you fucking run over my friend, you sons of bitches."
Yeah, that one's
Yeah,
terrible.
that one. That's fucking heavy duty, man. Damn you, Facebook.
No thanks, Facebook. Yeah, it's like Sad Book. I don't need to see shit like that.
Sad book.
Well, I look at it, well, number one, because it actually does affect me more than seeing humans in distress.
I agree.
But that's why I rescue dogs and not humans. But the thing of it is just that I get pelted by so much absolute Facebook crap like everybody else. And so it's my own little personal way of just poking people back. Like I don't care you put your panties on backwards. I don't want to see a picture of what you ate for breakfast. I don't want to know how much sitting in traffic annoys you. I just, you know, your life doesn't matter that much to me.
The best is the vague book. They call it the vague book, vague booking. Like, big surprise on Friday. Like, stay tuned and shit, you know. And then it turns out it's like, I'm starting a big diet, you know, or I'm dyeing my hair purple. Like, I'm
Big
so
news on
upset
Friday.
today. Can't talk about it. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, I'm so upset. I wish I could tell you why, but I can't. Facebook.
It's like the I need attention post.
It's pretty bad, yeah. Pretty bad stuff.
So
Don't
yeah,
deal
I won't repost the clickbait. I won't repost the stupid articles. If a meme's good, I'll sort of repost it. It just depends really on what the message is. But most of the memes I repost are about how I fucking hate the whole posting memes thing.
The memes today were all-time classic. History in the making.
But my revenge for everybody that tortures me with their Facebook shit is the dog memes, the dog articles.
Guess I'm guilty of that from time to time.
I don't mind it. I mean, like every year now, the Chinese, what is it, the Yulin Dog Meat Festival.
What?
I like seeing. You know, I knew about it, and hey, I had to cancel my membership to the Humane Society of America or whatever. They're too hardcore, and they were, you know, just constantly hitting me with crazy stuff. But I liked seeing, now that I know about it and how horrible it is, now they're actually saving dogs and posting, like, hey, look at the dogs we rescued today and shit. Like, okay, cool. You know, it's like something horrible and something good together, you know. And they're trying to find homes for these fucking dogs that were kidnapped on their way to a dog meat festival. And that's good shit. But just seeing the bad pictures and...
So what is the dog meat festival? They just go
every year,
together
yeah.
and club dogs and then eat them?
Oh my god, dude. They kidnapped family dogs. They take the dogs off the street, the homeless dogs. They don't fucking matter. Like, they just kill dogs and eat them. It's a dog meat festival. It's like, imagine a chicken like a chicken wing festival, but with dogs. And it's a big thing over there. So
You do that shit here too?
I don't eat dog meat anymore. No, what? That was a bad joke. What did you say? We do that shit here?
No, they do that shit here too.
Eat dogs?
And I think he's saying
probably,
in California.
but not on that level.
No, here in California they do.
Oh, I'm sure it happens everywhere in America. But I'm just saying, this is a big thing. Like, thousands and thousands of dogs, man. Like, in one day. It's like 1 week or 1 month of the year. It's a big deal.
Yeah,
and it's fucked up. You see the video of, like, they'll kidnap some dog from some person who's walking their dog, and they'll throw them in a fucking van and shit. It's just crazy over there.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Yeah, well, they're gonna get it. They eat fucking cockroaches, dude. They actually eat bugs, man. You've seen it, so it's coming. Eventually.
I don't ever want to run into those people. I'll be getting 3 hots and a cot.
Yeah. history suggests, at least in my case, it would not be a good thing.
Yes,
I
sir.
wouldn't fight. I don't want to fight somebody who eats bugs or
Oh,
dogs.
I ain't talking about fighting nobody, partner. I ain't talking about eating nobody either, though.
Yeah, well, I'm sure dog meat tastes whatever. It's not necessary. Fuck them fuckers. It's just fucked up.
Okay, if it's part of your culture and you're in a country where that's allowable because you don't have any animal rights type of things and it's been going on for thousands of years, I don't need to know about it, right? I don't need to be a part of it. I definitely don't need to support it into my, personally in any way, shape, or form. So,
Well, and it is, as much as you know me, crazy with the pups. I mean, I'm down with that. It's obviously it's not my preference. Preference isn't a good word, but it's one of those things. Like you say, that's your culture. They're not pets. It's a food source. Although I don't agree with it, you can't be hypocritical because we do the same thing with cows. So yeah, to each its own. But like when they start like crossing the lines of like pets and shit, and then the whole thing of the publicity and publicizing it and crap like that, it's like I don't need that.
yeah, I ain't down with any part of that.
Not to mention the fact that as much as I've done, there's still like how much more I need to do once again in my own backyard in my local town.
Oh, I was listening to that when you were saying supporting the people on the local level. What happens when they rise to power and they leave, or they'll become governor, and then they move on, like a bunch of people do?
Well,
It happens.
that's just it. I mean, you have no control over that, but hopefully they've learned, some sort of lessons from their experience. The bottom line is you're not going up the ladder unless you allow that certain amount of corruption, because you're just not going to win. You're not going to make it. You will get weeded out of the system.
And DB,
Yeah.
I guess they've got you figured out because on History Channel,
Mhm.
the FBI has looked at over 1,000 suspects, but the question remains: who is DB Cooper?
Mhm.
The
Yeah, I think his name was James or something,
the
right?
DB Cooper case closed, premiering this Sunday at 8 Central on History Channel.
I thought they proved it was like some dude named James or whatever, and like he died. Like
That
either
is
he
that was the original theory, because like him and somebody's brother, like his wife's brother or something like that.
and he
were
lost the
involved.
money in the fucking water or something like that. Even that, like he did the jump, but he didn't get to keep the money or much of it.
And after that,
Right, because you go.
I was going to say, and after that, can we re-air the opening of Al Capone's safe?
That was awesome. Excuse me, sir. That was Geraldo's
awesome.
journalistic integrity on the line with those vaults.
And they dragged it out till I was watching that shit with my
The
dad. I must
whole
have been like
fucking
8 years old or
hour,
whatever.
dude.
No, didn't it go to like 10:58 and he popped it open? It was like a cup in there.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It was the whole fucking hour, and it was at the very end. And it was basically there was a fucking paper note that said "fuck you, Geraldo."
Yeah, well, he's been fucking up ever since.
Well, the
Wasn't he in Iraq? And he's like, "Hey, we're over here in this part of Iraq with this fucking 5th Regiment or whatever."
And they're like,
"We're on the
"Shut
corner
up,
of
dude."
Yeah, like what?
Drop a bomb here.
He's writing a book now. I think, or he just wrote a book about his time over there.
It's called Sucking a Dick with That Mustache.
And,
Yeah.
and the whole thing
Whoa,
again,
whoa.
the attention span thing is like, we can't possibly be the only people that remember that this guy and credible reporting have nothing to do with each other. I mean, he was basically a step above Jerry Springer.
Ah, but wait.
Oh yeah, with the Klan and your
But
broken nose and shit.
But wait, before there was Geraldo, there was, and I'm not even talking about Maury Povich. I'm going all the way back. I'm
I
going back
know
to
who
the
you're gonna
Mouse.
say.
Mort.
Oh yeah.
Mort.
He was
The
official,
fucking-
man.
He
Oh,
was
either way. I knew you were gonna say
real
that.
fucking deal. Mort Downey.
WOR9 in Secaucus, New Jersey, had a reputation for like the worst fucking shit ever. But yeah, Morton was. Well, also
Dude,
after that, there was
on
a guy.
That was syndication where
Richard-
I lived.
What was his name? Richard. He was the precursor to Jerry Springer and shit. His name was like Richard something or other, and he had like a daytime show. Real funny looking guy, brown hair, and I forgot his fucking name, but like
Donner? No, not Donner.
he was before Ricky Lake and all that Jerry Springer shit, and he used to do outrageous shit on his show with the same stuff.
He almost
Was he the
looked
one
like
that had like
Munch,
a handlebar
but he wasn't
mustache
Munch.
or something?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to tell you right now because it was Channel 9. It was the same crew. It was like the
Morton
same
Downey
producers.
Jr. I definitely remember.
Yeah, the chain smoking cigarettes, the Red Sox, that shit was funny as fuck. I would stay up late. Al Sharpton one time got in a fight with Roy Innis from what was it? He was a black civil rights guy, and so was Sharpton, but they fucking hated each other.
Motherfuckers were choking each other or beating the shit out of each other. If I remember,
Sharpton,
dude.
he stepped up to Sharpton. Sharpton was sitting in a chair, and Sharpton was like, "Oh yeah," and he was getting up, but he was so fat at the time, he rolled over his chair and rolled off the stage. Shit was
Is
so
it Richard
fun.
Bay? No.
Yeah, Richard Bay. Yeah, that's
Really?
it.
They were fighting over who got to steal money from people.
The Richard Bay Show, man. It was like 1987 to 96. So 87 is way before fucking Springer and them.
Well, Springer, yes, but not Mort. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no.
Mort
Yeah, he was like right around. That was
To
the same
me-
channel.
To me, Mort was the fucking man, dude. I couldn't believe that shit was allowed on TV. I'm from the Midwest, fellas. That shit was pretty shocking, let alone, the guests that he had or the fact that Mort didn't give a shit. He's going to tell you exactly what the fuck he thinks. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it was a setup. And you know who used to be a regular on that show? Ron Paul.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, he was on there all the time, and he was in his younger years a little bit more fucking aggressive and out there. He was a little bit more out there. He got calmer and more nice as a fucking older man. But you can find clips of him on there saying bad shit, like shit that's not
there
so
was
nice to say.
Yes, sir. And it didn't really always get bleeped out on that late night stuff either, if I remember.
Yeah, those were the days. Yep. But Richard Bay was a wild man.
Let's see, what do we got? Notable former on-air staff for WWOR-TV. Al Albert, Steve Albert. Let's see. Richard Bay.
Yeah, the original Howard Stern show
Mario
on Channel 9.
Cantone, which was Steam Pipe Alley. Boy, did that have a different connotation these days. Let's see. Judith
Yeah, I used to
Chris,
watch
that's
him when
right,
I-
right. Mort. Mort. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Tony
And
Guida.
especially because Mario Cantone, wasn't he like the Wonderama replacement, like when they did a Wonderama reboot?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's got his own show and he's raunchy.
Well, no, Steam Pipe Alley was the same shit. I used to watch them while I was getting ready for elementary
like
school.
cartoons and stuff like that.
Yeah, like it was for kids. It was like during you'd be getting ready for school.
And now that Mario Cantone's a little older, to me, Steam Pipe Alley takes on a different connotation now that I'm a little older. There's something else happening there that I didn't, of course, see at that age. Like, I would have said, no, you're fucking out of your mind. What are you talking about? Matt Lauer is WWOR TV. No shit.
Captain Hair Plugs.
Maybe back in the day, but
Oh yeah, no, that's what. That's exactly. I'm trying to see because I'm literally on the WWOR TV wiki right now.
Yeah,
Sean
had a
Moon.
definite low budget look to it. Every show on there had like the same kind of, community television kind of thing.
Howard Stern, dude, was on there.
Yeah, the original one.
Yo, who was that redheaded lady? Sally Raphael or some shit?
Oh yeah.
Sally Jesse.
I remember that shit.
Sally Jesse Raphael.
Why she gotta be redheaded, lady?
Because she is.
Ginger.
She was. She was definitely a ginger. Most of the time, I think, wasn't she? I think she changed her hair color, but I'm pretty sure most of the time I remember her being a ginger.
Always hating on us gingers.
I didn't say nothing bad about it. You soul stealing motherfuckers. I don't even hold that
Don't make me
against
come
you,
over
bro.
there. Don't let me
Bro, I
come
don't
over there
even
and take
hold-
your soul.
I don't even hold that against you, bro. You can't do nothing about your fucking nature.
Fear the ginger beard.
And
So did you guys see the new meme going around with Sonny Pazookas or whatever his name is? It was a tactical response doing a class, and I guess he's teaching a class with Jaeger, and
He's
they took
Jaeger's new
photo-
instructor.
Probably, yeah. I don't know, but he he had guys standing on other guys' chests.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that meme's going around all over the
Yeah,
fucking
it's
place.
crazy. People are like, "What the fuck?" I mean, Jaeger put it on his Instagram, I guess.
Yes, he
Wait,
did.
Sonny is now working at Tactical Response?
Yeah, that guy's had other issues in the past. I'm not sure what they were, but like I remember,
He
like
shot a
on
dude
Sa-
in
He
Plano.
shot somebody.
at one of his students.
That's an
Yeah.
issue. Yes, that is an
Oh,
actual.
like
He
a
ran a
student?
shoot house by himself and didn't know that another guy was in there, and he fucking shot the dude.
Oh, cool.
Times.
All right, well, I'm taking the class.
Right?
Clearly, Pat Rogers is not here anymore.
Clearly, that shit's effective.
Fuck it. I mean, I was gonna take a Pat Rogers class, but now.
Hey, wait a minute. Did the motherfucker miss or did the mother hit the target?
Oh,
Okay,
no,
okay,
he
good.
lived. The guy
Did
he
he
shot
do-
lived, but yeah,
Did
he
he do
shot.
tactical medicine afterwards? And like, hey guys, if you got $500, I'm gonna teach a tactical medicine class right now on this student
said-
I just shot in the face.
This American pig's now bleeding.
We're gonna do direct action medical, impromptu. Get the tourniquet. I know I shot him in his face, but get the tourniquet now.
All right, we're gonna just put it right around the neck and call it good.
Put it around his nose. I didn't know about that. I knew something happened with him.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking.
I didn't. Have you
That's
ever
pretty
seen him do the
fucking
whirlwind shit? I remember this from
Like
like
the
10 years
no-scope?
ago.
You mean like
Yeah,
the
he would take
no-scope?
one AK and put it in one arm, and then like cross his arms with two AKs, one in his left and one in his right. He'd cross his arms, and he would do like a 360 running around shooting these AKs off. And I saw that years ago, maybe
Ice-T
7 years ago.
300 miles of Graceland, like Ice-T
Yeah,
and that.
yeah. And I don't know if he said he learned, like, I don't know, this technique. It was like Last Starfighter. What was the end of Last Starfighter? It was the Death Flower or something like that.
Way to fucking pull that one out of the ether, bro.
The Death Flower.
What was that shit called? And you know what I mean? Like the Death.
It was either the Death Flower or Death Bloom.
Something like that. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to.
No,
Who
you're
fucking made that name up?
Oh man, wait a minute. You don't even. Wait, let me try and find a video of that.
It was
You're
a
gonna
great
fucking
movie.
lose your mind, dude.
The Death Flower.
You're gonna lose
The
your
Last
fucking
Starfighter.
mind.
They're trying to remake that shit. Actually,
I
liked
heard.
I hope they do.
it. I liked it.
I mean, granted, the shit was good then, but
Well, either way, let's get. I just wanted what. So the stand, like, okay, every other student lie down on the ground, and we're gonna have another student stand on your chest
that ain't
and
happening.
let off round, like, and get to shooting drill. It just doesn't make sense. Like, there's nothing on it, Hey, I know it's like whatever, but
And it
very
was the
weird.
Death Blossom, I believe. But
Is
yes.
it
There
some
you
kind of
go,
like
that's
weird
awesome.
trust building exercise bullshit?
Or
they
a balance thing, like shooting like off. Obviously, you're not going to be balanced on some guy's fucking chest and stomach.
No, that's how somebody gets fucking shot. All right, Mr.
He was actually
Jackie
reenacting that Instructor Zero tape where he's balancing on the yoga ball and shooting at the same time, except they didn't want to spring for the yoga balls.
That's true. That's cool. So Sonny, yeah, I was watching something or other, but I guess a lot of people are leaving, and Sonny's coming on for real. Okay, that's cool. I'm not
Yeah,
against it.
Jordan went to adjunct basically.
It's about the
and then
217
Gary
mark,
left.
by the way, in
Yeah,
that
Gary
video.
left.
Dave Biggers left.
Yeah, Biggers was fun. He was there when I was there. It's cool. It's just the Sonny Pazukas thing. He usually goes there and teaches like once a year. They do that Cold War thing, AK versus AR class. Just I didn't know he shot somebody by accident though.
Yeah, that kind of ended his like career over here.
Oh, he was in Texas?
Yeah, he lived in Plano.
Oh, okay.
Like, I think he was.
Shit happens, man.
I
mean, it happens. There was a video going around last year of like an IDPA class match, or so it wasn't. It was like IPSC match, and the guy was burning through a fucking stage, and like someone was downrange, like not even paying attention. It was fucking weird as shit. He almost got shot. What were you gonna say?
Island, was that video a video of Hillary Clinton flying a spaceship and then some guy shooting? What was that?
No, that's another movie. Enemy Mine with Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid and Louis Gossett Jr.
I could have swore that brown, like, scaly face thing was Hillary Clinton. That wasn't Hillary?
No,
we will not talk about the next president.
Yeah, right.
Enemy Mine was boring as hell. And
it was long, too.
Last Starfighter wasn't boring.
At all.
It was cool.
Because you knew you wanted to bang his girlfriend, Maggie. You knew you wanted to get the fucking job being the last Starfighter.
Maggie's cute, yeah. Yeah, and you played video games back then.
I mean, the real thing is, though, like, they just need to hurry up and remake The Dirty Dozen.
Why do you talk
They're
like
gonna
that?
do that.
Why
I'm sure
do
they're
you
doing
talk
it.
like that?
They just did Magnificent Seven. I mean, they're gonna.
Yeah, it hasn't bombed yet.
It didn't come out yet.
That's what I'm saying. It hasn't bombed yet.
This is like the
Just
worst
like
summer for movies
Ghostbusters
ever, dude.
hasn't
I can't wait.
bombed yet.
I can't wait for Ghostbusters to come out to a $20 million weekend.
I so hope so.
Yeah, I mean, what just flopped? I think Spielberg's the Giant movie. I mean, just
BFG or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Big
pretty
fucking
bad year.
giant.
Big bad year for movies. I like Civil War a lot, dude.
That's
Yeah,
okay. I
Civil
thought
War
he
was
said
good.
Spielberg's big vagina movie. I'm like,
That's
what?
coming. That's next year. That's when he does Hillary, the movie, like when he did Lincoln.
Be a giant labia walking out on stage.
And the giant porno.
In a fucking $8,000 Versace coat.
Yeah.
It's like 14,000, but that's beside the
Yeah,
point. Why are we
Giorgio
nickeling
Armani.
and diming
It was Giorgio Armani, guys. Come on. All right, man. So the Sunny
There's
thing,
not you
yeah,
with
cool. What
anything
else
that
was there?
ugly.
What else was there? I'm like bidding on an MRO with a LaRue mount on eBay. There's a couple of them. One is going for like $400, but it's like with a American Defense mount.
I don't even know
So
what that is.
just a quick detach mount. The Trijicon Armo. Bidding on that shit, and it says like used, but not put on a rifle once, never used or something. We'll see if I can
That's
snipe.
like drawers. Worn once. Thrown
Never.
on.
Yeah, underwear. I wore them one time, but not after I took a shit and didn't fucking wipe my
No
butt.
skid marks.
Yeah.
But not to the gym.
Yeah. Worn once for 5 seconds. That's like when I was selling holsters, like on the forums and stuff. Wore it one time in my house. Didn't sweat in it. Just
You had
tried
to
it on.
practically put that shit in there because those are the fucking questions that those people are going to ask.
Oh, leather? Yeah, I would be like, no sweat stains. Doesn't smell like ass. It's a good leather holster. I wore it lying my ass off like I wore it all summer.
Didn't
like
appendix
salami.
carry it. Does not
Yeah.
smell like sweaty
Small-
cock.
Small of back. Galco. Smells like Doritos.
Was used only for combat crotch carry.
Yeah, only worn one summer. Appendix carry.
Oh, right. I'm supposed to be looking for a fucking ACOG.
Oh, sweet. Sweet. Oh.
Are you getting me the ACOG for my birthday, Flippy?
No.
Dang, I was gonna say that was awfully nice of him.
Just get a fake one, dude. You don't need a real one.
Yeah, I might do that.
Vortex
There's a $48 ACOG. I'll just send that to you for your birthday.
It's the thought that counts, right?
I've always fucking hated that.
It's the optic that counts.
It's absolutely not the thought that counts. Fuck the thought. It's whatever I fucking got.
Yeah, it's if you thought enough about me, give me something cool.
Oh, shit. Do you know how many PSA uppers that is? One ACOG? I mean, come on.
No, but I bet you not sure I could tell you.
20 uppers.
No. Fucking Keeson could, though, literally quote you how much that is in PSA. Because he was the PSA representative on Gun Channels for, I don't know, 2 years or so.
Oh, yeah. Standing. There you go. A $600 Trigicon ACOG.
Is it real?
Yeah.
Real piece of shit.
What reticle does it have?
A zombie face.
Ooh, that's perfect.
It's like the radioactive logo reticle.
What the fuck?
Remember EOTech had a fucking like
the zombie
EOTech
case?
with a fucking zombie thing with like a
hazmat
radioactive. Yeah, hazmat logo.
Yeah.
Probably because fucking carrying EOTech is hazardous to your health.
No,
This
they're
fucking.
awesome.
Alright, I'm pretty sure this might actually be fake. The fucking the thing says made in the UBA.
Oh boy.
What the fuck is that?
I've heard of the UAB.
Yeah, United Arab no, that's something. UAE. I've never heard of UAB.
Whatever. Same
Yeah,
difference.
here's the fucking link for it, TV. I'm putting it
Oh yeah, that's what I need. That's exactly what I need in my life. A fucking
a
EOTech.
Trigicon ACOG made in the UBA.
No thanks. I don't need shit anymore. That turns in all my
that's
shit.
a bogus.
That's a bogey. That's a
That's
bogey.
fake as fuck.
And it's faker than your grandma's titties, Flippy.
Okay.
That's the oldest trick in the book.
$50 Surefire fake light.
Oh, the XC1 in Flat Dark Earth for $49?
Yeah.
You fucking 12 lumens. I couldn't believe that. I was like, what the fuck? How is eBay letting that shit stay up there?
Because
'cause
somewhere
it's not
in the article
fake.
it
It's
says something about airsoft.
No, I think it's because it's not fake. It's like they properly licensed it from Surefire to make fucking airsoft lights. Sucks. And you know who does that? Magpul. They fucking make airsoft shit for airsoft guns, or they let someone else do it.
Daniel's
license
Defense does the same thing. Mad Dog makes all of Daniel Defense's like shit, but for airsoft.
Like the rail? No, that's what I mean. Like, oh really? That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, no thanks.
Like the company's called, I think it's either Mad Dog or Mad Bull or something like that. But they basically, they're licensed to do all of the Daniel Defense, all of the Noveski, the fucking Knights Armament shit.
Yeah, no thanks. You got to, what do they call it in business? Protecting your brand, and that's not part of it. I mean, at least, I don't know, it'd have to say airsoft all over it so that no one could sell it as real shit, which is what's happening. Remember, like in these chats a couple years ago, Amazon was flooded with airsoft shit that didn't say it in the ad. Like you'd have to find out the hard way.
Oh yeah, I bought one of those vertical grip things, whatever the fuck they are, from Amazon. That was like Magpul, AFG or whatever. That thing was fucking airsoft as fuck.
It stood for Airsoft Foregrip.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start selling fake ass shit on Amazon. Fake ass Fire Clean and EWL Slip 2000. Just gonna use dish soap. Well, shit. Shit, homie. I really like that BCM trigger. That shit is fucking awesome. I haven't shot it yet, but dry fired it a bunch, and Jesus.
Yeah,
It's
it's
fucking awesome.
fucking nicer than the ALG one.
It's nice. Yeah, I mean, I've never really played with the high-end triggers, but Jesus Christ, this is awesome.
Dude, that fucking drop-in one that I put in is ridiculous.
What, like not the BCM one?
Yeah, I put in a drop-in DMR, like one of those ones that's like a self-contained unit.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is ridiculous. I'm gonna put that BCM one in my old Bushmaster though.
I don't know if I want anything else besides that. That BCM had no fucking creep. It was clean and light. It felt light and awesome. Just really sweet. Because back in the day, people used to be like, "Oh, fuck it, man!" Like when the GI triggers break in after like thousands of rounds, a couple thousand rounds, like or maybe less even. Like they feel, I don't know. I don't even have rounds like that through a fucking AR yet, so not like maybe 400 rounds or some shit like that through my shit. And my trigger sucks. That fucking Daniel Defense trigger, the original one I have, from like 10, that fucking trigger's garbage.
This drop-in one I have, the reset on it is like you can't even tell. Like if you put it, like watch my finger move to reset it, it's like a millimeter. It's crazy. I don't think I've ever spent the money on one because they're fucking like $200, but I got hooked up with this one for free, so that was cool.
I got my Crusader lower built, and it's cool. I'm pissed that the BC, the good triggers on it. Instead of I'd rather have the cool trigger on my Daniel Defense lower, because that trigger's garbage.
Yeah, I built out my Noveski lower today. Now I need to find the upper.
I want that fucking. If I won Mega Millions, I'd buy this Daniel Defense Mark 18 pistol. That thing looks so cool. Throw a fucking shockwave, or what is it? The shock blade.
Oh, the CAC.
Yeah.
You're
It's
gonna put
fucking
the
bad.
CAC on it.
It's like a $1,900 AR pistol. It better fucking work.
Seeing how they basically supply the uppers for the actual market, 18s, wow. It should be fucking fine.
I think they provide the rail, I think, for the Mark 18.
Basically do the entire upper.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they do the barrel too.
Like, it varies. It's either a Colt or it's a Daniel Defense. But like either way, they still put that specific rail on it. Which it was a fucking pain in the ass to find.
Yeah, they got them. I just saw one. Okay. Oh, just the rail itself, you mean?
Yeah, the rail
Oh,
itself
yeah,
is
yeah,
a pain in the ass to find.
Yeah, I've seen the uppers for fucking crazy amount of money, too.
Yeah, I ran to a fellow who didn't know what he had and sold it to me for like way under half the price of it. Oh, are the BCM uppers for sale again, or are they like still
Which one?
fucking
Which
out?
one?
The fuck
A couple
ones.
of them. They have a couple of them. What? Which one?
The like $80 stripped ones.
Oh, I have no clue. Go to GNG, like the initial G and R tactical.com, and he's a good BCM guy. Who else? You know, Bravo Company, USA, but who has AIM has the complete uppers, and someone else I just saw. But yeah, maybe Rainier Arms. You just want the upper receiver completely stripped out.
Yeah, like I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know,
find a
no
Noveski
bolt?
one in the meantime.
Oh, that might be hard to find right now. I
Yeah.
never see them. I either see like stripped, not stripped, but like uppers, but without the bolt and the charging handle. Or I see them with the bolt and the charging handle.
Like I might just set the buckle down and save up and just buy the complete upper.
A Noveski?
Mhm.
Yeah, Rainier Arms has a bunch of them in stock right now. They look pretty fucking badass.
Yeah, they're fucking cool.
They got the stainless steel barrel ones.
Although one I'd like to get after like last night's chat is the fucking Diplomat, like the Noveski in-house built 7.5-inch barrel one. Apparently that's like one of the very few AR pistol-length gas systems that actually fucking work.
I was gonna say, I'd be more worried about the twist rate and shit and stabilizing and stuff like that. If it's not gonna come out of there keyholing and wobbling around and shit. If it's too short. I thought 10 was like the minimum you want to go.
That's what I was
for
always told.
accuracy and
But
stuff. What do I know?
I mean, they're fucking doing it and producing them. And
Yeah, but they don't care if it keyholes and fucking weird shit.
they do care if it keyholes. That's their bread and butter is making like super accurate fucking barrels.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean Noveski like other gun companies. They don't give a shit. Whatever the people want, they'll make.
Nah, I was just referring to Noveski because like apparently
Yeah, I'm
they
sure.
make a 7.5-inch like AR.
No, I'm sure. Aren't they? They're famous for their barrels in general, right? So they might have figured something out. Other people didn't. I don't know. I don't want a 7-inch thing. Pause. I mean, 10.5 or 12 or 14 pinned and welded.
I have a 10.5. I feel like I just need to go shorter.
Okay. I don't. Did you put a fucking Law Tactical folder on that fucking thing? You got pretty
No,
short.
I'm not fucking doing that.
I want that Law Tactical thing. It's like $250 though.
Is that the one that'll let you fire with it and
No.
fold it?
No, I don't know anybody that has those that says they work.
There's
a bunch of people
there
that say
is a
the Law
company
thing
out there
works.
that says that theirs can do it. I don't remember which one
Yeah,
specifically.
yeah.
But
Yep. But it's a proprietary bolt and stuff.
yeah.
So like the Law thing is just You put it in between the buffer tube and the receiver, and I don't think you don't need a special bolt or anything.
Well, there's the little nub thing that basically plugs onto the back of your bolt.
Oh, okay. I thought that little nub thing was in the piece itself that attaches to the receiver.
No. If I remember correctly, you attach it to the back of the bolt, and then it like works somehow, doing something. Yeah, fucking people are crazy.
You guys have any Lancer Max?
No, I haven't played with one yet.
Mm-hmm. I heard they were decent though, like online. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I keep hearing good things about them, but I haven't had one personally.
I know some people on here like Hex Mags, although I read really bad shit about those.
They feel kind of cheap, like when you hold them.
I'm still tripping out of the fact that fucking Daniel Defense now makes their own magazines.
What are they? And they're 32 rounders or something? They're like off.
I think they're 30 rounders, but they're fucking like way fucking expensive.
Nah, dude, I swear, I think they're 32 rounders, so you can load them to fucking 30. Because isn't that the thing with the people loading the mags to 28? Because if you load AR mags to 30, like they're fucking hard as shit to put in a gun with the bolt closed.
Yeah, they don't want to see.
They don't want to go in. So I think this Daniel Defense, like, hey, we'll make a 32 rounder.
Yep, that's right. It is a 32.
We'll recommend that you load it to 30. That's pretty cool, though.
32 round capacity, improved feed lip design, lightweight carbon fiber reinforced, textured grip, anti-tilt follower, easy to disassemble for cleaning, snag-free design, patent pending, impact absorbing baseplate design. Did fucking Troy also start making their own mags? Because they have like some new looking one in a bunch of their guns. Or is it just the like D&D one in it?
I have no idea. Sometimes BCM sells mags that they say are like BCM mags, but they just look like GI mags with like a follower.
Yeah,
like GI mags with BCM paint on the side.
It's not even that. It's literally just GI mags with the fucking Magpul followers inside them.
That's what I just bought.
And maybe the engraved floor plate.
Magpul mags are awesome, but they're heavier than aluminum mags, and then they're more expensive too. I just stopped buying them for now, and every time I buy mags, I'm buying GI mags with the Magpul.
Like a GI mag's like $9. A Magpul mag is like 11.
Or more, right?
Well, it depends. Places are throwing sales out all the goddamn time for like the P mags.
Yeah. Well, gotta get an upper soon in the next few months. Probably just gonna get a lightweight upper.
Nah, dude, you gotta wait.
Pencil barrel joint.
You gotta wait for the sale to happen on BCM.
Yeah,
just
keep
buy
waiting.
an upper from BCM.
Keep waiting. I bought 2 from them when they had the sale, and I'm glad I did because that was over 2 years ago, or it's about 2 years ago. They haven't had a sale like that in again. I don't know. And they're sold the fuck out.
Was that you that commented on my Instagram?
Or no? What?
No, on my YouTube video about the BCM stock?
I don't know, maybe.
No, I think that was actually...
I have one, the gunfighter one.
Yeah, I put one on my new build. I like it.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. The only sucky part was sticking a little Allen wrench in the hole to put it on.
Yeah.
like clamping it in, and then but once it's on there, it's rock solid.
Let's see here. Let me go back to it.
Oh yeah,
It's
so
fucking cheap. And GNR Tactical, when I got my BCM lower, gave it to me for free. So
Nice.
sweet. Yeah, they're a good company.
so did you get your fucking AK fixed yet? Or is it still like capoodled?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I fucking took it apart today and looked at it, and I fucking tried to polish the chamber, but the fucking Dremel won't fit in there. Like it won't. The angle's too fucking steep. So I'm gonna take it over to my friend John at M13 Industries and have him look at it. Fucking piece of junk.
Just be like, yo, fix my shit.
What the fuck's wrong with this mother? Piece of junk. Very frustrating. Because it only happens when it gets hot. That's the weird thing. Is like it runs fine until it gets hot. So like a mag and a half, and then I'm screwed until the rest of the day.
Is it the lacquer thing on the lacquer cased ammo or no?
I don't know, but I mean, like,
If you're I remember reading about like if you shoot lacquer cased ammo, sometimes when the gun gets really hot, that stuff turns into like a glue.
well, you know, I tried the Wolf, which is the lacquer case steel ammo, and then I thought, all right, it might be, you know, an ammo problem. So I ran the zinc case Silver Bear in there, and it did the same thing. But that's not to say that the chamber doesn't have shit built up in it. So I ran like
the Wolf might have. It might be. I don't think they do lacquer case anymore. They do like that poly shit, like a.
Yeah. I don't know, it frustrated the shit out of me.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, because I freaking got a decent amount of money in that gun. It's actually a sweet gun if it worked. Like, it's got a Plum Arsenal furniture on it. It's got a Aimpoint Micro. It's got a Ultimac. Got a Surefire. So it's got the original Bulgarian zigzag brake. It's pretty good gun if it would work. It's got an ALG trigger and a freaking Krebs Custom safety on it.
Whoa, it's kitted out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm moving to California this week. I'm trying to fight for them.
Trying to fight tyranny.
Trying to fight tyranny.
One 10-round magazine at a time.
Hacking up all my shit. So I'm gonna sell my Ultimac. How much do you think a used Ultimac would you get for?
50, 60 bucks.
Yeah.
What the fuck's an Ultramac?
It's a rail that goes on your AK.
Oh.
It's a rail gas tube.
Oh, that fucking gas tube thing. Yeah. I don't know, like $50? Aren't they like new, like 80?
Yeah, like 100.
Yeah, I paid like a 90, I think.
Jesus Christ, what is your problem? Go lay down.
That dog needs to go for a walk, bro.
He needs to go drown.
No.
No, he needs to meet Jesus.
He'll drown you in your sleep.
He probably would. He's actually a big baby, but he keeps rattling his goddamn. Come here. Rogan, come here.
My phone's on like 9.
Yes.
I got one of those Raven X300 Ultra holsters. You seen those things? The Vanguard 3. It's pretty fucking cool. I'm trying to test it out, see if it works. But basically, any handgun with an X300 on it will go in this fucking hole. It's like a holster for the light, and it covers the trigger on any gun. Cool stuff.
up, guys?
Hey.
So, I guess we're all excited that Hillary Clinton's getting arrested by the FBI tomorrow, huh? Everybody's like, fuck you.
Nah, I'm like, fuck Delta 3 Tactical. I hate that goddamn website.
Say what?
I finished my Noveski lower today, so I'm like trying to find the upper to like snap on top of it, and to start like ordering the barrel and the other shit to go into it. Because I'm one of those weird people who find it enjoyable to assemble shit.
Yeah, that's weird.
But I just can't find one of their uppers for sale anywhere. That isn't like the Gen 3. I'm trying to basically the upper you have, the one that's not a machine, but what the fuck it's called, a forged.
Yeah.
Because my lower is a forged.
Oh, hey, I'll make you a deal. This thing's brand new. I've never shot it. If you want to get me a upper that I want, I will give you this.
Nah, because then I have to fucking still swap out the barrel and everything. That'd just be a lot more expensive.
Oh, you want the barrel?
Well, I want a 14.5 inch barrel with a pin and welded muzzle brake.
Oh, okay. Yeah, damn, that's what I should do. I should just sell because I hate that freaking barrel, that barrel that I have. Like, I want the, what is it called, the Diplomat barrel?
Dude, your fucking barrel is like a $500 barrel by itself. Like,
yeah,
legit.
It's not tactical though. It looks like it looks like a hand-me-down like military rifle. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a nice rifle, but I don't like that look. It's so plain.
I mean, you can order a Diplomat upper from Noveski, like no issue. They'll ship it straight to your fucking front door.
Yeah, but I'd rather, instead of spending like, $1,500 to get the setup I want, I'd rather just buy the upper.
Like, well, because the upper I'm looking at right now, and it's not even the correct upper. Like, the rail on it is too short.
Hold on. Let's go and check something out here.
But, like, yeah, if you were into it, you can actually order the Diplomat pistol.
I need a fucking. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and SBR my Noveski tomorrow. And then like that way, like when my stamp comes back, I'll just turn my Noveski into the Diplomat. Because that's what I wanted. I wanted the rifle that Arnold Schwarzenegger used in Sabotage.
I think Arnold Schwarzenegger also uses that rifle in Expendables 2.
Does he?
Yeah. Are you going to pick up the M900 from Surefire to go underneath it?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That thing's badass.
That thing is actually really cool. I was looking at them today, and apparently they don't make them anymore. But there's a company who makes one, a knockoff version of it. It's supposed to be just as good for like $80.
When I was in California, like I used to go to the gun shows, dude. They would sell like freaking super cheap, like knockoff, like uppers, complete uppers with bolt carriers, and they were like $200, and you'd have yourself like a 7-inch rifle.
Nice. Yeah, like the thing with it though is, I was talking to DB about this earlier, because I was like, after basically our conversation last night about the fucking Diplomat, I kind of want one now too. Noveski's like one of the only companies I trust who did it correctly, because at like 7.5 inches, a pistol gas system doesn't work. Like it's a shitty gas system, it doesn't work with 5.56. However, Noveski did it, so I'm just going to they're the only ones I'd actually trust to have done it correctly. Because typically the shortest you can go on a 5.56 is a 10.5 inch barrel.
Isn't that what? Well, didn't Colt do it, or Olympic Arms did it? Yeah, Olympic Arms did it, and they had like a reverse gas system. Remember those, like the automatic pistols?
I don't know.
Go to Internet Movie Firearms Database and type in Bad Boys, the first movie, like the first Bad Boys. Towards the end of the movie, Will Smith is using it's an Olympic Arms, I think, and it looks like it has some like reverse gas system, because all it has is a buffer tube on it. I don't know, it's weird.
Oh, the OA-93. It's a 6.5-inch AR-15 pistol.
Yeah, they made them for a long time, up until like I think it was like 97, 98. And then like, well, they were like constructed like just for like police and military during the assault weapons ban. But if you look at like a lot of oh fuck, dude, like the first shooting scene in Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
I've actually seen this like in my store before. It's a piston system. It's not a direct impingement.
Oh, so that's probably one of the first pistons, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if it's one of the first, but I know like that's how it works. Is it's a piston.
You see that tube going from the gas block?
Yeah,
How does that work?
because that's the piston. That's just the rod.
Oh.
Because if you look at it, there's no like the thingy is like really small. And the bolt inside on a few of them are kind of weird too. Although the one at Bad Boys actually had a buffer tube. Oh wait, no it didn't.
You want to hear something shitty?
Sure.
So, you remember when I first started like my border team, how I had one guy that we kicked off?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well,
Never heard that bit.
Okay, so when I first started my border team, we had a guy on as a former Marine, and you know, it was a really good guy. Worked at the gun club, you know, so I thought. Like, he was just like a really nice dude, and you know, trained very well. So we brought him on our border team. You know, he's a really good operator. Well then, like, you know, he was like, I was trying to sell one of my uppers. I had a freaking 10-inch Colt, and it was a really nice upper, dude. It had like the rail system on there and everything. And you know, he's like, oh, you're gonna sell that? And I was like, yeah. And he'd already been on with us for about like 6 months already. So, you know, I was just like, why? Are you looking you know, somebody's gonna buy it? He's like, no, dude. He's like, I'd like to buy it actually. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, how much you selling it for? And I'm like, about, you know, $800. And he's like, all right, because it was a complete upper. So then, you know, he was all like, cool, dude, yeah, yeah. And I was like, here, just fucking take it right now, and then just, you know, pay me back. And then he was like, yeah, okay, no problem. So my dumb ass for trusting people, he just like freaking one day like didn't, you know, show up, and then like freaking he was also supposed to pay me back for a Glock that I fronted him money for, and so he like took like a fucking 10-inch upper from me, like a complete, and a Glock Flat Dark Earth Gen 4. Real asshole, dude. And now it's impossible to find uppers like that.
I know a website that is selling, or at least was selling currently, one of those uppers. I'll check real quick to see if they still have it.
Well, the only reason I bought like the Colt is because the Colt was the cheapest.
Yeah, it specifically is a Colt one. Was it the one with the A2 on the front, or was it?
Yeah, it was the A2.
Okay.
Like, for whatever reason, dude, like, if you ever go to a gun shop and you see an upper there, they only carry the most expensive, fancy uppers. Like, they don't carry any, like, you know, like, shot-in-the-dark uppers. They're like, freaking on sale now, 2 Noveskis, only $3,600.
Okay, well, the one I found was, and well, I'll keep looking, but it's out of stock. They'll have more because they always get more in. But it's an 11.5 inch, and it's $600, and it's a Colt.
How come, like, if you ever go on, like, online stores, they always say out of stock of everything that you want? Like,
Because I have a very specific taste, and apparently everyone
Really?
likes what I want. It's an 11.5 inch, and it's $600, and it's a Colt.
yeah, because, like, every time I go on a freaking website, I'm always like, hey, I'm looking for a freaking upper. And, you know, it's never the freaking upper I need. It's always, like, some stupid, like, you know, out of this world, like, size, or it's got some garbage on there, like some Keymod shit. It's like, look, man, I'm not trying to Chris Costa my way to the Nationals. Everybody that has a Keymod is just like, fuck that guy.
Well, I gotta be one of those guys, because that's what's going to be on my Noveski, is I'm going to just buy the Noveski Keymod system.
No, don't do it, Flippy.
No, I'm absolutely going to fucking do it. I'm building the gun from the fucking Punisher comic book that the Punisher uses. He fucking uses Keymod and Noveski.
Friggin' Frank Castle from John Travolta's movie didn't use a Keymod.
Nah, fucking Frank Castle from John Travolta's movie had the fucking M4 with a grenade launcher attached to it.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Can't you buy those grenade launchers? Like the
Yep, LMT sells them. 1,500.
the 38 mics for like, it's like $300.
Oh no, I was talking about straight up the actual 40 millimeter, because LMT does make them and sell them, and you can legally buy it as a civilian.
Huh.
You just have to file the destructive device like paperwork, which is the $200 tax stamp.
And then like every grenade that you buy, you have to like freaking get an ATF agent, the fire marshal, and like Department of Homeland Security.
Not true. You can actually buy the training rounds like all day long. There's a specific
And
training
the
round.
shotgun rounds. You can buy the shotgun rounds for those 40 mil, and they're fine.
Yeah, that's also true.
So what do you get, like pelted with a bunch of buckshot, or like what is it?
It's basically like a big fuck you shotgun shell.
That's fucking burly. That's cool.
There's also I think it's called the Hornet. It's like a little. It's basically a metal casing that you stuff full of 22s, and it fucking fires off like I think 12 22 shots.
Do you remember that freaking bullet that they had in that movie Eraser, where they launched it into the kitchen and it shot out a shitload of drill bits?
No.
Like it was in the beginning of the movie. There was like because that movie Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger, like they were up against like a weapons company that was like selling arms to like terrorists, and the prototype gun they had, it like shot this like small like rocket, and it was like a 203. It was like thunk, and like it shot it into the kitchen, and then it like spun around for a second, and then it exploded, and it shot out all these like little drill bits that like got Arnold Schwarzenegger in the hand. And then he was like, "What is that gun? It's not even supposed to exist."
Oh, is that the fucking movie where they're like, this is like the great white shark of guns? It had like a bunch of fucking green lasers on it and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the EM gun, the electromagnetic railgun.
Yeah, I fucking remember that. Like, this gun doesn't exist.
The smallest one I've seen was on a battleship. It's not supposed to exist.
So,
No.
Also, I was super fucking right. It was an M4A1 with a M203 grenade launcher on it.
Who, Castles?
Yeah, and a Comp M2.
Well, you know, the 37 millimeter tubes are really getting cheap now because they're used for launching flares. So now you can launch flares, fireworks, if you can find the rounds.
Well, they're
it'll
like,
launch everything.
because the Spikes one is like $300, basically. Like, you go to a gun show and get them for like $300, and you just fire off fucking flares all day long with that.
Yeah, flares or, you know, other stuff, fireworks. They have fireworks for them now, and it's legal in Canada. That's the best part. I'm going to get one of those fuckers and put it underneath my VZ58. We're talking badass then.
It also, the M4A1 from the Punisher also has the Knight's Armament drop-in rail.
Hey, you guys want to see me get pulled over right now?
Sure, fuck it, why not?
Yep.
Oh,
Really?
what an asshole. Wow.
You're not even black.
Did they decide? Jesus, dude. Well, whatever. You're old. It's alright for you to be racist.
Racist. It's usually black people get pulled over for driving a nice car.
No, it's probably because he saw a Coast Guard on my license plate, and he's probably a Navy queer. He's probably like, fucker and faggot.
Just saying, right?
It's like, take that, puddle pirate.
Puddle
pirate.
Puddle pirate.
Puddle pirate.
Is that what they call you guys, man? Because I thought Coast Guard did a lot of shit the Navy does.
Pretty much this, along the same stuff, but the Navy is a force multiplier. Like they have everything from interdiction and obviously special warfare. We're more of a, when people think Coast Guard, they think search and rescue. They don't consider the law enforcement aspect of it.
Yeah,
But,
I know, because you guys, your ships are armed. I mean, so are the Canadian ones, right? They've got at least
our stuff,
two on.
our gunboats are built to the freaking teeth, man. We got like all kinds of cool shit. Like
Yeah.
whenever we go out, dude, we always have our 240 Bravos on the bow.
Yeah.
The coolest part was, dude, like for some reason, like off the coast of Anacapa, and like San Miguel Islands and all that stuff, like we always get like pongo boats because they come up from Mexico, and they always just like, and sometimes they're abandoned, because they'll like freaking just meet some yacht out in the middle of nowhere and they'll freaking just leave the pongo boat because they're disposable. They're like a freaking $100 boat with a bunch of gasoline in it, and so we'll just go out there and we'll find them, just kind of floating around. So we'll take the engines and the gas off, and then we'll just freaking pull the tarp off the 240 and scuttle it. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I haven't done that forever, man. Like, I haven't been out there forever. But we used to do that. I used to do that, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine I used to work with at the co-op, served on the Preserver, which is a replenishment ship for the Canadian Navy. But when they were, I guess, in the Gulf and stuff like that, like all their guns were manned, and they had some heavy shit. They had like 20 millimeters. They had Vulcans, like those.
Yep.
Yeah, missile defense guns.
Yeah, the Phoenix systems.
Yeah, the Phalanx systems, right? We had those, and they had like just crew serve 20 mils and 50s and.
Like I thought about serving in the Navy because my grandfather, both of like pretty much everybody in my family was Navy, and my grandfather was Navy, and then my other side of the family was Army and Marines. But I don't know, man. Just something about the Coast Guard really intrigued me. I think it was like the drug interdiction and like and the immigration stuff.
Yeah. Well, and search and rescue. I mean, that's got to be a big thing, right? Because you work for a service. A big part of their job is to save people's lives. Wow.
Which is really awesome.
Oh, okay. Well, I must just not heard that, but yeah, it was like for a while it just went silent, and I thought, oh fuck.
Yeah, I thought everybody quit talking too, dude. So you're not the only one that didn't hear shit.
Oh no. Stop talking. This is another gun I really fucking want, is the Smith & Wesson Model 500 Performance Center with the Knight's Armament suppressor.
You should buy it, Flippy.
And the Aimpoint T1. It's the fucking like main handgun from like the Punisher Warzone, that giant fuck you revolver that he walks around with.
That movie was retarded.
That movie was fucking awesome.
Dude, the villain, fucking Courtney Stodden's husband. Oh my god.
To be fair, Jigsaw's just as fucking retarded in the comics, so they actually kind of nailed that. Although he didn't have like some weird fucking psychotic brother like.
Oh, that was way better. I'm so tired of Flippy's. I'm gonna buy this gun. I'm gonna buy that gun.
I wish I had that problem.
Yes, seriously. I've got to get rid of guns just to.
You can have that problem. All you gotta do is say you're gonna buy this gun, buy that gun.
I know.
Yeah, but I can't buy fucking a gun a month like I would like
Well,
to.
Flippy doesn't need them. He just
Well, and that's fine for you guys that have like a, you know, what, you got a place out in the country, your bug out farm that you're gonna have all your guns stored at. But if you live in any kind of mobile, or you know, live in a an apartment or something, like, you know how much trouble it is to move fucking like 30 guns? It's a pain in the fucking ass. They take up a lot of space. I mean, I had to do a separate trip just for the ammo, and I have a 3/4 ton truck. You know what I mean? It's just like, fuck. I gotta like lean everything down so I can travel all on my fifth wheel. So, yeah, Flippy going, oh, I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna buy that. And it's like, yeah, do you live in a place you're gonna stay in for the rest of your life? Because if you don't, you might want to think about. It's a pain in the ass to move all those guns.
I live in a house, Bob. My house doesn't move. I'm not like planning on moving.
All right. Well, no. If you live in the flat, you live in a comfortable area, and you're not worried about your neighbors when shit hits the fan and stuff like that, then that's cool.
I mean, my neighbors are food when shit hits the fan.
Neighbors
all
are,
good.
Oh, that's right. You're one of those people who just thinks you're just gonna harvest the neighborhood. Right. Okay. Well, never mind then. I really. Yeah, no, that's fine then.
No, I'm not like, I'm going to buy this gun, I'm going to buy that gun. I'm saying I would like to buy this gun, or I really want that gun.
I thought you were saying you were going to buy them.
Oh, no. I don't. If I had the money for that, I would be showing off new guns every single day.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I just thought you were being all like, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy that. No, I was just giving you the warning that, you know what, you can accumulate too many guns. I mean, in my case, it wasn't even that many, but it was too many. And, you know, really, 20 guns? I mean, if you want to have more, fine. But just, you know that you're going to have the hassle of moving them someday, and that's a bitch. I guess.
I didn't even think about that, dude. I didn't even think about moving fucking two safes. Two big-ass safes.
Listen, if you get to the point where it's a pain in the ass to move your guns, you've done something right. Don't listen to Bob. He's Canadian.
I do agree with that.
No, I'm just saying from experience, I will not accumulate more than what I have now until I have a place that I know I'm not going to leave until I die. I'm never fucking moving again. It's one thing to move around in the fifth wheel because everyone's with you. It's another thing to actually have to move like half a household.
That's why I don't put all my guns in one place. I have them staged at different areas, so I don't ever have to move them all at once.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I just wouldn't do that. I'm not even sure it'd be legal. Well, it'd be legal if you did it the right way, but you know, it's.
You put a safe at your relative's house, and you're fine.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we'll talk offline about that, but. No, but I mean.
Hold on 1 second, Bob. Hold on. I haven't seen you or talked to you in like 2 weeks, and you didn't even say hi. How rude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi.
How the fuck have you been, buddy?
Oh, not bad.
Weather treating you okay up there?
Oh, yeah.
Dick off?
A couple of thunderstorms, but that's normal for here. You know, weather goes for shit, and then it's nice, and then it's I guess it's really weird. Like spending the summer here after spending the winter in Arizona, where there's no water anywhere, and you get up here and there's water fucking everywhere. Like, fields, it's in the ditches, the rivers are full. It's like, fuck. I mean, you can't go anywhere without getting mud in your boot.
I want to send some to California because we're fucking missing a lot of water.
Yeah, well, it must be what Florida's like, right? Just everything's wet.
God is trying to tell you something. He's trying to kill everyone and start over.
No, actually, water is probably not trying to kill everyone. Well, unless it gets up above your head, but.
Well, let's talk about California because they're in a drought.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Maybe it's true.
He's like, I'm going to smite all you crazy people. You know, dude.
Well, think about it, right? Maybe Jeebus is pro Second Amendment.
He would have to be. I mean, he got oppressed, so why wouldn't he be?
I mean, he is. It is scriptural where he does tell his disciples to go out and buy swords.
No, that's true. Well, no, did he really? Was Jesus telling him that, or was it somebody else?
No, it was straight up Jesus. He's like, travel 2 by 2 and go buy a sword.
I don't know if that was Jesus.
That was Jesus.
I don't know. I think I've read that quote. I don't think it was Jesus.
I think Jesus also told them to make sure that they had AR-15s with 30-round magazines.
Mm. Well, he also told them not to eat pork, so on that point he was wrong.
Jesus didn't tell them not to eat pork.
He did. It was the whole thing with the pigs and everything. That was a metaphorical thing. That's what he.
No, that was God, and that was Old Testament. In fact, Peter later on gets a vision from God, basically saying, "Yo, all animals are good to eat now. Don't worry about it. Have fun."
Because Peter liked bacon, which is kind of true. Everybody should love bacon. Bacon and maple syrup.
I eat bacon with my bacon.
Well, seriously, man, when I was like growing up, it was like breakfast when you were camping was a pound of bacon in the frying pan, and then like all the eggs and a dozen eggs, and everybody just like dug in, right? And there was 4 of us.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that seems about right.
If you're hungry and you're camping, at least back in the days when camping involved, actually being in the wilderness, there was no sewer dumps, there was no water. You went and get your water from the lake. Yeah, it was like camping.
Hey, Bob, like, what are you doing in the background? It sounds like you're either having a sword fight or you got a blacksmith back there.
Oh, it's not me. I don't know where that's coming from.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, Brandon, here's the link for that upper.
Hold on, I need to get in my computer.
Okay.
Hey, is the guy selling it? Is his name I Ripped It Off from Brandon?
What?
Just saying.
Oh. Yeah, I'm starting to get into Noveski's. Like last night I was up until like 8 a.m. just looking at all their products and stuff, and it's just I don't know. There's something about like Noveski, like the company that has like a certain following, and it's I don't know. There's certain guns and products and stuff that have like a following, kind of not really like of an elitist thing, but like more of a kind of like if you're really into the culture, you know what it is. So
Well, it's a cult. It's a cult. It's not a following at that point.
We call that brand whore.
Yeah.
And I am guilty.
Oh, it's truly, yeah. You see, I guess I am. I love the VZ58. Nobody else seems to like it.
What is the VZ58?
Bob, you won't shut the fuck up about Browning's high power, so you're easily in that.
But the high power is a special gun, right? I mean, it is the first high-capacity handgun or semi-automatic.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
The broom handle Mauser came out before it.
It came out with larger magazines later. Its
was
original
double
magazine
stack.
2 rounds.
Oh, hey Bob, you actually might kind of find this cool. So there's this show I watched called the Blacklist with James Spader, and
his main sidearm is a 9mm high power, and actually in the show, and it's an NBC show.
Yeah.
He gives it to his friend, and then his friend looks back at him. He's like, "Hey, I need a couple more mags for the high power," and I was like, "Oh shit! Whoever is on this show knows what they're talking about."
Yeah.
Because he probably "I need a couple clips from the 9mm,"
Yeah.
And that's his preferred weapon, and because in the first pilot when he's gearing up, he's like, "So what do you need?" He's like, "Give me
a
9mm Bronny high power and a couple of magazines." I don't know, it's very rare that TV actually gets that stuff right.
Yeah, exactly. Normally it'd be give me a Glock and a couple of 20-round mags,
Yeah, make sure you don't mess around with the hammer on the Glock. You want a deep pocket first.
Yeah.
Like The Walking Dead, dude.
That fucking safety.
Oh, The Walking Dead is such a joke about firearms. I mean, other than I do like the part that they eventually had somebody who had a Mosin M44 with a bayonet. Because
old man guns?
I would have an SKS for sure. That would be.
I don't remember anyone in that show having a fucking Mosin.
I was just watching that episode with the fucking Mosin today, dude. I thought that was cool as fuck, but that's
Is it?
fuck. I can't remember the name of it, dude, but it's the one right before. It's like when everybody's on their way to fucking Terminus.
When shit was really starting it.
Yeah, right after they left the prison.
When stuff was hold on. Sorry, dude.
Brandon, do you got two windows open or something?
No, it's the feedback. No, it was in the part when shit was really hitting the fan. 'Cause that's when they pull out the Mosins, when all's lost.
It was actually the Asian guy's white girlfriend who had it when I saw the episode.
I legit just don't remember the Mosin in that episode for some reason.
Hey, real quick, where the hell does Glenn find 38 Super in the Apocalypse for his 1911?
I don't know. Where in the fuck did they find this magical gun? Pressers from the
mariachi concert.
Oh, come on.
If you're looking for 38 Super, go to the essays. They love 38 Super.
Think about it, man. This is the thing that really bugged me about the show was, Rick had the bag of guns, and they're all waiting for the bag of guns, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, this is fucking America, right? Couldn't you just go to a whole bunch of houses in a rural neighborhood and pick up a shit pile of guns and ammo?
They're far enough along that shit would probably be already picked.
And they're in Georgia, right? So
yeah, I was gonna say, especially down in Georgia, dude. Fucking everybody's armed down there.
I don't think it would be picked. I think, and you'd be able to, all these zombies you were killing would be freaking carrying, right?
Nah, because if you're concealed carrying, you're not gonna become a zombie.
And what about the military bases? They've all been killed, but did their weapons die too?
Yeah, their fucking bullets all disappeared when they become zombies. And
I know.
They fucking touch any of those Humvees. They just walk by. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, and then the chopper that was right there in the beginning.
The old Humvees don't even need keys, right?
No, they don't.
They also could pretty much run off of any kind of fuel you dump into it. I feel like that would be the vehicle you would fucking want.
Yeah,
Wait, did you say Humvees don't have any keys?
No, they don't. The old ones.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you don't want to be fumbling with keys when the moos are shooting at you.
So did they just what was it? Just fucking direct?
Just the
Push
fucking
the start.
Like a fucking I was gonna say just a button. Or did they start them with fucking hopes and dreams?
It starts with American freedom. You get inside and you pledge allegiance, and it fucking turns on.
I'll tell you, man. The only thing I see wrong with the Humvee is instead of putting that, they should have put a turbocharger on that diesel, because 165 horsepower to move a vehicle that big is not right.
Well, I mean, none of the Humvees that they have in the fucking show are the armored Humvees. They're all like the fucking, what is it, National Guard hand-me-downs? The ones that are just like, just aluminium?
Just canvas doors.
Yeah, which would be right, Flippy. I mean, really, the up armored and the stuff with the reactive armor is all over in Afghanistan and Iraq, and it's not coming back, right?
Nah,
Is it
that shit's
Now that
fucking
ISIS
staying
is
there.
driving it.
Yeah, they're like. Here's the other thing. What about the troops deployed overseas? I mean, like, how come they didn't come back into The Walking Dead? Like, I mean, because you had the no-go units out there, but you didn't have like any carriers that were coming back in the port or anything like that.
Well, they basically hinted off that like shit went bad everywhere, like instantly, like all at once.
I mean, really, you think about it. One zombie on a ship where everybody's crowded together like that, you're fucked. I mean, you would have to be really on the ball to fucking get it shut down. And if you did, you wouldn't have enough men left to sail the ship back. So you'd just go, and plus you'd get in all these radio things, everything's bad out there, so fuck, you'd never go back to shore if you'd got killed all the zombies on the board the ship.
Dude, if you freaking just like quarantine all of the sailors and put them in like in the front of the bulkhead, and then you just go up there to freaking CIC and just start launching missiles all over land and get rid of, clear out your port before you dock, you'll be alright.
That's the thing. Missiles don't work well on zombies.
Yeah,
Because
but
like
how many
blow them to bits and they'll just start crawling around.
how many survivors are you gonna wipe out? I mean,
Well,
How many survivors are you gonna turn into zombies?
yeah.
True.
Like that was the thing with the Max Brooks book, World War Z. Specifically, they're like fucking.
Flippy,
you
what the
can't-
hell wrong with your damn mic, dude?
It's not me. It's Brandon.
Oh.
Brandon.
Sorry, I forgot to mute my shit. Sorry about that.
Like in the World War Z book, like he specifically explains, he's like, look, you fire rockets at these things, it just makes them go to like pieces, and then they just start crawling around, and they're harder to fucking see. Like rockets just don't work on them.
Good point. I do like what World War Z did though. Like in the movie, they put all the Navy personnel and State Department on one of the carriers. They seem to be okay.
That movie was dope. That movie was fucking sick, dude.
It was
I
okay.
don't like it. I don't like fast zombies. Thank you very much. They are just fucking scary.
It was
I want
okay
no
considering how.
zombies or none at all.
It was okay considering how many reshoots and how many times that movie got freaking red lighted.
I mean, I read the book, and that was my biggest mistake. Was I read the book, and I know how good it could be, and that movie was nowhere near as good as the book.
Well, dude, originally in the first draft, they had Morgan Freeman, Ed Harris, Bryan Cranston attached, and then they had Justin Lin was the director, and then it became a bidding war over Leonardo DiCaprio's Anchor Way and Brad Pitt's production company Plan B Productions, and then they fought over who was going to produce it, and Brad Pitt won off of DiCaprio. And then, some studios pulled funding, and then Max Brooks tried to sue because he said it wasn't true to the book. And then all the actors dumped out. Then they hired new actors, and they had to reshoot. And then, all their guns that they shipped over to Hungary, they got seized by the custom agents because they didn't have the right permit or something. So then they had to replace all of the actors' weapons, including, the Marines and everybody, all that stuff, with classic Army airsoft. And then, dude, the movie, the production had so many problems, and I'm amazed that it made as much money as it did, and it was actually a decent film.
Well, the other issue with the movie was Brad Pitt did a lot of stuff where, Brad Pitt's character in the book isn't a fucking character. He's basically just a narrator for, because the book itself is a bunch of different interviews from different survivors who were in different areas of the world, and it explains this overarching story of the world during the Great Zombie War, basically. And Brad Pitt was like, nope, my character is going to be an action hero. He's not going to be just a guy going around interviewing people. He's going to be the main star. Fuck you all.
Well, then also they had Matthew Fox's character who played the pararescue jumper. he had actually like a whole role in the movie instead of just like 5 minute screen time. His role was he was supposed to keep Brad Pitt's wife on board in exchange for her like giving it up. And so there was like this whole scene where like, Matthew Fox was like, look, tell your husband everything's okay. I'm going to keep you on board the ship. However, you got to give me some in return. So like that was his role on the whole thing. And then like they cut his part down to like a 2 minute screen time. And then a whole sequence was shot where Brad Pitt went and fought the zombies in Russia. And then like they cut that scene and like re-edited and
Yeah.
then
I remember reading that, and apparently he was supposed to be like conscripted by the Russian army. Like he lands, and the Russians are like, "Cool, you're here to find out what causes this? Come over here." And then like they're like, "All right, you're now part of the army. Here's your fucking shovel. Go kill zombies." And he's
yeah,
like, "What?"
pretty much. Yeah. Like the movie was so different, and I think that's like the problems he ran into. But they're making a sequel, and they said that they're going to cover all the zombie wars now. So,
Well, you think about it. Did they do that because of their fear of feminists going, "Oh, a woman's being forced into sex," right? So this
No, it was they were trying to go for a PG-13 rating, and that would have brought them an R rating.
yeah, and because like violence, is not the only thing to get to an R rating. It's subject matter, profanity. If you look at most of the R-rated movies that like were back in the '90s, the subject matter was pretty intense. And like a movie like A Few Good Men, there was no violence in that movie. It was all courtroom drama, but it was rated R
That was a good movie too.
because it's just the subject matter that like they feel that your PG-13 audience is not going to. And even some movies that are even like worse than R, like Cliffhanger, the original like cut, that you can find it on the internet, but it had scenes, dude, where people are like literally like losing parts of their body because there's so much violence in it, and people were just getting blown away. It was like gratuitous RoboCop violence, and the studio said, "All right, look, if you're gonna go with Cryco and TriStar, you need to make this R-rated." So then Rennie Harlan was like, "Oh, okay, fine." And there's like, supposedly they were gonna release a director's cut, but Mario Kazar, which was in charge of Cryco during the production of Terminator 2, said any like prior Cryocar film or something like that needs my permission, and he said fuck you to everyone, so we'll probably never release it.
Well, what do you think of a movie that would actually, not insult a religion, right? A movie that does that, right? They make a specific effort not to destroy or not to somehow, insult a religion by not destroying their landmarks in a disaster film.
Right.
That's in a disaster. That's fucking weird, though. That's like the same thing as like changing characters because you don't want to offend China.
Right. Now, what movie did that?
It's the Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Like the Mandarin got changed to be a dirty Arab terroristy dude because they didn't want to offend the Chinese audiences, and like it actually got turned into a white guy. It was weird, but like yeah, the Mandarin got changed. Fucking the storyline in Doctor Strange is getting changed because Doctor Strange is trained by a Tibetan monk, and China doesn't recognize Tibet as really anything, so that would be like fucking offensive to them. So it's just like a random monk is the one who's training him.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's fucking weird.
Newest one, the Independence Day.
Really? Did Independence Day do some shit to like not offend China?
No, Independence Day was the most like government push propaganda film I have ever seen. It like that movie was produced by Joseph Goebbels, man.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, never once they destroyed every other world's symbol except any Muslim symbols, right?
Yep, yeah. They and then they had like this new team of like United Nations people that were like in charge of the world, and they made decisions where things got blown up or not. And then Jeff Goldblum was like, no, we should think about this because it could be your friends, and we could start into like basically he was like the Barack Obama of the movie. Yep. And then they had a woman president, which there's no problem with that, but she played like a Hillary Clinton role. And then there was all these like suggestive things that certain characters that were not gay in the first one are gay now. And then like there was so much like racial dividing and like, oh, we're all together as one. It was just, dude, it was propaganda. I was like, I came to this movie to watch a sequel of Independence Day, not try to get some propaganda shoved down my throat.
Yep. And I mean, you can actually there's videos out there, and you can see all the world's, you know, the Eiffel Tower, like say the Statue of Liberty, all that kind of stuff gets blown up by the aliens. Not one Muslim mosque or artifact or anything like that gets blown up. And the producers actually said he did that because he was told, threatened in emails and tweets or whatever that, you know, if he destroyed he would be, you know, put on in FATA, you know, on a death list.
Oh, that's kind of like how they did when they with the cartoon South Park. Fucking when they canceled the 200th episode because it mocked Muhammad and they got death threats saying that they were gonna blow up South Park Studios.
Like you guys have all heard me, right? I'll say Jeebus. I can mock Jesus. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in religion. There might be something out there that's doing shit, but it ain't a God that's interested in us. I mean, there ain't any of that shit. You die, you go.
You're agnostic then, Bob, not atheist.
Well,
if you believe that there may be a God, but you don't know what it is, that's agnostic. If you believe there's no God whatsoever, that's atheist.
Because, yeah, I think there might have been something that spread the seed of life here, but I don't think it's like any kind of being or anything like that. I think it might be more advanced than us and stuff like that, but I don't believe in a God.
I think it's an alien. Oh shit.
No, well, I don't. Yeah. No.
Jesus, that light is bright, bro.
They're alien.
Oh yeah, Brandon. There's the link to it, by the way. I just posted it in the side chat.
Got it. Yeah, dude. Like,
I'm just saying that I don't
like the movie, like Independence Day and all that stuff is gonna become like the new propaganda stuff. Like, I hope this doesn't become a trend to where they start just making movies like Independence Day.
Become a trend.
Dude, everything's fucking propaganda now, though, dude. Everything is fucking made to the point where it's like.
Jesus,
the last Star Wars propaganda.
Okay. Who the hell's doing all that? Fucking. Oh, it's you standing, I think. It's either you or Brandon, one or the other. Drive me nuts. Oh, they're just echoing like crazy when they talk. There's all this shit.
Brandon gets a lot of feedback when anyone talks and his mic is open.
Okay. Well, Brandon, put headphones on or something. I'm such an ass. I'm sorry.
Quit blaming shit on me, Bob. Goddamn it.
Yeah, well, I just like to blame it on you because you got your head down and everything. You look kind of like, oh, I feel guilty. Yeah, you just look like
you just get out because I have a ginger beard.
Well, instead of Independence Day, I went and saw Can You See Me Now too, or whatever.
Terrible.
It was fine. I enjoyed it. It was just as good as the first one.
Yeah, it is.
Every actor in that movie is anti-gun and pledged allegiance to like MDA.
I mean, whatever. It was a movie about. I don't give a shit what their message was. It was a movie about doing fucking magic, dude.
Yeah.
There wasn't any like pro-Hillary or anti-gun like notions in that movie. It was legitimately just doing fucking magic.
Flippy, do you believe in Santa Claus still?
No, but I believed Hillary could face justice, and that was just as silly, I guess.
Well, I think we all hoped for that.
Yeah, of course everybody hoped it, but fucking everybody also knew that it wasn't gonna happen.
You know what? I didn't. I actually believed that your legal system would work. I really did. The meeting with Bill Clinton, that, you know, I kind of went, oh, damn, the fix is in, and sure enough.
No, that thing here in Phoenix hadn't to do anything with the fix, Bill Clinton approached Loretta Lynch and basically said, hey, look, if my wife becomes president, there's going to be a spot for you at the table. So, I'm pretty sure that he said that if you make some things disappear, we got a really nice cushy job for you, like, I don't know, maybe somewhere high up, like bigger than Attorney General.
I still say when she said they talk about our grandchildren, he just said, do you want your grandchildren to grow up?
Well, Hillary already said today that that Lynch is her likely Attorney General if she gets elected. So, go figure.
Yeah.
Nah,
that crooked
everyone.
ass bitch, man. She's gonna fucking wreck everything, dude. To be honest.
But how can you people, the other half, right? The Democrats, how do they keep voting? Like, I mean, they must be hearing the same stuff we're hearing, right? Aren't they? Aren't they hearing the same?
Yeah, but there's a reason they're fucking Democrats, dude. They're stupid.
Like, Democrats, I don't care. Like, they're not all stupid people. There's got to be a high percentage, well, maybe not a high percentage, but a large percentage of Democrats probably are well-read, they're intelligent, and how are they not going to just watch this going on and go, no, I can't support her. I'm not going to vote. Right? But the thing is, with Democrats, they'll just go, I'm not going to vote for Trump, but I'm not going to vote.
Well, let's hope they don't say.
It's more so they just don't like it. They're just like, look, I would rather have her than someone who's going to disagree with all of my decisions, even if she's evil, and I like evil things like taking away people's rights.
No, it's not that. It's that Hillary has pride herself off as the type of person that, oh, I want to keep the country safe. I want to take, these harmful machines out of people's hands. I want to keep our children safe. I need our country to come together as, like, she views it like she's the type of person that's going to make everybody come together. And they pawn off Trump as like he's the divider of worlds and he wants to rip apart poor families. And, so they turn him into the supervillain, which in case makes friggin' Hillary Clinton look like a saint. And some of these people, like, that's all they watch, dude. Like, I guarantee you, like, the majority of people, like, we're a rare breed of people, all of us in here. Like, we actually go out and seek the knowledge for ourselves. We don't just, eat whatever they spoon feed us.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Brandon. I can't believe that. I mean, I'm pretty left-leaning when it comes to healthcare and stuff. You know that. I live in Canada, right? I like our healthcare. I think if everybody just paid a little bit of extra tax, not a lot, everybody could have healthcare. And the big thing is we do preventative healthcare, which means you don't need that end of, oh my God, I got to go on Medicaid because I've lost my house, my car, everything I own, right, has paid for my healthcare up till now. Now I have to go on the government dole. At that point, you're so sick, it costs more. So, but like I say, I'm left-leaning. At the same time, I'm, pro-firearms rights, right? I don't know where the fuck I was going with this. I lost it.
So you're saying that you're like a libertarian, dude. You have like mixed views. You have like neutral views on both.
Libertarians don't believe in the government running your healthcare. That's the exact opposite of libertarian.
That's where I differ with libertarians. But I mean, everything else about libertarians I like, right? You don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. I'll pay tax because I want roads, right? I mean, I want roads. I'm going to pay tax for that. I'm going to pay roads or tax if I want a sewer up to my house, but I'd much rather put my own septic tank in and stuff. So, what I'm saying is I want to just be independent. You don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. So that's libertarian, yes. But I also think that every human being on this planet deserves decent health care because we have the technology to do it. We have the infrastructure to do it. Now, even if it's, people who want to go first, yeah, they can pay for it and go first. But if anyone's in need or wants preventative, then they get that health care. And that's just paid for with a little extra tax dollars that we're also paying for, because we live on a street or anything like that. I don't think if you own your own land and you're completely off the grid, you should have to pay any damn tax dollars. Unless you buy something. You have a little bit of sales tax or something. But, yeah, that's my view.
I totally agree with you, dude. I'm probably like, more left-leaning than most of my friends that are pro-gun, but like I'm socially liberal. But the only thing that pretty much the only thing that I agree on, like, with conservatives is, the guns, and pretty much, constitutionally conservative, I would say. I believe that we have the Constitution and it should be respected and left alone. And everything else, I'm pretty socially liberal. I mean, I have a couple of friends that are conservatives. They're all like, "Oh, being gay is a sin." I'm like, dude, calm down. Like, it's just I know a bunch of gay people, man. Like, I have a couple of friends, like, when I lived in California, that were like in the Pink Pistols. Like, they were super awesome people. And it's like, and that's the problem. I think why conservatives have such a stigma. Because, I mean, the left gets away with thinking, it's all like, oh, if you're a gun owner, you're probably conservative, you probably hate gay people, you're probably like, it's just like they like to exercise all these stupid stereotypes. And,
No, completely. I mean, I don't care as long as you're not going to come up behind me and try hammer me in the butt when I'm in the bathroom.
Wait.
I mean, that to me is like rape, right? So
Hold on. Are you guys telling me
rape of any kind, whether it's man on man or man on woman or woman on man?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you guys telling me, Bob?
Like regular gay people, I don't have a problem with.
Jesus Christ, Bob.
What? Sorry, I belched. Okay, go ahead.
So, Brandon, what is it? A Voltor buffer tube that's on the Noveski thing, or is it like?
What? Oh, I don't know.
Hey, didn't Standing want to say something though?
No, we missed that boat.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it, Bob. Hey, Brandon.
Yo.
Is that a quad rail you got there?
Who?
A quad rail.
On my Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to upgrade that thing to Keymod, bro.
Careful with that old
No, man, you guys are insane. I just need to go and slap every one of you that said that.
Careful that whole fucking quad rail thing, because everyone on gun channels is super uppity over quad rails for some reason.
But I want a third quad rail. I don't even know you guys. Okay.
What's wrong with quad rails? I never understood that. What's wrong with quad rails?
Nothing if you live in 1998.
Okay, so besides that, what's the reality of it though? Like, what do people have against it? Like a serious question.
The main thing is weight, but it's not a big deal. I'm just giving Brandon a little bit of shit
Wait,
because
and without the ladders, it'll like cut up your girly hands.
I'm just giving Brandon shit because we had a nice little Facebook conversation about it the other night. So
yeah, it's pretty funny, dude. Like,
okay.
No, like I like the looks of it, and I like that I don't have to buy like freaking 20 items just to attach a light to it. So
you actually gave me an idea the other night, though. I pulled out my ARs, and I have a quad rail, I have a Keymod, and I have an M-Lock. So I think I'm going to do a little video comparing them and going over the benefits of each one and the negatives of each one.
I grew up shooting, freaking stuff like this, and you call me old-fashioned, but I just don't like the look of it either. Like, there is an MR556 at my gun shop, and it was it was like literally, dude, like it was a beautiful H&K, brand new. It came with like 3 mags, which is rare. And I was like, oh, let me see it. And I didn't see that it was a Keymod. So he showed it to me, and I was like, oh, where do I put all my stuff? And I was like, oh, never mind. Yeah, you can take it back. And he's like, no, it's cool. All you have to do is just buy these little attachments. He's like, just grabbing all these little things off the wall. I'm like, so for everything I put on there, I got to put all these little things on here? He's like, yeah, isn't that cool? And I was like, no.
Or you can just buy Keymod attachable things.
But it's like everything is like rail compatible, you know? So I don't need to buy anything like that.
Well, Second has the rail you're looking for. Like, he has the MR556 with the rail, but he threw away his rail and put on a...
No, mine came with a Keymod too.
Oh, yours did come with the Keymod?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
It was just too short. I didn't like it because it was short.
Flippy, buy the supper from me.
No.
Okay.
I'm sending one. I'm sending
How
one.
much do you want for the upper?
Well, I want to get the Diplomat, so... I don't know, how much are these things worth? Like, I haven't even shot it yet. I just bought it like the other day.
How much did you pay for it?
For this guy, I paid 18 out the door.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
that's
upper is
about
it?
right. It's about 1,700.
What upper is it, Brandon?
Noveski?
It's a Noveski light RECCE basic rifle.
A recce?
Yeah, a recce. I'll tell you what, though. I'll trade you an SLR 107 for it.
What the hell does that mean?
It's the AK that Arsenal no longer makes.
Oh, dude, I hate AKs.
Brandon?
How much do you want for the upper?
Let's see what I go for. I haven't shot it yet, dude, so it's brand new, so I'm not gonna like screw myself on it.
The upper itself, by itself, is $950. Brand new off their website.
Oh, you bought the complete gun?
Yeah, you bought the complete gun.
And what upper are you going to put on it?
He
I will
wants to
show
put
you.
on a Diplomat upper onto it.
Oh wait, is this in freaking 300? Oh, thank God, no. I hate it like when everything that looks cool, you look when it says, it's like, oh hell yeah, let me get that, and that's like you look at it really closely and it says freaking 300 blackout, and you're like, oh, never mind. Yeah, that's what I want. I wonder why it takes like 4 weeks for delivery.
Because it takes them it's 2 to 4 weeks. And it takes them like a week to get to your order to process it, and then as soon as they finish it, they ship it out.
They need to hire more hot chicks in the office.
That's cool, but the hot chicks aren't the ones building the rifles.
Yeah, you fat dudes with beard.
Well, they need dude, that would be so awesome. Seriously, if some guy, like, if Dan Bilzerian just created, like, Bilzerian Arms and, like, paid for those hot chicks to go to gun school and then opened up, like, freaking Bilzerian Armory and then just made, like, all these, like, lowers and shit with a giant beard on it, that'd be kind of cool. He probably would sell, dude. I guarantee you that would sell.
Oh, have you talked to them yet?
Have I talked to Bilzerian?
No, Noveski.
Oh, no.
About building out your Diplomat upper. Because I would assume you would want the quad rail version and not the Keymod version.
Oh, that is a key mod. Holy crap.
Yeah, they sell a quad rail
the
that they
times.
make that you can ask them, and I'm sure they'll like swap it out with no issue.
I'm glad you caught that, dude. Well, you know what? I'll just get the
Well, no, because here's the rail you want. It's an 11-inch rail. They sell it. They have plenty in stock. If you call them up and you're like, hey, I want to order one of your Gen 3 Diplomats, but instead of the Keymod, can you put a quad rail on it? I'm sure they'd be like, yeah, no, that's fine. It'll just be like an extra $50 or whatever.
Brandon, just make sure you have them on speed dial so when they hang up on you, you can call them right back.
Why would they hang up on me?
For asking for a quad rail instead of the Keymod.
Oh, you know what I should do? I'm like, yeah, hi. I'm looking at a build here. I'd like to order a Desert Eagle Jericho and a at Tavor. They'd be like, what? Called the wrong fucking shop. Yeah, no, dude. If I ever become like super rich, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna like hire hot chicks, put them through like gunsmithing school, and have them make like awesome rifles.
Oh, actually, I'm super wrong. I just looked at the drop-down menu. They fucking sell it. They do sell that upper with the quad rail.
Do they?
Yeah. It's called, their quad rail is the NQR. So you would want the 7-inch Diplomat with a NQR 9-inch. And that is $1,500.
Not bad.
Hey, do you have a Omega on your other gun? The other muzzle device, was that for Omega?
What's an Omega?
The Omega is the Silencer Co. suppressor that is the 30 cal can.
No, I all have. They're all Silencer Co. And AAC. Yeah, this is the AAC brake. I haven't seen any Omegas, dude. All my gun shops carry Silencer Co. and AAC in Huntertown. I have not seen any Gemtechs. I haven't seen any Omegas.
Well, the Omega is Silencer Co.'s like multi-cal, quick detach. It's the lightest 30 caliber can on the market.
Yeah, my local gun shop still has one. They just can't get rid of it because they're charging way too fucking much for the
They
thing.
want like 1,200 or something.
Nah, they want like fucking 900.
That's not bad.
Everywhere else it retails at like $850.
Well, just wait till Hillary gets in the office. It won't be that bad. People pay like, dude, it's gonna go back to where they're paying like Sandy Hook prices.
Yeah, if they can. So what is the
Why
buffer?
everybody? That's why everybody in the room right now like needs to buy a bunch of M&P Sports.
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to go with the Silencer Co. Omega or the Gemtech 1. I've shot an Omega a few times, but I haven't.
Go with the
haven't shot
Omega.
one.
Like, it's a bit more expensive, but Silencer Co., in my opinion, is a better company than Gemtech.
I'd like to get my hands on a 1 just to try it out, but I don't know anybody that has one.
Also, 7 days. You're down to 7 days.
I'm not worried about all that.
You don't have any suppressor stuff, or you don't want any of that?
No, I want one. I just don't have one yet.
Well, hey, the good part about that is if you do all this stuff after the fact, I guess, like, from what Flippy was telling me last night, or, yeah, was it last night?
Yeah.
That they'll fast-track your tax stamp, which that ain't too shabby.
Yeah, the Ultras thing is kind of the crux of the position, but I don't know. I'm not too terribly worried about it. Just more steps and bullshit to go through, but
Well, it's like there was always going to be bullshit for NFA items, you know? It's like that's never going to disappear. Because it has to be, what, an act of Congress, and then the president has to sign it? So it's like that's never going to happen. They don't want that. They like making the money off it, and they like the whole inconvenience. So it's like, whatever, guys. You know, you're digging your heels in the ground. You know, I guess as long as like, does it suck? Yeah, but as long as they just don't take it away, you know what I mean? Like, if they came out and said, oh, no, we're not going to let anybody do any freaking, you know, NFA stuff ever again, I'd be like, you son of a bitches.
the local ATF agent here was saying that it's a pretty good likelihood that silencers aren't going to be on the NFA for much longer. So she seems to think that.
It depends who becomes president. It entirely depends on who becomes president.
I wonder if Hillary will actually, does she even know about the NFA?
I'm sure she does. She is ugly and an asshole, but she's not dumb.
I wonder if that'd be something that she'd want to tangle with.
Silencer Co. needs to come out with a Hillary silencer to silence that horrible voice. If they could reduce the decibels of that shriek, that'd be awesome. I'd pay a tax stamp for that.
Right? Yeah, like...
I want a hearing safe Hillary.
What?
I want a hearing safe Hillary.
That's a new hashtag.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do about the NFA. I mean, it looked like for a while there we were kind of like on the way of like maybe getting heard about it, but what they do about these bills is what I've seen, and I haven't been following any of the, you know, the NFA stuff, but like it seems like there's all this ruckus about it, and then it gets thrown to like an appropriations committee to die. That way, like nobody says they can veto it or approve it, you know. That's what happened to our stuff here in Arizona. Like, you know, you think Doug Ducey would be like pro-gun or something like that. So like, a bill from Kelly Ward from Tahoe, from Arizona, she's a senator here. She went and put this bill. I think it was like AB 415 or something like that, and it reached the Appropriations Committee. And what it would have done is it would have made it illegal for the federal government to interfere with NFA stuff. And basically in Arizona, we would manufacture, sell, just like any other freaking firearm, NFA stuff, like automatics, suppressors, SBS, SBR, and the feds couldn't do anything about it, but like the rule was that nothing could leave the state. Like it was built here, it stays here. And I would have been all for that, but it went to the Appropriations Committee. That way the governor didn't have to veto it, or, you know, he didn't have to sign it and piss off his other group. Because he's kind of a rhino. You know, but it's like it's better than the alternative, man. Like the other guy was kind of scary. That guy was like a gnarly Democrat.
You guys should elect Sheriff Joe.
Yeah, he's awesome.
As the governor.
Yeah, that guy like freaking dude. That guy's pro-gun as hell.
Yeah, and he's a pretty straight shooting guy. You know, he tells it how it is.
Yeah, I've met Joe. I was at like a fundraiser function for him. He's a nice guy. He's a cool dude. He knows like the problem on the border and all that stuff, and you know he knows all about that. You know, like at the time I wasn't into like my team that I have, but if I was, I would have told him. I've been like, look, man, like this is like what's going on down there. This is like, you know. Actually, I'm going down there this Friday, Flippy, if you want to roll.
Oh, what, to the border?
Yeah.
Nah, dude, too fucking hot.
Don't ever move to Texas.
I'm in Texas.
I know. Yeah, I get to try out my.
I'm in the nice, cool part of Texas.
I get to try all my cool toys that I bought.
Oh, your fucking Predator Vision or whatever?
My Predator Vision. My PVS 14.
I wonder if it still works if the fucking Mexicans rub themselves down with mud.
Right? I can see them like freaking on top of like a big ass rock dude with like a sombrero and like a giant torch. Like Arnold.
Yeah. Try to fucking smash your head in with a log.
Right?
That's one ugly motherfucker. That's my favorite line from Predator. Not get to the chopper.
Yeah, dude, that would be freaking that'd be awesome. Like freaking, we're just out there looking around, all see here like fucking. God, I gotta quit smoking. My lungs are hurting.
Yeah, it's not good, bro.
Start vaping and fucking slowly wean yourself off of it, man.
Get some good old cotton lung.
No, cotton lung only comes when you buy fucking cheap juices and juices that are fucking flavored after citric fruits like lemon and lime and shit like that.
Oh. G-Webs just posted a picture of the M&P 9 Pro series on Instagram. That's such a nice M&P. I tried to buy one when I was in California, and Jerry Brown passed that law where you couldn't do the single shot exemption like right before I freaking was able to get the money to buy it.
Yeah, fuck Jerry Brown, dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You guys just need to go and like occupy the freaking place. Just get like 800 people and storm the castle.
I go to my Instagram because I'm like, oh, I want to see this. And it's just fucking, first thing is Standing's post with a naked dude.
Aha!
Yeah, I saw that. I was about to comment on that, but I was like, he has his reasons. Yeah, the thing is, like, there's no freaking, like, where do I attach anything onto this? Like,
the 2 pins, man. Put the lower on there and get to work.
Like, how do you attach to the plastic thing, or how do you put on a...
Well, I mean, obviously I'm going to need to freaking, you know, get, like, a rail system for this guy. But that's if I decide to keep it.
No, it's a 9-inch rail system. You pop off the 2 pins on the front. You take the barrel off. You then get the new fucking rail, slide that down on it.
You don't have to take the barrel off.
True. I probably wouldn't be able to get the gas block off, though. Those are a bitch.
Well, because it's a mid-link, it's a 9-inch handguard is what you're looking for.
Yeah, you won't have to take the gas block off. You'll just clamp it'll be a quad rail that'll clamp onto that and the barrel nut. There's like a little lip on the gas block.
I don't know if you can get that because it's not a carbine link. It's a mid-link.
Yeah, he can get one. A mid-length rail for it.
I'll get out.
So I didn't.
I bet you Janet Defense makes one.
They probably do.
I wanted to stay in freaking Night Strike's chat. You guys were going in about California. Did anybody remember what it was about?
I didn't listen to Night Strike's chat today.
Probably about how much California sucks and how we're run by fucking pussies.
Yeah. So, like, I know a lot of people, like, I have a bunch of friends in California, and they're saying they won't comply, and they're all like, you know what, screw you, I'm just, you know, it's worth the fine, I'll freaking just save up extra money if I get popped with a magazine or something, and I was like, well, like, you guys just need to come together and just start like a GoFundMe account to pay, like, magazine fines.
That would be okay if it wasn't a fine, dude. Like, people are facing fucking jail time.
No, it's like $100.
Start a recall.
Well, that won't work, dude. They occupy the whole Senate. You have like one Republican.
Recall them all.
It's
go straight Colorado on them.
Here's what I think, dude. Like, here's like. Because I was trying to think the other day, like, how did they, you know, get such a foothold in California? And because I was thinking, like, yeah, man, I remember when I worked at a gun shop, they're like, how many people bought guns? And, you know, like, how many people own guns in California? And it's amazing that all those people let it get ruled by, you know, the Democratic power. And, like, there's nothing wrong with Democrats, but the people that run freaking California are progressives, so there's a big difference. You know, they're on the far, far left. Democrats are like, hey, no, you want to own a gun, just, you know, you have to go through a background check. You know, that's their moderate view for the most part. But progressives are insane. They don't want anybody owning guns.
The regressive left.
Yeah. And so I'm like, how did they become into power? It's like, well, it's my opinion, and the way I feel is that I think that all of those gun owners that are in California may not be like AR gun owners. You know what I mean? They may just own like a 380 snub to keep in their nightstand, and just in case somebody penetrates their 24-hour guarded picket fence suburbia. Maybe they don't care about black rifles and stuff, and naturally if it doesn't affect you, you're probably not worried about it, and that's not a bad thing. That's just how most of humanity is. If it doesn't affect them directly, then they really don't care about it. So I think that's probably how most of the gun owners are in California. Now, granted, you have a huge black rifle community, and even more so now than ever, but I just don't think that it's big enough, like the black rifle community. I don't think it's big enough to be able to push any sort of recall. And then here's the other thing too. So you have the black rifle community, and you have some people in that community that are like, well, I already own this, it's not a big deal to me if I can't buy another one. I already got a bunch of ARs. So you're gonna have those type of people too. And then even then, you maybe have one of those people that just bought an AR until they had a chance to own one. They probably never use it. It's probably not important to them, but they own one, so they're like, eh. So it's only the guys like us that are worried about this type of stuff. I feel. I could be totally wrong. Maybe I am. But I mean, does anybody have any comments on this? What do you guys think?
No, you're not wrong. Everything you said is accurate as fuck, to be honest. Because I mean, even when I go to Turner's or Ammo Bros or anything like that, a majority of the people are buying handguns. They're not buying rifles, and if they are buying rifles, they're buying, something that's not really on the list that's being targeted. So you're everything you just said is pretty much fucking spot on, dude, to be honest.
Well, there's another element of it too, that in California, we call, a lot of us are single issue voters, right? The Second Amendment is maybe not the only thing we care about, but that's going to be our priority. Well, there's a lot of gun owners in California that are a lot more left-leaning than us, so their top priority isn't guns. It may be some other thing that they side more with Democrats on, so they're more likely to vote for that rather than for guns. You know what I mean? For me, I'll listen to a candidate if they have a good stance on the Second Amendment, and then I'll listen to what else they have to say. They may pick a candidate based on what they have to say about health care, and then if they don't agree with the Second Amendment, it might not be a big deal to them,
Yeah, and that's how my roommate is. My roommate's, he's I think he's weird. He thinks how he wants to think. So example. He's like, oh, you're a single issue voter, Brian, and you only care about, their stance on guns. And it's like, well, Frank, the reason I say that I really care about how their stance is on guns, because it pretty much trickles down to what their belief is in the rest of the Constitution. If they have a firm stance on the Second Amendment, then most likely they care about everything else. Not all the time. There are some examples of people that don't, but for the most part. So I'm going to trust somebody, that says oh, hell yeah, Second Amendment, versus somebody that's all I believe in common sense gun legislation, but I believe in somebody's right to own a gun in the home. I hate that shit. But, so my roommate's the type of guy where he said, and this is actually, I'm going to quote him here, he said that I'd rather lose my guns and have a job and health care and, be able to feed myself than have a closet full of guns. And he's like, because I can't go and freaking, eat with my AR. And I said, well, yeah, sure, man. We got javelinas. We got, all kinds of wildlife. He's like, you know what I mean? I said, yeah, I know. But he'd vote for somebody if they came out and promised to restore, the economy, rather than, enforce the Constitution and especially the Second Amendment. So I think you have a lot of people out there and my mom told me this, and I have to agree with this. She said that for most people, they get up, they put on their clothes, they get downstairs, they give their kids breakfast, they get them to school, they're trying to make it through the day in their job or something like that. They're trying to keep their family together, keep food on the table. They're not worried about if somebody's taking away the AR-15. It's probably last in their book. We're more conscious of our rights. We're more conscious of our freedoms. For them, they're probably just like, shit, Am I going to have a job next week? Is my company going to move out of California to Texas? Or, is somebody going to get this promotion or something like that? Like, I have a family to support, I have bills to pay. So, and it goes back to what I was saying, that, like, everything is important to somebody if it affects them. Maybe they don't have the luxury of enjoying going out and shooting or something like that. And then, so that's why the Democrats come in, and they're like, oh, we're going to give you jobs and health care, but we got to get rid of those guns. So they're like, oh, crap, I got a family here to feed. It's like, okay. And so the choice for them is clear. For us, we look at the whole broad spectrum. We're looking at it from a 360 degree. They're only looking 180. So that is what I believe.
Yeah, and pretty much once again, you're spot on, dude. I won't even bullshit, man. I have absolutely no argument with what you just said.
Also, if you're keeping that upper, I just linked on the side the rail you'd want to get for it.
Well, I'm like kind of at a drawbridge right now. Like, I got to pay off my MP5K. So it's like, do I sell my upper and use that money to get the diplomat, or do I keep this upper, spend more money to get diplomat? I'll probably just sell this upper and then get the diplomat because I really need my MP5K.
Oh, so what buffer tube is on it? Is it a Voltor?
What is it? God, I hate the way you take off the mag pulls. These hurt.
Yeah.
Like, why couldn't they make them like Daniel Defense? I don't know, dude. It doesn't say.
Oh, is it 6th position or 4th position?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
I'll get out.
I'm surprised it's not stamped. Watch, it's like some freaking what's that, like China, the import company from like China, UTG or something.
Yeah, UTG, it'd be stamped quite heavily UTG, and then there's a big stamp on the side of a UTG one that'll say "Made in America" or "Made in the USA."
Right. Or it'll say like
it's an NC Star.
Right, it says for airsoft use only.
Yeah, it has Mad Bull on the side.
It says what?
The airsoft, the licensed airsoft company that does Magpul, Noveski, and Knights Armament is Mad Bull.
Oh yeah. And they call like the PSM or PMS or whatever it's called editions, where it's like personal simulation trainer or something. I don't know.
It's something weird, but like
it's like not made for real steel, but it's good enough for simulation.
Yeah.
It's gonna sound so.
The fucking people are trying to sell them on like eBay as like real things.
Dude, I actually used a stock, a Magpul like airsoft stock on my. Actually, I think it's still on here. Actually, well, no, it's a regular. This was like my first AR, dude. It's so ugly now, but this is actually an airsoft stock, and it works fine.
But yeah, I'd highly suggest buying the Diplomat. But if you're to do that, I'd say that like do that sooner than later.
Right?
Because you got 7 days left.
Oh shit. Well, tomorrow then I'll just go and I'll tax stamp my Noveski. So.
Also, I would highly, highly, highly suggest looking online, or just ask Noveski too. Just call them up and ask them, like, what all would go in line with tax stamping that lower. If there's anything special you need to worry about.
Well, the Noveski?
Yeah.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Well, I mean, like, finding out from the bullshit with fucking spikes and their serial number being a specific way, So that way you don't get denied, and it's just like a way to find out if they have anything like special that the ATF decides that that's important and that needs to be a part of whatever.
Oh, so wait, I didn't hear about this, dude. Fill me in.
My spikes got denied because it said I did not fill out the serial number. On my spikes lower receiver, there is, for the serial number, it has like the SER and then the number.
Okay.
So seeing the SER, I just assumed that was saying serial, because that is the abbreviation for serial, and then next to it was number. So I just punched in the number. I got denied saying that I did not fully fill out the form and that wasn't the correct serial number. And I needed to resubmit. And then I found out that apparently that's just the way spikes are. Is they have weird rules with that.
I was actually telling someone your horror story yesterday, Flippy.
Which one?
We were talking, that one. We were talking about SBR and Spike's tactical lower yesterday.
Yeah, it's fucking really shitty. Also, on spikes, they have this other thing where the mod, like, some of them will say ST15, some will say ST-15, some will say ST space 15. It has to be specifically what's on your lower. So if yours has the ST space 15 and you do the ST15, you're going to get denied because you filled out the information wrong. So I would highly suggest just asking.
Check this out. They fucking staked it.
Yeah, of course they staked it. They're a good company.
I actually oh dude, I totally just lost the train of thought. Wow. Alright. Oh, well, off topic, but I made nice with my girlfriend, so
nice.
We're okay for the moment. I went and I cooked her dinner, and I actually I did a really good job. I was amazed. I kind of swept her off her feet, and she was all like, we were watching that movie, True Romance.
You cook hamburger helper?
No, I made like lasagna and freaking what do they call it? Regatta shells and all that.
Dang, dude, you need to come cook for me.
So it was funny. We were like, I don't know if anybody's seen True Romance, but it's one hell of an awesome movie. It's a Quentin Tarantino, Tony Scott film, and it's got like Gary Oldman, Christian Slater, Brad Pitt, Christopher Walken, Val Kilmer, Samuel Jackson, James Gandolfini, Dennis Hopper. Like, it's got an all-star, and it's one of the good like '90s movies. Super violent too. It was when like '90s movies used to be like. Remember like back in the day when somebody got shot, like a squib would be like, just like.
Yeah, it would fucking make mess like all over the wall.
Yeah, dude. Like you watch like an old John Woo movie, or like a Lethal Weapon movie, dude. And when they get shot, they fly like 100 feet in the air, and like blood's just like all over the place. Now it's like when you watch a movie, even if it's R-rated, it's just like CGI little. But I don't blame the actors for not wanting to put small explosives on their chest. But anyway, so yeah, like it was funny. Like towards the end of the movie, she's like, she looked over, she's like, I'm falling in love with you all over again. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, they like to say that shit a lot, and that doesn't change when you get married. I'll say that too.
But then, like this entire time, I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm missing hit or miss.
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
On my first AR build, I put a fucking Magpul MOE handguard. What is, like, I want to know everybody's opinion on that. Like, what do you guys think about it? Is it worth the money, or did I just fucking, did I waste my time?
Handguard, what do you mean by that? You mean like it's like the angled foregrip, or?
No, it's the actual handguard. Fuck, I don't know, dude. It was a budget build, so I found the cheapest handguard that I could find that was quality, and I went with the Magpul MOE handguard.
Like one of these things?
No. It,
I'm drawing a blank. I'm trying to think what a handguard looks like. It's probably something that like I know, but I'm just stupid right now. Too bad Yankee's not in here because he'd be like, "Oh, what do you mean you're stupid every day?" Right.
No, it's
there-
just the basic standard fucking Magpul MOE handguard.
All right, stand by. Let me find it. Cool. Oh, Yankee, if you're
What's your
listening, dude, I
question
saw
about
your
it?
video about the Hillary Clinton thing. Spot on, dude. Spot on. Like, I was just saying that I saw Yankee's video about Hillary, and she's like, you know, too big to fail. Pretty spot on. Like, it sucks.
Shit, she's so big her ankles are gonna fail. Keeps walking around, her ankles are definitely gonna fail.
Here's the thing, though. In 4 years, though, we can elect somebody new. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, what's wrong with that, dude?
Oh no, I didn't see a problem with it at all. I was just wondering what you guys thought about it.
I think it's awesome. I had one of those. Like, I mean, I like them. I prefer them to the other ones, but no, I just don't have it.
It's definitely one of the best plastic handguards if you're not gonna go with a quad rail or key mod or M-Lock.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with Magpul, dude. Like, they build quality stuff, and especially for the budget. I mean, like, you know, the step up I believe would probably be like, what's the company that builds like oh, dude, like they have like it's got like fairings that come out on the quad. It's not called Slide Fire. It's called Sight or something, or what is it called? They're pretty popular. Not as popular as a Magpul, but they look like the Magpul, but they have the fairings that come out a lot farther. It almost looks like a Gandalf staff or something. Or no, it looks like the staff that like that the White Wizard had, where it had like the Sauron eye, and then like it came out like that. My buddy had one, and I was like, "This is really cool. Where'd you get it? What is it?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a find it. It's gonna bug me all night." But no, dude, Magpul's good. I like them.
Oh yeah, definitely do. I like Magpul too. I was just wondering what you guys thought about that handguard or the
The cool thing is they're light, they're cheap. You can add rail sections to them to put a light on them or a grip. They're a really good option for a lot of things if you don't want to invest, $200 in a rail.
Found it. Slide Fire. Check it out. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's what I've done so far, dude. I have a light as well as a vertical foregrip, and then I have a little spot for a bipod up front, and it's been solid so far.
That's something else I need to get before they ban it, dude. I need to get the Franklin Armory binary trigger and the Slide Fire stock, just for fun. Because you know they're gonna ban that shit. It's like they take away, like, it's so funny, like all the stuff that's not practical. I mean, like, would you ever take a Slide Fire stock into any sort of like scenario where you want it to be accurate? No, because you're not even holding your gun steady. You're using to recoil the gun the freaking bump fire. So you're holding onto it very lightly. You're just like, but they're like, oh, it's an automatic. This is dangerous. And I'm like, yeah, because every mass shooter has used the fucking Slide Fire. Actually, I'm gonna go find my Flippy.
That's liberal media, man.
Flippy. Stop playing World of freaking Pornhub. See what happens when I send that dude a virtual reality headset? Right back. I'm gonna go get my Daniel defense. Sock.
Alright, I'm back.
Flippy mother. Did you get your H&K back, dude? Your P30?
Nope.
You got a timetable for it?
Nope. Oh, were you not here for that story?
No, I was out and about.
Oh, no worries. I called them up because they told me, like, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Oh shit, it's actually 4 weeks ago at this point. Damn. They told me, they're like, yeah, call in Friday after lunch. We need to talk to you. I'm like, alright. So I called in, they kicked me with the gunsmith, and I'm like, hey, I got this message, I'm supposed to check in, see what's going on with my gun. The gunsmith's like, oh, yeah, your gun's ready, we're about to test fire it, and as soon as we test fire it, we'll ship it out. And I'm like, cool. And the guy's like, need anything else? I'm like, nope, that's it. Hung up. Like a minute later, he calls me back, and he's like, hey, I'm sorry about that. We made a mistake. It was not your P30L, it's someone else's P30 that's on the table about to be test fired. For yours, we're actually still waiting on the frames from Germany to come in. And I'm like, that's fine, no worries. I trust that you all are going to do the best and, like, fucking make sure my shit's all good and everything. And the gunsmith dude was like, how much are you supposed to be paying for, like, the frame replacement? I'm like, the lady quoted me 120. And the gunsmith's like, all right, that's cool. You're not paying that anymore. I'm like, what? And the gunsmith's like, yeah, your thing's free. As soon as this is done, we'll ship it to you. I'm like, that's super cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sucks it's delayed, but it's free.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm like, any chance you can turn my gun into a double action, single action? And he's like, maybe, we'll see. And I'm like, that'd be super fucking cool, because, like, I ran out and bought this gun after watching John Wick, and I found out that I bought the wrong fucking gun. And the gunsmith dude started laughing. He's like, yeah, I've done that too. He's like, you know what? I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure you get the correct P30L with the double action, single action.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I'm like, H&K, you guys are literally the best. I am going to do nothing but, like, talk about how great you all are from now on.
People give H&K shit like, oh, H&K doesn't care about you. They don't. But in the 80s, when they were doing all the fucking bans and shit, H&K was the only gun company that really stood up to them and, like, took action.
Sporting clause? Yeah, they were, like, super about stopping the sporting clause. Like, they were mailing all of their customers with letters basically being like, yo, go out and vote. They're trying to pull this shenanigan. It's going to take away your guns. You need to, like, fix it.
Yeah, they lost money a bunch of, like, they got fucked hard at least twice. Once with that, and then once in the 90s with the Clinton thing. They were building a factory here, and the Clinton AWB fucked them. They lost a lot of money.
Well, they knew that it was going to cost them a lot of money too, man. Because like, the civilian market is probably where these guys make their money. You know. It just sucks that Bill Ruger, like, freaking was like, oh no, good idea, ban all the guns.
That's
Bill Ruger and his, oh, I make revolvers. I don't need to worry about this 10-round bullshit.
That's why, like, everybody's like, oh, I love Rugers. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, like, legit, fuck Ruger. Also, legit, second, when the fuck are you coming out with your, like, second part of the video where you build the gun?
I'm putting the upper video out tomorrow.
Cool. I don't know what the fuck it is. I just enjoy watching people put guns together, along with putting guns together myself.
Yeah, you should have waited for my video, and then you wouldn't have marred up your lower.
Nah, I did that out of sheer fucking frustration.
I put so many freaking dinks and scratches and.
I mean,
Well,
it's
bro,
all
no
good.
need to be
I'm just
racist.
gonna get it repainted anyways. It needs to be all Versace'd out.
Ballin'.
Ooh, Vanessa Vera Cruz. Hey, Flippy.
Hmm.
Look up Vanessa Vera Cruz.
I'll get out.
Tell me what you think.
Was she cruising for victory?
Hmm?
Oh, was she cruising for victory?
She like just followed me on Instagram, and I was like, dude, she's gonna look at one of my freaking pictures and see that I like Trump and hate me.
Dude, she kind of, like, in the face, she looks like Demi Lovato.
Think so?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. But I'm still down with it. She's not bad.
Oh God. I don't know who the hell thought it would be a great idea to fill up my mag with friggin' steel case. That wolf out of here.
Oh, yeah, that's also one thing that Noveski highly suggests is that you don't use steel-cased ammunition with their barrels. However, do whatever the fuck you want. It'll work just fine.
I actually friggin' had to stop shooting one day because I was shooting steel case and it got jammed in my barrel and I couldn't get it out because I didn't bring a totally unprepared for it.
Hey, Brandon, do you have an Instagram?
What?
Yeah, it's Rover556.
Do you have an Instagram?
Yeah.
It's Rover556.
Copy that. Hey, do you mind if I add you?
No, dude, go for it.
Right on, man. Appreciate it.
My account's open. It's funny, like my buddy's like, dude, like I don't want random people following me, and I was like, then why have a fucking Instagram? Yeah, it's like if you want that kind of privacy stuff, then just have like a Facebook account. So how many like ARs do you think one should have?
As many as possible.
they can have.
Or at the very least, at least one of each barrel length and one of each caliber.
Why? Well, they're all 5.56 and 2.23 compatible. I don't think any of my rifles are just strictly 2.23.
Well, I mean, like a 308.
300 blackout.
I do want to build a fucking 308. That's for sure.
I hate 308s. No offense to anybody that has them. I don't like 308s and I don't like 300 blackouts. I'm so prejudiced, dude, when it comes to that stuff. Like,
Why is that?
I just don't have any need for it, and it's like I've had friends try to push it on me, and so it's like to the point now where I'm just like, no, I don't want one. I'm like, no, dude, you need a 300 blackout, dude, trust me. And it's like, why? Like, and then everybody's like, oh no, you need to get the 308. I'm like, why do I need to get 308? I'm like, dude, for distance shooting. I'm like, dude, my idea of a good time is going to the range with a drum mag and dumping out as much ammunition as possible as fast as I can. Like, I'm not one of those super precise, you know, windage and all this stuff. Like, I'm not like a sharpshooter or anything. And I just like the toys, man. I'm probably more of a collector, really. Like, I do more collecting than actual.
So I have a question.
Sure.
What do you think about the 2545? It's a little bit. Huh?
What is that?
It's pretty much a 25 caliber round instead of a instead of a 223 or 5.56. It's a little bit bigger. It hits a little bit harder, but there's no like the amount of recoil and everything like that. It's basically the same.
You mean the one made by Sharp's company?
Yeah, it's the Sharps 25,
Yes.
45.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know that.
That's another build that I would like to do.
The only problem with those ones, when you get into the obscure rounds or ones that only one people make, is ammo's hard to find. It's expensive as shit.
Hey, you want to see something cool? So yeah, obviously it
Put your
won't
dick away.
because like it's a freaking flaming pig, and the round's different obviously. But look, put my flaming pig on the Glock.
Oh, did your rifle come with a flaming pig?
Yeah,
Neat.
dude, it looks like one of those ball suppressors in like one of those Cloak and Dagger movies. Well, they're just like,
Dude,
give me
I'm
the
so fucking
plans.
bad.
It's like, what? I have no plans. Oh.
It looks like the Omega K. That like weird stubby 9mm suppressor that Silenceco just came out with.
I was actually told that those don't silence shit. And
I have no idea. I haven't played with one. I've just only seen them.
oh, well, I don't know. Maybe is that big enough for a 9mm?
Maybe.
It looks big enough, but probably not.
One way to find out. Be right back.
How about I want to say, how about you shoot something through it and see what holds up and what doesn't?
Well, look.
Make a YouTube video.
Here's the bullet. There's the other end. Goes right through.
Yeah, you have a nice thumb.
Thanks. So it goes through. I mean, here's the other thing too. Since I'm not like all technical with it and everything, and like and like here's the other thing too. I was like listening to that Noveski like tour and everything. They were like, it's clocked over time 3 times. Water like going on all like these like measurements, and I was like, dude, I failed math. Like I know nothing about that. Like, but it sounds good, so I'll take your word for it.
Do you know algebra?
No.
Is she hot?
Right? That was good. I don't think you're Cynthia Coolfingers.webcam, Brandon.
Do what? No, I'm Crimson Tide 562.
Oh, okay. Go Bama, roll Tide.
Hell yeah, man! Roll Tide, roll.
Oh, here we go.
I was thinking of the movie.
what do you mean? Here we go, motherfucker.
I mean, here we go.
No, I honestly, like, I haven't freaking... Dude, I don't watch sports, so I was just thinking of Gene Hackman giving that awesome speech. Chief of the boat!
You're not an Auburn fan, are you? Standing?
How many home runs did the Crimson Tide hit last year in the Fiesta Bowl?
I have no idea. I just watch football, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. How many home runs did they get?
That's baseball, homie.
Oh. Is it a goal? Do they score goals?
Touchdowns.
Oh, they shoot 3-pointers, huh?
Touchdown. This motherfucker. Okay, yeah. Hey, you trolled me. You trolled me. That was good.
I remember I got invited over to a Super Bowl party one time. We were watching football, and so I was like, "Yeah, get that puck off the ice." And they're all like, "What?" And I was like, "Dude, I only like hockey, man." They're all, "Dude, nobody watches hockey." And I was like, "This guy watches hockey, you assholes."
Next time you're watching the Super Bowl, ask them if they're going to pitch a no-baser.
Hey, I will say that Alabama scored more touchdowns in Cowboy Stadium than the Cowboys did last season. That's kind of sad. All right, so I have another question regarding ARs and building them. I want to build my wife an AR, and I want to make it as light as possible. I already know the lower and all that shit, but what's a good upper that's light but sturdy?
I'm the wrong person to ask about that, man. Flippy would probably tell you. I don't build. I don't have patience.
What's your question?
I want to build my wife an AR, but I want to make it as light as possible and as sturdy as possible. So what's a good upper, like a good complete upper that I can just buy and throw on a built lower?
You can buy like the Spikes Tactical Estrogen Upper. It's light and hardcore. Spikes Tactical has some of the best barrels, so if you're gonna go with the light barrel.
Did you say this? Did you just say the Spikes Tactical Estrogen Upper?
Yeah.
Is that what they're called?
They built a whole rifle called the Estrogen. It's a really lightweight AR for girls, but it has a 16-inch pencil barrel and their lightweight rail.
That's pretty funny.
You could probably piece it together on Spikes. Spikes uses cold hammer forged barrels. So if you're gonna get a pencil barrel, you want to get a barrel that's, tough.
All right, I'm very new to the platform, and the Estrogen sounds fucking like you're trolling me again, dude. Are you being serious right now, or?
No, it's a real guy.
Okay. All right.
As soon as Yankee comes back in the chat, I want to ask him if he rollerblades. Because I know he roller skates. And you guys roller skate? And no, it's not gay. No? Hey, you're missing out. Fun.
I rollerblade. I actually prefer rollerblades over a bike or anything like that. But
Brandon, check that link in the side.
Dude, I used to when the rollerblade Street Lightnings first came out. Dude, I had a nice pair of those. And dude, I want James Yeager.
Standing, I am on my phone, so I won't be able to check it right away.
Oh, well, that one's about the Spikes Estrogen.
I just get so pissed off watching James Yeager, dude, because they literally throw stuff at him. They're all, hey James, brand new $18,000 rifle, here, catch. Hey everybody, I just picked up this new thing. And he makes fun of Streamlight. James is a cool guy. We talked for a little bit at SHOT Show. He's a nice guy, dude. As far as I know. I mean, it's not like I hang out with the guy every Friday, but. Southern Poverty Law Center doesn't like him, though. That's when you know you've made it big, dude, when your group has ended up on the freaking Southern Poverty Law Center.
Oh my god, dude, you were not fucking bullshitting. Spikes Tactical actually has an estrogen fucking... Holy shit. That's fucking funny.
It's a badass rifle, too. I've shot one. They're fucking tits.
Oh my god, that's so fucking awesome, dude. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I will definitely look into the upper, man. That's fucking tits. I love it.
If you're trying to go on a budget, then I would go to spentaprecision.com and look at their light profile barrels, like a 16-inch light profile barrel, and then just get a rail that's, a handguard that's lighter weight. Either the Magpul like you have is great, or you can go with like a Keymod or an M-Lock lightweight rail.
You're looking at your toenails in a black light. Pretty gross.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. You said toenails and a black light are pretty gross?
Yeah, I have a freaking black light for we go scorpion hunting out here, so you gotta have like one of these freaking lights. They're pretty cool. They're just like but it's a black light, and you can go out in your backyard and find the freaking horrid things that nightmares are made out of. God, those things suck. But
You find a bunch of Hillarys in your yard or what?
right? Time to stand up against the NRA. Dude, what's so funny about Hillary is like freaking something will happen on the other side of the world. Freaking the NRA, the NRA. It's like the guy died in a fire. The NRA.
Yeah, but the NRA didn't come put the fire out fast enough.
The NRA bribed politicians to vote down more fire extinguishers.
Yeah, Hillary's fucking loopy, man. She's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. I'll tell you that much.
Dude, she dresses like a soup sandwich. Like she's freaking nuts. Like she's crazy. I literally she's always like, oh, I don't trust Donald Trump. I trust Donald Trump on a nuclear weapon a lot more than I trust somebody who like just leaks out private shit. Who's so emotionally freaking crazy. Like Donald Trump, like the guy's just got a big ego, and like I feel that he's like the type of guy that's like, oh, I'm this and I'm that, whatever. If that's the worst, then whatever, so be it. But she's like, oh, I'm Hillary, you can't do that to me.
People don't like Trump because he says what he feels. He is like the epitome of what everyone in this damn chat are right now. He doesn't hold anything back. And that's what scares people because everybody needs a fucking safe space now.
Yeah, exactly.
Because words do hurt. Remember, words do hurt. Sticks and stones may break my bones is fucking history.
I like Trump, dude. He's spot on about a lot of stuff. And people just don't like to hear that. And it's like people are like, no, we don't have a border problem. Really? How much do you spend down there? Like, you go down there, spend the weekend down on the frickin' Nogales border and tell me that there's not a border problem. And it's like, oh, you're racist. You don't have to be fucking Mexican to come from the border. All kinds of races come through there. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you're like a frickin' like blonde-haired, blue-eyed German. But they use that because they know they can use that as like a scapegoat. They know that they can say like, well, if you're only worried about the southern border, then that means you're a racist and you hate Mexicans.
Yeah, of course. That's what gets them to vote.
Yeah, and then, dude, that's the only reason why the Democrats are like freaking all like, oh no, come to California, it's a safe space. We'll keep you covered. We'll keep you safe from the evil Republicans that want to deport you. Well, the only reason they're saying that is because they know if they say that, the people that come, here illegally, are like, oh, why would we vote for somebody who wants to send us back? Like,
yep. Sucks, dude. But that's how America is now, dude. Or the U.S. rather. people fucking are so they're held back from the reality of fucking life that they can't stand the thought of living in reality.
Yeah, no, for the most part.
Like, my grandmother fucking doesn't like my wife because she's a Republican, and she's starting to fucking not like me because I finally woke up and, started thinking for myself rather than listening to the fucking media,
Well,
It's-
here's the thing too. Like you can, like, not to cut you off, but here's the thing: you can be a Republican and be brainwashed too, and most are. People on both sides are fucking brainwashed, dude. Just, like it just matters on like what research you do for yourself. Like I lean conservative on some things, and I lean, liberal on others. I'm not religious. I'm freaking for women's rights. I'm for pretty much universal health care. I'm pretty much socially liberal when it comes to, groups and stuff like that. But I want to enforce the borders, and I believe in the Second Amendment. So, I mean, that just throws them through a loop. So.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. I totally agree, and it, like you said, it just depends on the individual and whether or not they're willing to put in the effort to find shit out for themselves instead of just listening to the news and believing everything that they see on TV. But that's the scary part, is because most people believe what they see on TV now.
And I don't think it makes them bad people. They just, I mean, here's the thing: it takes a lot of effort to go and find out all this shit, dude. Maybe people don't want to sit down and read through all of it.
It does take a lot of effort, but at the same time, it's worth it because you're finding out true shit instead of just letting everything soak in that somebody is telling you. That's like, even, I mean, like you said, a lot of Republicans are brainwashed as well. They have a set mind, and they try and convince people that this is the way to go and this and that, but it's up to you as a person and as an individual to actually go out and find the facts instead of just listening to somebody, no matter what party they're with. It's up to you as a person,
Well,
and a lot of people don't have the brain power to do that for themselves nowadays. They really don't.
It's usually a question of effort more than